battle of the leading wolf and the underdogs, or cats, I guess, in the case of LYON.
I like underdogs and overdogs.
Overdogs,
yeah.
Okay, sure.
Gen.G definitely the overdogs in most matchups that they end up having.
Yeah, having a great performance so far this year. 23-2.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah, 23-2.
Yeah.
Huge for Gen.G. LYON struggled a little bit in the regular season of LCS lock-in. Had to go through the lower bracket, but then did make a tear through the lower bracket of LCS.
Definitely ramped up over time, whereas Gen.G kind of hit the ground running, but also, you know, they are a team who kept the same roster, right? And they've always been very domestically dominant, kind of continued on that.
Yeah.
And now looking to continue that at fair stand. And I think coming into the tournament, everyone was like, okay, this is the team to beat. This is the team who are the favorites. They haven't missed a beat since arriving.
No, they have not. Demolition of JDG in one of the top 10 fastest best of fives we have ever had internationally on day 2 of the tournament. And here we'll see if LYON can try and slow down the LCK Juggernauts.
That's the question. You know, we heard all the copium from the desk, and that was enough to get them to predict a game.
Yes.
And I think for a lot of fans of the LCS, a game, just a challenge would be enough. I think even to go as far as to say a win is so lofty, but just some competition. At the end of the day, LYON on out. If they lose this, they still have another chance. And there's an opportunity to challenge Gen.G later in the tournament if they get there. But you want to put up a fight. You don't want to get bowled over in a 3-0 mana, because I think it's just so demoralizing.
Yeah.
I think I've seen a lot of players, not specifically from LYON, but even Canon was saying like, oh, you know, everyone is beatable apart from Gen.G. You really don't want to have that mindset, but it's hard not to.
Especially with the elimination matches being played tomorrow.
Hello.
Bring some momentum into those series. You don't just want to be in
Samo da ja pošerujem kako to već ide.
Gen.G chose first pick as the highest seed. LYON are coming in with blue side as their selection. So it's going to be Karma and Pantheon taken away by Gen.G and Rise and Varus removed by LYON.
Yeah, Gen.G been consistently banning the Karma themselves, but a lot of these just general power picks we've seen. I think there's been a lot of differences between different regions and what the side selection's been. The LCK was always just like, you have side selection, we're going first pick. It was only later in series you'd sort of see second pick get more priority for most of the teams.
Well, we'll see if it continues to adapt as we get through the rest of first stand. Rumble, the final ban from Gen.G, trying to negate some of the power of big dokes in that top lane.
Mislim da sam podijelio svugdje. Mogu bi ovo da lokam na ovo. I začelo.
Orianna still available, Vi still available. So Nocturne gonna get taken out, so you won't have that Orianna Nocturne combo. The potential,
čekaj, Kevin, naći ti
but you could
igricu.
still secure the Orianna here for Chovy, or if you want to get a jungle pick for Canyon, the Vi is available. He's been an absolute menace on that. It's been very frequently banned in this situation, just generally in this tournament and in the LCK Cup as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a push towards that Vi. Instead, the Orianna is going to get locked in for Gen.G. Such a strong pick. Generally in the mid lane, doesn't have a huge amount of bad matchups, and later on obviously team fight pressure, zone control with the command attack and the shockwave just gives you so much ability to win out on those team fights. We'll see where the LYON want to go.
So I think denying the Vi definitely going to be important, and then it's, do you take something immediately to pair up with into the Orianna, or they're going to go for the Ashe. So I think Ashe Vi could be a pretty strong rotation.
Rastil Eternal Labyrinth Castle, zato kažem, verovatno nisi čuo zašto igra malkice random, ali da.
We've seen that often, but we have seen sometimes like the Braum come through. If they go something like the Nautilus, there's the option for that. I know Dura has a really mean Blitzcrank, so that's definitely a threat that you might have if you do commit to the Ashe and the Seraphine, but instead, Inspired going for the Xin Zhao, another jungler, super high prioritized, but I think Canyon probably just goes towards the Vi then.
Jack will be happy though, because when Inspired played up against Gen.G, that, you know, 18 months ago, different roster and different bot lane for Gen.G, it was on the Xin Zhao.
I treba prvi draft da bude poprilično default. Kažem ti, nisi čuo. Znam da si ljubitelj tih igara, ali...
And it looks like Gen.G toying with the idea of denying the Seraphine. I mean, Seraphine as well with the Ashe so strong, but also Enchanters with Xin Zhao super powerful. We've seen, you know, years ago it's like Lulu, when Lulu was a mid laner, Lulu Xin Zhao was super strong, but just buffing up when he gets in those fights has a lot of strength. I expect it's going to be the jungle here for Gen.G to match, to round things out, but we'll see if they have some different ideas.
Do you still want to look for something like the Vi here? Her going in with an encore on top of her does give you a lot of control over areas of the fight. Into the Sinsarishan side does trade relatively well into Vi early game, can knock her out of her bolt breaker, and because of that perhaps Gen.G have decided, okay, we're just going to put them all onto the dance floor in the Cataclysm and make them do the foxtrot for us.
I mean, Jarvan and Orianna, super strong combo, especially into an Ashe who's the mobile AD carry. And it looks like they're going to go for potentially the Ashe Lulu, so an enchanter that pairs well with the Xin Zhao. Not as strong a pairing with Ashe in terms of the lane, but still can buff it up pretty powerfully. But it does just make me think that, you know, the Cataclysm wombo combo that you have with the Seraphine Orianna, there's two great targets already I'm looking at in that bot lane.
Super low mobility bot lane already from LYON. We'll see if Canon decides to path down there, maybe skipping a camp to get there a little bit earlier. We have seen some invades towards the blue side red buff as well early on, and then rotate, come back round through the Krug area to find early ganks towards bot lane. We're moving to the second set of bans. Ezreal taken away by LYON. They want to get rid of some of the poking and the prodding that Ruler can do on that pick. And a Kali taken away by Gen.G.
Yeah, trimming out some of the mid lane picks available to Saint.
Nisam siguran s čim pariraš Serafina koje lokaš da bi TKV ovo odeš.
One of the few mid laners that wasn't sort of toned down on this patch. And obviously something that would be able to circumnavigate a lot of the engage that Gen.G does have available for LYON, just trimming down options for Ruler in this situation with the Ezreal being taken away.
Gdje su
I
ti?
think he still has a ton of tools. The Jhin, a lot of follow-up, and also a lot of laning power. I think Jhin, Seraphine into Ashe.
Komentarisalo je dosta ljudi čoviju frizuru. Moram samo da fiksam malkice. Da se ako će biti tiho. Sad bi trebalo da bude okej. Mi smo sad okej.
It's good engage for Dokla in that top lane and gives you follow up on some
Kamere u
of the
game.
Crystal Arrow as well.
A pick he also had a ton of success on when he had that series of
Moram prvo da vidimo koje krome su ubacili ovaj. Nego li izašlo 2-1 danas?
Especially he's going to have to blind in this situation. We often see Nah have a lot of success, but we know Dokla is willing to bring out other range tops. As kind of picks now. The Silas, not the most fun time in lane. This is definitely a
Ostaje Ljativ bez posla, Klaro, možeš i ti, nije nikakav problem.
The ults that you can pick up here, like the encore is just so good. Such a great one to be able to take away, especially with the added boost of having the AP ratios from a mid laner compared to a support.
Even stealing away things like the Cataclysm just to try and get onto that Gen.G backline, really be able to isolate someone out. And there is the Renekton for Keen, with Dokla having last pick for LYON, so no real surprises that we see something that is stock standard and relatively safe.
Dobro, Čeplin uvek radi. Facts.
Up towards that top side. And now Gen.G looking towards their AD carry. There's not a huge amount of backline threat yet from LYON, so something like the Cogmore could just stand back and deliver those auto attacks.
Bez tog uznemiravanja na televiziji, Moliću. Hvala.
There's a lot of options available, but they actually switched up and go to the MF. I mean, you have the setup for it. This is kind of the composition that you think back to when you were, you know, in gold, and you're like, let's pick like a wombo combo.
Znam, Sol ti jedini si verovatno kako stvari stoje, ali to je okej, to je okej. LYON uzeo Silasa. A Gen.G je uzeo stvar, MF Serafin ima smisla. Bio sam u fazonu, ne znam koga radi carry će da uzmu sa Serafin da radi, ali MF Serafin u stvari baš ima smisla.
It really makes it hard to match them as a result when it gets to those 5v5s, which is so excellent at. We do see Dokla pick up the Cassante though in the end, just to have a bit more frontline.
Yeah, I think LYON, in terms of frontline, they have it. They've got a bit of pick as well with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Silas there for an encore to get some CC in team fights, but I feel they're much more around pick rather than being able to have like really solid team fights, whereas Gen.G, it is a press Archon. It's the Bronzodia when we used to talk about it, right? If they can get towards that second dragon that we saw them use so well against JDG and then just win a team fight around that, after that point they'll have a stranglehold on the game.
I think my concern for LYON is the bottom mid matchups pretty rough early on. Going to see a lot of prio afforded over to Gen.G there. And also when it comes to team fights, not as much damage on the side of LYON, especially when you're cutting through the shielding of the Orianna, of the Seraphine. it's going to be a bit of an issue. And if you get caught with a lot of melee champions in those big wombo combos, it's going to be tough. So I think maybe not giving themselves the easiest tools so far in this game, but we'll see what they're able to pull off.
I mean, Inspired talked a little bit about it in an interview. He said laning phase against Gen.G is always going to be hard. You have to try and be as even as possible and then find a team fight. And there's a little bit more chaos. There's a few more options to find picks around team fights. Perhaps we can win through that. But it is a gargantuan mammoth task ahead of LYON right now.
Nije televizija već stream. Ne, u stvari je televizija. Mislim na Sport Klubi Sportu i dalje, ovo ide na TV, ljudi.
The lineup that made semi-finals of Worlds last year. Let's jump onto the Rift for the first game of day 4 here of First Stand. And we see both the junglers just meeting up on that top side river. No one's really going to find any deep vision at all.
Yeah, I don't see any interesting level 1s coming out. I feel like that maybe was also an angle, especially when you have like the Ashe and the Silas. If you get like an early stun level 1, and the slows from the Ashe could have been something to disrupt things a little bit.
Could be. Looks like Inspired is going to path up towards this top side. Wonder if perhaps he can try and punish Keen a little bit on this Renegade.
Znači, upalimo i top.
This is going to be hard to really find too much purchase down towards the bottom side.
Većina programa ide na TV. Da. Većina programa ide na TV. Ne u Srbiji, ali okolnim državama. Tako da, u Srbiji nemaš Sport Klubi Sporta, van Srbije imaš. Kako ide ovdje tamo isto? Zato što se ovaj program se vuče, čekajmo ga se upalim sad. Ali ovaj program se vuče direktno na TV. Live od 26.06, tu sam za vas pošto ne vidite grafiku.
And perhaps have a better showing than Hans did on the Senate yesterday.
Jadan Hans, brate, catching strays for no reason. Ali nema veze.
Perhaps. Gen.G have a litany, a slew of damage. Inspired after clearing his bot side is
Patreon gameplay? Ne ide Patreon gameplay, ne. Competitive LoL ide na TV-u, ne ide, ne. Moji streamovi ne idu na TV-u. Mislim, moji gaming streamovi. Competitive LoL ide na TV-u. Znači, Let's, First Stand, EBL, itd. jeli. Što znači da je bacio agresivan dash u basic dokle imao ugao da ga knockbackuje iza kule. Ali ovo može da bude dive na top. Bili su prema, to da, bili su prema.
I have a smaller goal for them right now. So Berserker, we saw in the pre-show, he's played 9 games against
jako levi gank na bot, oni igraju bez... Pogledaj, oni stoje bez jednog varda, bre. I onda vam umre botlane, ok, Aile sad postavio vard, ali jedan overstep, on kreće ovde, sad i da ga vide, moraju da flashaju. I ovo je vjerojatno 2 flasha. As će morati ja flash, samo će dobiti batine pre flasha.
Summoner burn for the LYON bot lane as Chovy and Saint trained in mid. Inspired's on his way across. Saint falling lower. Chovy doesn't have another command attack. And so will just back away knowing his jungler is not in the area.
Da, može su ulti, mislim, išli su i moji streamovi nekada sam. Ono. To se menja. Ali može ti sa YouTube-a direktno možda ideš na TV, mislim, nije to sad nešto komplikovano, haos. Treba ti samo nešto ti hvata program i da šalje signal na TV i to je to. Gdje si povesnili? Šta ima, šta se radi? I juče mi mnogo bilo fun da igram Slay the Spire, iskreno. Baš sam se zabavio. Nisam se naspavao nešto sinoć jer sam se zabao previše kasno sam ostao igrajući Slay the Spire. Zamisli, nema sama da će da igra. Jel to moj blizanac, desi blizanče, šta ima? Da, 3-0 Gen.G, best of 5, jel da? Ja mislim da Gen.G stompa, JDG stompa, to je predikt. Ne znam li bolje uzeti Ashe ili Seraphine kao prvi pik? Ako već ideš na taj kombo. Isle grifuje, mislim. Grifuje prošlu seriju.
as you said when Inspired was talking about it, like you have to survive lane. This is not the start you want if you want to survive lane.
Yeah, 1000 gold at 4.5 minutes is
Okej.
Inspired.
Canyon je giga dobra pozicija. I sad Inspired nema flash, oni mogu dubi Inspired ovde. Samo na njega trnaju. Da, Inspired da prvo Canyon ima, ma da, čisto. Mislim, imam lucky za Inspired, ako full comitovo je u fazonu je Jarvan nije tu, Jarvan je bio tu i Domci. Ne znam šta govore brazilski fanovi, ali nema veze. Gen.G je samo su previše clean, red. Postajem Gen.G enjoyer, iskreno. Postajem Gen.G enjoyer, neću lagati. Da, bolesni su. Mislim da je Canyon najbolji jungler, tačka. Znači, mislim da je Canyon verovatno najbolji jungler koji je ikad igrao League of Legends. Mislim da nikada nije bio jungler koji je dobar koliko je dobar Canyon. Čak nije ni vezan za metu. Znaš, određeni igrači su dobri. Određeni igrači su dobri u specifičnim metama. Canyon je samo bolestan u svakoj meti. Znači, neverovatan je. Znači, on Nidali kad dobije, bro, pa to je bolesno šta radi ljudima. Mislim, sad nije meta za Nidali, pa kao ajde, možda će igrati u 5. gameu, ali neće biti 5. game. Ali Canyon je bolestan. Da. Canyon je baš bolestan. Znači, mislim da mu niko nije ni blizu. Iskreno. Koliko god ja volim Tivan, mislim da mu Honor nije ni... Mislim da mu Honor nije ni blizu. Mislim da mu niko nije blizu. Canyon je baš miljama ispred svakog, konstantno. I kažem što je najfascinantnije, nevezano je za metu. Bolesno dobar igrač, iskreno. Baš bolesno dobar igrač.
The evolution of Canyon, obviously very storied player, but I think last year a few people would have looked at him as the weakest point of a still very good Gen.G. Yeah.
Apsolutno se ne bi složio sa komentatorima, ali nema veze, to je okej. Svako ima pravo na svoje mišljenje, ali tako je, veoma dobro. Ne, Canyon je bolestan, pa je neverovatan je.
And Canyon was a bit camp focused, and at times it felt like that was maybe the weakness. They were still a very strong team.
7 minuta, 2k gold leada sa...
Canyon has really been a big driving force, and we've seen that already in this game, right? Already getting off 2 successful gangs.
Sa Drakeom.
Didn't get a kill, got all those summoners that led to a kill later.
Ode, ajel. Iš. Da su landali bilo koji harcici, bilo je fajn. To sam baš razmišljao MF Serafin da radi kao... Ne baš kao Ashe Serafin, ali opet MF jako lako možda čuva E za Serafin E. I meta je slona i onda je lakše da Serafin pogodi E i E ruta. Tako da u teoriji to ima dosta smisla. Ja se nadam da mi je story otišao live, inače to provjerim. Uvijek zaboravim da provjerim da li mi je story live. Jeste? Nekad buguje pa mi ne izbaci iz nekog razloga. Isle, lane gank. Da nije duro ulto bot, ali dobro, teo je da nađe flash bar. Samo gledam Goldit kako raste. Koliko je realno Lion uzima game? Pa mislim... Znaš ako vidim da Lion uzima game, ali to je jako teško, da Inspired igra Viega. I da naprave neki ugo da Inspired sa Viegom možda napravi razliku, ali stvarno ne vidim, jer problem je što se Gen.G toliko čisto team fighta, da jako je teško i tako da urade bilo šta. Jer jako retko dropaju i killove, ne kao fightove, nego killove teško dropaju. Ne znam, baš mora da bude neki bolestan cheese, ali ne vidim to. Pa da mislim da je jednako nerealno da JDG izgubi od Loud, ako ćemo iskreno. Tako da, nemam pojma. Jer realno JDG je gori od Gen.G-a, ali Loud je gori od LYON-a, tako da... LYON-a. Ne, Gen.G ne gubi sam.
but they've kind of, they do everything in every game.
Ne, ali baš robotski igre. Mislim, lepo je, stvarno lepo lo za gledanje. Mislim, ovo je...
LYON has a better mid game than Gen.G. They're better. We'll see.
When is the mid game is the question. Inspired here, double root coming out as Juro looks for a little bit of damage. Canyon on the flank as well. Lining up for that cataclysm. Bullet time.
Mislim da razlog zašto Canon nije overcommittovo je zato što Serafi nema ulti. Pogledajte Dura, 4 sekunde, ulti to čeka, neće se bije bez toga. I sad full commit na Ayla, zašto Ayla nema flash, savršeno. Znači, toliko su fucking dobri da je to nehumano. Neverovatno su fucking, znači ne mogu vjerujem koliko su dobri. Jako je zastrašujuće to što kao ja gledam kao outside, znači mnogo je lakše gledati i komentarisati nego igrati i znati u trenutku šta trebaš da radiš. I oni i dalje vide full play pre mene. Što je baš bolesno. Jer kao ja imam map hack, ja vidim sve na mapi, vidim sve cooldowne, sve vidim. Oni ne vide ništa od ovog što ja vidim. I opet unapred vide 17 playeva, bar neverovatno je. Da, nema šta, mislim, Canyon je samo... Kažem, legit je gold, brat.
Reason to force a fight around it when you don't have those first items.
You know what feels really bad? It's Chemtech Ocean, which I mean obviously it's situational.
Jeste, da, čokaju na Worldsu. Mislim da Čovi samo ima mentalni blok na Worldsu, iskreno.
So the fact those are the first two dragons. I just have a feeling Gen.G it's gonna be Hextech Soul, right? And they'll just feel so bad.
I think they'd like him first.
Koji god Soul da bude, bit će cijelu seriju, to smo već naučili.
Yeah, that'd go pretty well. So LYON definitely will at some point have to contest dragons. Not now though. I think that was the right call. 4,000.
Na šta me zanima, da li će Rule ići na Essence River sad?
Rather large, rather substantial. I think, you know what's the craziest thing? Look at Duro's gold lead. Even the support has
got killed, man.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like even the support has a massive gold lead.
I mean, the other thing is, it's so much easier to get your World Atlas procs as a range support when your team is ahead and pushing in, right? You can see Duro's already completed the Dreamcatcher, Dreammaker, Dreamy thing, whereas AORUS is still sitting on...
Inspired opet oko bota, ali ne može ništa da nađe. U teoriji bi MF trebala da bude relativno killable, ali...
It's so easy to proc indifference.
You chuck it out, you know? Beat drop.
Morat ću hodam drugu seriju, mislim, danas, da? 6.500, boga mi, bit će pešačenja.
Is ratting for vision on a Seraphine. Now, this is not something we too commonly see. Ratting for vision, where supports go deep like this, place a couple of wards, and then you often see it on a Bard or a Khan or sometimes an Alistair because you can just escape relatively easily. Seraphine is not the champion that you usually see going unaided into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I think a lot of confidence in this game, and maybe that's how they catch them out, right? I think Pix is definitely the way. Not Pix like Lulu's friend.
I assumed you were just lots of shields.
Picking off members of Gen.G who are isolated. And it is the Hextech Soul as well. I just knew it'd be because
I dokle ne igra.
Last nail in the coffin, if Gen.G can get that, which is looking likely. We'll see.
Likely. Inspired's going to be tracked through his entire path on this bottom side. Grub's an option for Gen.G. They'll start those up. They'll take all of the neutrals off the map. TP used by...
Bukvalno sve uzimaju, red. Sve uzimaju. Neverovatno.
If you are LYON, if we're LYON in this point, you are miles behind. 4,000 gold, Gen.G, we know they're very good at closing games from this position. But how do we find a way back in?
I think it just comes down to, because right now there's no Mikhails, there's no Cleanse, you have the Ash Arrow, you have things like the Cassante, which are pretty good for isolating a target. I think if you take a 5v5, you're losing. If you find someone by themselves, that's the way into the game, and you just try and do that as much as possible. But the alternative conversation I want to raise is, so we've seen League
Slušaj što govore kasteri, kako se vrati.
Over the years, more things added to it, right? What do you view a perfect game as?
So my general view is nothing on the scoreboard.
Okay.
Right?
So if they got one grub,
I think it is much harder to get a perfect game now than it used to be. I'll preface that, right? But if they get one grub, yes, I do think it wouldn't be a perfect game.
Even though like the two grubs is the one that gets the announcement.
No, but you've got something on the scoreboard. Right. I don't count plates because they're not on the scoreboard.
Okay.
Ok, diskutabilan take kolege Kastera.
Yes, Gen.G are on track for a perfect game.
On track for a perfect game, okay. And so far, you know, we talked earlier about the no tier 2 towers for Berserker. They do need to make a bit more progress.
They haven't got a plate. LYON have yet to get a plate. 2 minutes on the next Drake.
I thought they'd have an easier chance with the crystalline overgrowth to set that up, but right now it looks like Gen.G setting up for a fight.
AORUS does have flash and heal, is forced away.
Šta radi AORUS, brate mili? Dobro, Serafin izgrifovala malo, duro po... Okej, nema šalim se. Ne. Ode prvi game. A malo je Duro bio van poziciji, iskreno. Pogotovo oliko milih heroja ove bruzere baš ne sme tu da stoji.
I was so sure after Jura got the flash out that LYON were just all gonna die in that cataclysm in the midst of it, but inspired.
Mislim, na kraju je lepo izvuko sa ultom, ali... Malo su overstepali Ruler i Duro, iskreno. Pogotovo činjenica da igraju u Ashe. Igraju u Ashe, a Ruler nema cleanse. Što je jako netipično. Mislim, kao, generalno kad igraš u Ashe uvek ćeš nanovati cleanse na AD carry-u. Tako da je baš čudno, iskreno.
And they did manage to do that. Tower going down for Gen.G, though, in the top lane. Chovy can be the one, the recipient of that. Some plates for Saints down towards the bottom lane. LYON on the board in terms of plates as well. Still a 1.4k lead for Chovy, who is really popping off so far this first stand. At the start of the year, sometimes he was a little bit quieter, but obviously still Chovy.
I think the early stages of the LCK Cup, again, I feel like we put him to such a high standard that when he's playing at like a 8 out of 10, I'm like, okay, come on. But there was that series against G+ where he did like the 79k damage Aurora game. He was just insane. Now Chovy is Chovying, and Keen is Keening.
Keen is Keening. Keen je prejak. Ovo baš ne izgleda kao fair match.
Yeah, able to find that pickup. I think Saints staying a little bit too long for those plates. Dokla getting some alone time top though.
Kao baš ne izgleda fair.
Soul at 17 minutes. That's a 22-minute soul if they take it immediately. And LYON just can't really step in too easily. Inspired perhaps looking for the win becomes lightning audacious charge just to get the smite. Goes in late, stunned immediately. Wildcard gets a massive knockup, but Inspired's dead before he can do anything else. The Crescent Guard not even using with the TP behind from Dokla.
Ovo izgleda kao tuča između mlađeg i starijeg brata. Stariji brat maltretira mlađeg burazera. Kolorizovano.
I can't hate that he went for the play. I think it was the right move, just unfortunate how it panned out.
It's one of those you have to. And you also kind of expect to not manage to do it as well. It's Gen.G. Their objective control, unsurprisingly, pretty good.
Yeah.
And they keep him away from the pit long enough to secure it. Now with a 5,000 gold lead, 18 minutes in, Gen.G can take their time with it. They've got Rift Herald as well, if they want to use that. Let's try and get a charge in, maybe crack through the mid tier 1, just to open up the map a little bit more.
Čim Berserker igra, brati u fazonu ljudi, ja sam 1-0, guys. I letni carry. Teško će nositi do duše sa još ovaj komp, mislim samo još ne igra toliko.
Chovy has a whole item. It's like a whole item based Nam Tome right now. And I feel like on Silas, you really, if you're weak, you'll just get exploded. Like you're benefiting from being bulky enough to get rotations of abilities. That's just not.
Ne znam, iskreno mislim da je G2 samo izgrifovao transfer split. Jer Inspired je hteo da igra u G2. Ja mislim da je G2 samo trebao da uzme Inspireda i Busija. I dobio bi jungler supporta koji već imaju sinergiju iz FlyQuesta. Eventualno ako nećeš Bibija, možda uzmeš i Vipa, uzmeš 3 igrača FlyQuesta, zadržiš Kapsa i Han samo, imaš broken roster. I mislim da je to legitimno roster koji je mogao da upsetuje Kinu, Koreju. Ne sad, ne znam ja šta, ali kao... Vjerovatno najbolja šansa koju zapadni LoL ima da uradi bilo šta protiv istočnog. To je moj take. Ne znam.
But this is a moment where LYON could potentially threaten, like, to come in They don't have the TP as XGX at the moment, but like they could move in on the flanks and threaten. But Gen.G 5-man strong, really hard to approach.
Saint trying to mark Keen, but Keen has a 2-level lead over the enemy mid laner. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake. That's really what Gen.G is setting up for, just trying to get some vision in here, steal away as many camps as possible. Chovy is going to find Saint as they both walk towards this blue buff area, just keeping them away from the minions. This is also something, the amount of times I said this is something Gen.G do really well in this game, but something that Gen.G do that I think not a lot of people will notice is how willing they are to sacrifice a couple of minions for themselves to make sure the enemy loses a whole wave.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I won't actually farm this last shot as Inspired is caught out, dives onto Ruler with the Crescent Guard, Encore coming across, Inspired flashes over it, but Ruler's here.
Džabe, nema damage, nema damage. Ne.
Inspired can't get enough to
Sži, šta njima radi.
But Gen.G immediately come to the defense of their AD carry.
I skipa Essence ide pravo na Infinity, to mi se sviđa. Ide biti Infinity LDR na MF, što mislim da je huge. Mislim da je to u stvari giga nice.
And Gen.G, enemy jungler down, don't even think of the prospect of going for Baron. They just don't even think there's no need. We have Hextech Soul in a minute and a half. We're just going to look towards that. In terms of the fight for the Soul, Ruler being down flash is something maybe LYON can look to capitalize on, but the problem is even if you win the fight, which is I don't think is really likely, but if you win the fight but they get Soul, you're still going to be in a really bad spot.
It's also like, how do you get onto Ruler without his flash? Because now he can play a little bit further back. You've got the arrow, you have an all-out, like flash all-out from Dokla maybe, but he's never really going to be close enough for that. And then Inspired is usually the one that you'd be looking at. Can you get on towards this MF? But he knows.
Yeah, fair.
I think with this comp from LYON, you don't want to be grouped together. Yeah. I'm definitely not into what Gen.G has, but ideally if you can get some deeper.
Kenjo vjerovatno ide na Guardian, stiće pre Inspireda, ako uopšte to bude relevantno, jer su oni biju za Soul u 22. minutu. 23.
And you either win the fight, you get the dragon, or you lose the game. You're 7,000 gold down. You know, it's all or nothing at this point.
Legitimno moraju se biju, ja ne znam kako. Čovjek protobel Torijana. To je ono što sam pričao kako voli protobel, čovjek builda na svakom heroju protobel. Ali okej, kao dobi budžet Gale Force, I guess, mislim, na midžu bez escape-a nije toliko loše, možda koristiš dodger skill shotove, pa znam. Ono, Xin of W, Ash Arrow, Silas Chain. Da, mislim da je okej, mislim da ima kao pije vodu item. Znaš, kad se setim koliko sam volao Gale Force samo zašto mogu da se dešam, kao Rocket Belt, realno gledano ima smisla. Kao Ash te Arrow, a ti se dešuješ od Arrowa. Full legit play. Canyon je malo u problemu ovdje. A Wifovo je cool. Ali Renekton radi svašta po backline-u. I Ash je mrtva i Saint ne može da ostane da juri Jarvana. Lacosta radi svoje, gle stoji u backline-u šota kolektivno. Serafin je pala, ali nije ni bitno. Dokla healuje čovija i ovo je Drake Baron game, ne znam šta će da rade, moraju da odluče. Verovatno Drake i Baron. Evo, verovatno.
Soul going over to Gen.G alongside it, the Baron begun by Ruler and Canyon.
Yeah. Well, it is a best of 5. There's more opportunities to get back in the series. I just think, yeah, so that's the MasterCard price this moment of the game, securing the Hextech Soul. And I think at this point, you are looking towards game 2. It's not quite a 10,000 gold lead, but approaching on it. We'll get a replay of this fight, so they commit a lot to this Jarvan. Canyon honestly uses...
Sire, pogledajte Kina samo, gledajte Kina. Pogledajte Kina koliko je njemu lepo u životu ovaj game. Prvo onda i god trči, svi beže od njega, gledaj ga. Čovjek se dešuje na Xina od dosade. Bolesno.
Just burning the Crescent Guard at the start of the fight. She's like, okay, I'm standing on top of you, deal with me. And yeah.
LYON u fazonu, braćo. Gdje smo na njih došli? Gdje baš na njih nalete smo? Ali imaju i ovaj Drake za perma slow, ma kakvi te... MF ima LDR, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster u 24. minuti, ova serija je samo... Ne znam. Ma kakvi. Evo pao je Canyon, smo iskomentarisali. Ima BF u bazi, verovatno možda i malo jače od toga. Nemam pojma stvarno. Ne. Samo Gen.G je samo Pinnacle of League of Legends, braćo. Pinnacle of League of Legends, samo gledamo najbolji LoL koji postoji i to je to. Nema tu šta. Bolesni su, stvarno su predobri, brate. Baš je lep LoL za gledanje. I ne razloče ga 46 minuta, nego u 25 minuta vinaju koji ljudi. Kaže ti koji si, brat, svaka čast koji izdržiš da poveš sve to ovih dana i streamuješ uveče svoj content, Artiljero, hvala ti puno, brate moji, hvala ti puno. To sam. Tu sam koliko mogu da budem, trudim se. Ne znam šta da vam kažem ovaj game, iskreno. Ne znam šta da vam kažem ovaj game, ali manje više očekivan stomp. Pauzica je... Ja mislim 10 minuta, obično je 10 minuta, između ovih 11 minuta pauza. Mišljam da li da samo postavim traku u pauzu. Nastavit ću i traku, šetam. Ne, stomp. Ništa, da postavim traku, nestanem na kameri, tu sam za 7-8 minuta, pa gledamo lepotu od Gen.G-evog gameplaya još jednom.
It just happened. It's just pain. It's all it is pain. Hey, listen, that game was longer than the first game against JDG. Yeah. It's fine if Gen.G bullies everyone in the world, right? I agree. Anyway, player of the game, tricky choice for us. Both of y'all voted Canyon. He is going to be the player of the game as well. Early game was completely dominant for them, and we just have a reel of really where the game was decided, where we felt like it was decided, and it was in the early game, Emily.
Yeah, I think the big thing to me is, because it also could have gone to Chovy, right? But the big thing to me was that in so many of these situations, it's going to start in bot lane with Isles just stepping a little bit too far forward and then just dying for it. This is what I wanted to talk about, though, right? Because Inspired thinks he sees an angle onto mid. They're trying to get Saint into a good position, knowing that he's going to have a tough time against Chovy. Canyon is already there, ends up killing Inspired, and here's another gank onto the bot side from Canyon.
And this one was really fun because, like, they cut out Xin Zhao, who was basically hunting for a gank, and then pushed him off. He then walked towards his, like, the Jarvan walked towards his own control ward in Tribush, and then just took the gank anyways. Like, that was really creative. Then being able to match Xin Zhao after he got flash off Chovy, so he was basically everywhere and matching Inspired, which is what you expect out of him, but it was a masterclass here.
Yeah, and we have an update on Gen.G's speedrun update. Okay. They have beaten JDG very quickly. They also did beat LYON very quickly. Game one with LYON was, I believe, we need to populate it here, but 23 minutes was their game one against JDG. This game was like 24, 25 minutes by the time they ended.
They survived longer than game one.
Silver linings, but really we pulled up the lane economy snapshot again for this one because of how dominant the early game actually was.
This is the big thing to me because Gen.G are so powerful right here. I mean, obviously this is expected. Bot lane does really well. There's just nothing over here. And going into this series, you know, LYON have to know that the laning, just the raw laning power, before we even get to their objective setups and how much control Canyon has over the early game now, their raw laning power is insane, and you saw that dominance here.
Yeah, and this was not something that was going to be surprising. This is something that they had done domestically consistently, finding small incremental advantages and like just snowballing that. That was something that actually Inspired was very vocal about going into this one. He had an interview with Ethan from specifically it was they're from DPM, but if you could just see it right here is a rift.gg where he mentioned the aspect of like, hey, stall for 15 minutes, win team fights. They're so much better at laning and getting small advantages. And he talked about how kind of creative you can be in chaotic elements in team fights. And if they can find those moments, then maybe they have an edge there.
And this is constantly a debate about how LCS teams are supposed to play against the best Korean teams in the world.
Yes.
Do you try to spam early game or do you try and scale? I do think the one that I wanted to try was to spam early game when we were at Worlds back in 2020.
Yeah.
It worked against Suning, but it didn't work in other situations. This also has worked for Inspired in their first series against Gen.G a year and a half ago at Worlds 2024. And I just want to pull up the one good line fight for why I think it's still possible that this could work, just not in a reliable way.
Please give me some hope. Any hope is good.
This was while they were down 4,000 gold. They're nearly one-shotting Duro. If they have one more item power spike, maybe they do.
Yeah.
And even the back end of this fight, killing Ruler, Duro getting out with sub 100 health, and then Chovy and Canyon both having to flash out, getting quite low. You could see if they were to kill 2 more people in that game, the game state could have actually been a little bit playable. They'd be down 2,000 gold, but have scaling. Listen, fully understand that is max cope, but that was at least the idea from LYON going into the game.
Yes.
Yeah, I will say this is also one thing I want to bring to everyone's attention because
That's a lot of zeros.
We talked about
That's a lot of zeros.
yesterday with Team Secret Whales versus BFX, right? It's looking very similar. Look at all these neutral objectives.
I don't want to do that.
That LYON managed to get. Oh wait, there are no neutral objectives.
Camps are neutral objectives.
That's crazy. But it's at the same time, like, if you're actually trying to metagame it of saying, okay, we're losing every lane, we need to have as much power as possible for a post 50-minute team fight.
Yeah.
All the delayed power things like early Drakes is not something LYON would even try and contest because they're just trying to like min-max as much power as they can for that mid-game team fight. So when it fails, yeah, you're gonna get perfect gamed.
And
Pretty much. If it was gonna fail, more, it would have been a perfect game.
Yes, I will at least. Here's my small sense of cope. Because I think from the drafting perspective, Gen.G did it all. Even like having the Jarvan, banning specifically the Gnar and setting up for the Renekton, so you don't even get the weird kind of like counter picks that Doko can go for. Now that's off the table. Hey, Keen now can't go for the Cassante or the Renekton, but he has every other pick.
Sure.
He has every other pick on the table.
Yeah, he can still play everything.
Yeah.
The draft felt fine to me for Gen.G. If there was a way that Gen.G has failed in the past, I think sometimes their drafts aren't that good, but it's because they win 90% of their games. It's hard to understand what they think is actually good and bad because if they're winning all those games. What we still have are memes though, Raz.
That's true.
You always
In the
have
pre-show,
memes.
if you're watching, we mentioned Berserker 0-9 all-time against Chovy. But what has potentially just activated? I think we need to point out the 0-10.
The power spike. I like it. I'm believing in it a little bit.
I'm less hopeful after this game, but I
am
do
feeling pretty good about my 3-0 prediction.
I do love the Yasuo 0-10 Berserker power spike.
I had 0 faith, now I have 0.1 faith. That's all we need.
That's something. You're saying there's a chance. Game 2 after this.
Okay, me too.
Coming.
Yeah. Fight this. Nice.
For the win becomes lightning audacious charge just to get the smite. Goes in late, stunned immediately. Wildcard gets a massive knockup, but Inspired's dead before he can do anything else. And Dokla will be cut to ribbons by Gen.G. A charm coming onto Canyon as Saint falls, Isles follow suit, and Gen.G will march down mid.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Time to spread my wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Propped it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen.G! They are just going to ace them!
누구를 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners!
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
What do you believe in? The recipe for destiny is resting where your dreams is. No questioning your dreams here. We dealing in extremes here. If you want to fence, stay on the bench. You won't achieve here. Find me on the front lines getting volatile. I'm coming for impossibles. If there's an ounce of doubt around, in combat isn't optional. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm one and I'm guilty, bruh. Wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe. What do you believe in? You ain't gonna get it solo, homie. I don't know where your team is. We showing them what the elite is, prestigious. I think we all in agreement. It does not matter what side you on. We know my grass is the greenest. I wanted that. You bring the heat, I'm sparking back. You are not a match. Bro, I go bananas, holla back. A war zone. I got time for playing short on. Say I'm winning, I'm guilty, but wanna know what I'm guilty of? I believe. Gravity can't hold me down. I believe right here, right now, I'm gonna get my crown. I believe.
제가 오늘 3대 0으로 조금 깔끔하게 승리를 했다고 해서 딱히 자존심을 치워줬다 이런 건 없는 것 같고 늘 똑같은 기분인 것 같습니다. 제가 올해 그 LPL 결승전을 보면서 조금 화끈한 스타일인 줄 알았는데 JDG가 근데 막상 경기를 치르고 나니까 생각보다 조금 아쉽다라고 느꼈습니다. 옆에서 계속 제가 모르는 게 너무 많다 보니까 그래서 너무 많이 알려주셔서 제가 이렇게까지 될 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 늘 하던 대로 하면은 3대 0 충분히 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Welcome back to First Stand as we are ready and raring to go into Draft 4 Game 2. LYON picking second pick. Gen.G have taken a blue side. They're going to get rid of the Rise, Karma and Varus removed by LYON. That seems wrong. Because how did LYON have two bans already if they're second pick?
Oh, so this is LYON's strategy? Yeah. They've taken the Gen.G logo.
Genius.
And actually if LYON have keen
I evo nas nazad, sam vidimo što se događa. Gen.G, LYON, Gen.G, mislim ne znam kažem stvarno. Lepši LOL gledao nisam u skorije vreme i mnogo mi je drago da eto imamo priliku gledamo Gen.G na Internationalu. Ne znam što se dogodilo s overlayen. Ali bit će bolje. Valjda, možda, nemam pojma.
The win over JDG didn't really excite anything within him.
I feel like he wasn't even trying to be like, he was just like, yeah, you know, we win everything. You know, it sounded so casual the way he was saying it.
Do you think, like, if they do win Worlds this year, which I think at the moment you would, on their current form, they should be favored.
Ovo svaki put kažu, bukvalno. Ovo svaki put kažu. Pobede Worlds jer im je dobra forma. I onda nikad ne pobede Worlds.
Or do you think it's better to do like a T1 and only just sneak in 4th seed and then win Worlds from there because it's less expected?
Do I think it's worse to win everything in the year in Golden Road?
Yeah, but in terms of personal satisfaction with it, does it feel better to fight from being the underdog to win Worlds, or just be like, oh, we were always the best?
You know, I wouldn't personally know, but I feel like it feels pretty good.
Uvijek je odgovor, pobediš sve. First pick Vaj, Ari je otvorena. Ambessa je otvorena. To su dva heroja koje uvek hoćete uz Vaj. Jednostavno neka forma instant follow-upa vam uvek treba. Želite samo da kada Vaj ulta neko može da kolapsuje na Vaj ult.
Taken away by Gen.G and they will first pick the Vi.
Okay, now we get the first pick Vi coming through, so that point and click lockdown at pick Canyon definitely loves to prioritize. And just make you think, what will it be paired with, right? The Talia still open.
Ovo bi volao da vidimo Inspired-a.
But we did see the Aurora come out from LYON.
Nešto nisam sam uveren da će igrati Nidali, ali mislim isto kao i G2 juče protiv BLG-a, brate, mora izvuku nešto, ono. Mislim da default LOL samo ne radi.
It was like 1.7k DPM. It was absurd.
Incredibly impressive.
Yunara coming through as well, so a pick that Berserker could definitely pop off from. You don't have the Lulu to back it up though in this situation. With that being taken out in game 1, I know Yunara Lulu's been that really strong combo that people love to pair together.
Yeah, Seraphine gone as well alongside Karma, so you don't have like a true easy enchanter. You could play something like the Melio if you wanted to.
Nico gone too. I know Yunara and Nico's been like a really strong team fighting combo, so it'll be interesting to see what comes through in terms
Ambessa. Znam, veoma sam šokiran da je Ambessa pikovana. Bio bi još više od ovde. U stvari ovde neće pikati Ari, možda i hoće pikaju Ari. Htio sam kažem možda žele AD carry, ali Ambessa Ari Vi je samo beyond broken combo. Ovde sekuješ AD carry-a za to, ali nešto će biti banovano, tako da ili pikaš Ari ili pikaš Ezreala ovde. Ovo mi se ne sviđa. U stvari ne, sviđa mi se, šalim se. Ne, ima smisla isto. Vi ulta, Ambessa ulta preko toga, Gali ulta preko Ambesse.
That mobility, that momentum in fights, but you know, a lot of global pressure afforded by that Galio and a pick that Chovy. I mean, there's a lot of picks he's very good on, but definitely excellent on.
Very true. And with the Vi and Ambessa diving onto the back line, Hero's entrance on top of it, you know, it does exactly what you wanted to do. LYON looking towards perhaps an Ari of their own.
Yeah, so putting the Aurora in the top lane, and Dokla, a player who very often we've seen LYON put his pick late in the draft, often getting a counter pick, but here they've ended up flexing to essentially give him that and giving him a ranged top matchup into the Ambessa. So, you know, last game we saw Keen get a pretty solid CS farm advantage. This time it's going to be Dokla who should have control of that lane. You know, we've seen him bring out like the Varus top, the Vayne top.
I think this is the first Aurora top we've seen from him this year, though.
Yeah.
As far as I can recall.
I think it makes sense, though, fits in with the style of play. He's brought out a lot more this year. Last year, I think it was less common for him to be doing this, but now having that range top matchup, they have a lot of advantages. And you see LYON taking out the Nami, pairing with Corki and Lucian, so a lot of strength there.
Also just a lot of pressure in the lane. The ability to go in and dash onto the Yunara, who does need to build up that cultivation of spirit to really be able to trade back into you effectively, or to hit the Arc of Triumph as well. Poppy banned away from Isles, no real surprises there. Probably his best pick in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like LYON probably want a pick that can like disengage and peel. I feel like for Gen.G, like a Rakan would be really strong with what they have already. I mean,
Click, take never forget.
Value, but I think the Rakan still being open. I could see that being paired up. Honestly, we saw it played in the tournament. It's not something Duras play, but even like a Camille support would be crazy here.
True.
I think just accentuating what you already have in terms of the dive. And then
Ari tikave u Gali, Ari ne radi dovoljno damage da ubije Galija, tako da mislim ok, 6. 7. 9. level, na levelu 9 svako radi damage da ubije svakog, ali generalno
support, but
fajn je za Galija, iskreno.
fate there for the either disengage or for the initial engage for the Vi and then better to follow up on. I could see it working.
Yeah. Wukong ban is big, because I was thinking what does Inspired assume he's going to pick here and they leave support to last, and I think Wukong was one of the picks on the forefront.
Inspired's Viego, he made a name on this champion all the way back in his days in the EU LCS, I think it was at the time, maybe the LEC, picking up a pentakill on it, and it will be locked in.
So there's a ton of momentum.
Nekako osjećam se kao prorok kad gledam ovaj first stand, iskreno.
They don't have like a primary engager yet, so that support pick going to be really important. It is leaving it to last pick, leaving that last option available for IELTS to have the information. And Gen.G looks...
Šta da vam kažem, ljudi, šta da vam kažem, samo sam doca. Doduše, mislim, se razumemo, ovo nije pobjeda za LYON pod bilo kojim uslovima. Samo sam napomenuo da jedina šansa koju LYON ima je da Inspired uzme Viega, ali daleko od toga da to znači da će pobediti game. Samo ovo im bar daje neku šansu, ne znam. Ako Gen.G neko napravi grešku, legitimno nemam pojma šta treba da se dogodi.
That being said, one thing when you are getting resets with the Viego, if the champion has a dash, feels really good. There's a lot of dashes. If you start getting, like, you go onto Rakan, grand entrance in, get a reset again, and you just keep...
dash, get yeah. 100% see it.
Speaking of getting that first kill, getting that momentum, Nautilus, he's the king of single target lockdown.
Oh, we needed lockdown from this Lion squad, right? You look at the rest of it, you've got a Charm, and you have a Spectral Maul. And that's all of your CC. Like, you have a slow from the weirding, I guess, right? But really, you needed something with quite heavy CC. You need to have someone that can be that initiator. The problem is, on something like a Nautilus, and this is why the Nautilus Death Fund exists, if you fall behind, you're gonna die a lot. Because that is just what happens when you are the primary engage for your team. And Gen.G in game one showed us that in terms of laning, they can force LYON behind. I like what I'm seeing from LYON though. It's heavy skirmish. Yep. We didn't see them take that many fights deliberately in game one. Apart from that one around the river where Inspired was able to pick up Ruler, I'd like to see a little bit more impetus, a little more get up and go from LYON in this game.
If you let Gen.G pull off their engage, I think you're going to have a really rough time. But if you get that first initial pick with the Nautilus, with the Ari, you get the momentum, that's why I can see the avenue here. I do really like Gen.G's composition, but I will say something LYON have secured here compared to last game, better lane matchups. We saw mid lane really be a struggle, bot lane really be a struggle, top lane, I think Dokla was doing better than the other lanes, but still behind in terms of farm. This time, I think you have an advantageous matchup in the top lane. You know, you have range versus melee in the mid, and bot should be more stable.
Yeah, I have to see if LYON can keep things stable through the early game as Chovy on this Galio is just going to spot out Inspired. For Gen.G, business as usual. It's a very Gen.G comp, right? You have solid dive from Keen and Canyon. You've got Ruler on an AD carry that can do a huge amount of damage later on. You've got Duro there. His ability to be everywhere on the map, get vision in before objectives, but also be that follow-up engage. And Gen.G loving life with these 5 picks.
You know, it's interesting because we saw the change that did happen for Gen.G that we've talked a bit about was Ryu, who was the coach, the BNK Fear-X coming from that team over to
Gen.G. Skinove pa doletimo polako unutra.
We're very indicative of how BNK Fear-X wanted to play last year and the sort of things they would draft.
Pick and cheese with Viego. To je bila i moja ideja, mislim, moraju nešto da urade što je cheesy.
You charge in, and with the team as strong as Gen.G in those 5v5s, it feels a bit unfair.
It's one of those, I think a lot of people, when they look at great teams, will say, oh, they play complex things well. As Ignite goes down onto Ruler, doesn't have the Valkyrie right now. Gleaming Quill available for Duro, but he can't get in range to heal up Ruler. Great trade from Berserker and Isles there.
Yeah, really good trade, and I love, they go for the Ignite. So normally we've seen heals so much for supports, but Duro doesn't want to heal there because the healing's reduced, so he holds it, he saves it, and that means you don't get the movement speed, so Ruler's trapped into the trade for longer. Berserker and Isles, you know, game 2, they're coming to play.
Yeah, really nice early trade. Good hook from Isles to start things off. Level 2 now for Ruler and Duro does mean they're a little bit safe. Another hook's going to land. Gleaming Quill on Duro will heal up Ruler as well.
Hey, look, we're 2 minutes into the game. This is already looking way better.
It's massive. Good stuff all round for the LYON bottom lane. Slight leads in every role apart from support right now for them. Dokla getting the push into Keen with that ranged into melee matchup. And Keen having to sacrifice at least a couple of minions out of this wave just because of how much pressure Dokla can put down. Area was used by Berserker in bot lane to make sure that he got his recall off.
Yeah, good move there, picking up the coal, so has that investment coming through. And Ruler not going to be able to max out as obviously he wants to get his tier.
I mean, Carl is so good on Yunara as well. All of that lifesteal, or pseudo lifesteal off from it with your cultivation of spirit, the Q. Wave start to push towards Dokla, especially with Keen thinning it out like this, but Keen struggling a little bit because of that range disparity that is there. Canyon actually foregoing the bot side scuttle crab, even though he was on that side.
Pojačao malkice brzinu i možemo da pregazimo traku koliko će Gen.G da pregazi. Gde je Dario? Canyon. Ne znam da li mogu da dajevo je dokle ima previše health-a.
But Canyon has to be careful because he's not going to have the immediate support, the immediate backup. Now, though, Keen could end up in trouble here.
Keen weirding for the slow. Inspired spotted on the tri-bush ward, and Keen will just start to walk away. Inspired, you do want to get towards that level 6 as quickly as possible on the Viego as well, so with his Krug spawning, wants to get back there.
Jako mi interesantno u stvari da Keen ne rana Electrocute u Doklu. Jer obično Ambessa u range matchupima rana Electrocute, a ne Grasp. Jer ne vidim kako on dobija Grasp value ovdje. Mislim, zna Keen svakako bolje nego ja šta treba da rana na topu, ali to je jako mi interesantno. Jer u sve range matchupe ne radiš ne igraš Grasp jer nema šanse da ostaneš dovoljno dugo u kombatu i da ga prokaš, a da protivnik ne napravi grešku. Tako da baš nemam pojma šta je ugao.
As much as things are going good for LYON, and we know that from what Inspired said before the series, the game plan...
Ooh, Valkyrie down onto AORUS, he has to flash away, but the flash follow from Ruler endures enough, the auto comes out. AORUS just oversteps a smidge. Berserker now getting chased out as well, his barrier almost back off cooldown, Inspired coming in from the side as well. Flash, Spectral more, knock up with the ground...
Ok, mora dobije kill. Oh my god, neće dobiti kill. Dobit će kill, ok.
He'll get it, he'll go into the corgi. Valkyrie's over onto Duro who flashes away.
Thor. Ovo još je ok, bar Inspired dobio nešto. Da je Inspired bio 6, pa ne može dobije momentum pre 6. levela. No, ovo je sigurno najbolji draft LYON-a. Jer mimo ovoga stvarno nemam pojma šta rade da ostanu relevantni u sljedećem gameu. Dobro, ult za ult. Dokle nema puno mane. Tako da Keen i dalje gleda da li možda nađe neki ugao. Prvo što mora baciti 3 spela samo da mu uđe u range. I da nema spelove da radi damage. Ali... Ok, mislim uspio je da mu outsustina mana pool, I guess. Ali Ajl koji, brate, on dođe, proka Aftershock, kajta sebe da mu istekne Aftershock, da eksplodira u žbunu i u fazonu je sad je dobro vreme da re-engage-am. Dobro, mislim, ako imaš Aftershock, ti olinaš sa Aftershockom, tu nema... Da, ne, zašto je Canon ga samo dive ovdje. I onda može da Q-out, savršen. Čisto od Canyona, nema šta. Ovdje je Dokla samo dopustio da ga Ambessa previše čanka u range melee matchupu i nema šta. Canyon je samo čekao dobije 6 i 2-0 na vaj. Ovaj hook ne radi ništa, Kork je hito 6 i oni su slabiji 2 na 2. Nema treći. Ali nije ni bitno, već su izgubili Bot opet. Bukvalno samo ne mogu da igraju.
So we see some heavy trading back in return.
Ping's coming out towards the blue buff area from Gen.G. I think they were wondering if perhaps they could go for the invade onto Inspired here. But they'll back away. You can see Canyon just going up towards his own blue side, wants to farm through. Perhaps make his way towards Keen on the top side.
Sint igrati uopšte ovdje, da će igra Blackfire možda na Ari. Proba da brna Galija malo.
Very large window just to take it. It's like I don't really need to be doing anything else here.
I think as well a lot of junglers will just do like the one to the extra speed.
Dobro. Ovo je samo trade, nije ništa. Mnogo bije doklu ovdje.
Being in control of the lane early game.
Yeah, Keen really playing for this lane matchup.
Mislim da Keen traži dive ovdje sa full cooldownovima. Upravo je... Ok, ili samo bolji. Ovo je bukvalno, ja ne znam. Brat moj igra Vegardom botove. Ali s običnim botovima. Kažem, ne znam, evo, Inspired eventualno da uradi nešto, ali nemam pojma. Ne znam, ne, baš je insane, stvarno su nenormalno dobri.
Slightly different path through the Hex Drinker towards the Eclipse. Canyon did take the grubs while this was happening, and Rulu and Duro wisely back away from the bot side, knowing that, well, where could Inspired be? He's somewhere down.
Bukvalno su neverovatno dobri.
Canyon gets a little bit down. So yeah, that voice line, that wow, I guess every time we cut to it, someone recalling. Rulu will clear out the wave. And after, you know, 6 minutes,
full reset na botu z oba lane.
Now Gen.G 1.6k ahead of LYON, who just have that single kill and Drake to their name.
Yeah, I think with the lane advantages, LYON's not getting as much of a farm lead as maybe they would have hoped in comparison like Gen.G game 1. But, you know, Inspired, as he said before the series, the hope is just to stabilize lanes and get to a mid game where they can fight. So that's what we're looking toward. It does feel unfortunate that game 1, Gen.G got the early dragons. They get like the Chemtech Ocean into Hextech Soul. LYON get Hextech Mountain.
Yeah.
If it's a terrible soul, I'm going to feel so bad for them.
They do still have to do the next steps of taking the next dragon and then playing for the soul as well.
That's true.
And so I was spotted out on vision. He comes towards topside. Inspired here as well. Has the Kraken Slayer complete on the Viego. Looking to see if they can burst down Keen. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Saint knocked up with the Justice Punch.
Ovo je samo, čovjek ga maltretira 1 na 1, nemam pojma, stvarno.
Depth charge onto Keen. Public execution to dodge the CC. IOS caught underneath the tower. Still Keen surviving through it. IOS will fall. Doklo will follow. Inspired will come third. Oh, flashes away from the heroes. Entrance. A double though for Keen as the TP comes in.
Keen dobije double, Inspired dobije 1. Inspired je stvarno dobar na Viegu, ali kažem, džabe.
Gets the kill and manages to get out before Chovy. It could have been even worse. It could have been 3 kills coming through.
Bukvalno džabe.
Duro even coming through with a teleport. Just a devastating situation for LYON there. Trying to kill Keen and 2 go down. 3-1-1 now for the Ambassador. This is not good. And
while it happens, Berserker is forced away from his tower on the bottom lane. 3 plates, 3 plates go over to Ruler. He has a 15 CS lead as well. It's almost 900 gold ahead now for the Corki, and Keen is still 1,000 ahead himself.
Oh man. Yeah, going from bad to worse in this situation. This Ambassador is going to be a problem. So see.
Ne, čovjek mnogo lepo igra.
Beautifully played. And then just buying as much time with the cooldowns, gets that shield in as well, focused on a line who had aggro. Dokla grabs it with the tower ramped up, and then Inspired dashing and then flashing to get out of the knockup just in time. Because with how ramped up the tower was
dead. Yeah, one or two more tower shots would have definitely killed off Inspired. Gold lead shrinks a little bit for Gen.G, but with the quickness going down onto IOS, he does have the flash, might try and dash out of this one. Charm onto Berserker as well, who continues to trade in. IOS perhaps looking for the hook onto Duro. Has a flash of his own.
Ruler?
Ruler flashes back into the bush, but Berserker continues to trade in.
Ovo je malo bilo i mislim. Računaju Canyon je tu. Prelepo, Ward, kill, ima ulti za Berserkera. Ok, možda je mogo da ga ulta, neću vas lagati. Mislim da je Canyon malo gridov ovdje da ne baci ulti. Ali, dobro. Ali, okej. Malo je zagridova, iskreno, malo je zagridova.
First Drake of the game going over to Gen.G. Canyon now 4-0-0.
Malo manji lead nego prošli game, ali svakako je fajn.
Grind between Canyon and Inspired. Pretty even in terms of gold, but Canyon has been having a whale of a time when it comes to picking up kills.
I think it kind of shows that Inspired has been keeping up. He got those couple of kills. He's been farming quite well.
Good look on Duro. Death charge there for the follow-up. Saint looking with the Spirit Rush. AORUS will take the kill. The chase continues. Great charm from Saint, just clipping the heels of Canyon. He has to
Okej. Okej. Pa nije... Ovo ne valja. Sad će da formu u Inspiredu. Koji sam ja draft master u stvari, čovječ, to je nevjerovatno. Koji sam ja draft master u stvari.
That's the main thing, and that play for LYON was huge. They get the initial pick, and this is what the comp wants to do. The reset potential is huge there. And the gold lead less than 1,000 now.
Yeah. Really good stuff all around from LYON. IO setting up as well with a couple of great hooks, and then Saint coming in with the follow-up. Look at this. Duro thinks he's safe, but a good first hook into Death Charge means that Duro now looking to battle dance to Canyon, can't get there. Saint with a great charm just on the heels of Canyon.
Yeah. And then here, Canyon goes for the short dash to try and get around the wall.
Bend the bullet.
Ali, flash out ult in u Ariku. Malo se Gen.G opustio. Možda samo želi da ode malo u četvrti game, bar jednom. To je jedino što mi pada na pamet. Da su fazonu mnogo ima 3-0 serija, daj da jedno ode u 4.
Struggle in the lock-in Swiss stage online. LYON generally had a real struggle going 1-2, but in playoffs this guy really came to life.
And starting to do so in this game with a big goal lead now, 1,200 to get ahead of Chovy. And if you have a fed Ari, a fed Viego with this composition, it's going to be so significant when you get those first kills. The momentum you get is huge.
LYON in the lead. 15 minutes, and still 3 minutes before Chem break, so we've got a while. This is
Chemtech, you know, yeah. Chemtech soul, when they start to get dragons.
Not exactly what you want. And the problem for LYON is going to be King. He is so damn big right now, and you have to, like, we saw yesterday BLG versus G2. We've seen Ambessa do a lot of stuff.
Oh, I did see that.
Did you see that?
I did see that.
Been absolutely smurfed on G2.
On G2?
Yeah, on G2 specifically.
What region are G2 from?
G2 are from Europe.
Oh, Europe.
Yeah.
Bro, vi kasteri ono.
Right? That is the LEC. Man, look, you can try and mock me here. LEC losing to LPL top laners is a time-honored tradition.
Strašno šta pričaju, vrat. Što baci još jedna Evropa, čovječ.
It's true. It joins the 20 other ones of Aatrox is just slamming onto G2 on repeat. Or a Canon slicing Maelstrom or something. But yeah, like we've seen what an Ambessa can do, especially after you get towards the Death Dance, especially after you get towards a little bit of that sustain like, in the kit.
Yeah.
Now with the Eclipse complete, Doklo is just never winning that matchup. And I guess the question I'm coming to is, how do LYON actually start to pressure Keen in the side lane? Or how
Nikako ne prešeraš Kina. Keen je jedina osoba koju ne prešeraš. Odeš dead balluješ na mid i nadaš se da Ari može da uhvati ili Nautilus Peak da šotaš nekog za Viegovu formu i onda odatle snowballaš fight. Jer kogod priđe Keenu, bit će biven. To je problem. Gdje je vaš vrelac? Bukvalno.
Holding on to his flash for now, Inspired on the way across. Spirit Rush available to save, but Keen just dives in. Spectral more for the stun.
Keen ima flash. Ok, Ovaj Kraken basic od Inspireda next level bio. Ruler? Koga ti ide brašuješ s Korkijem, bro, chill. Bro, chill, you're an AD carry, bro. Bro, you're an AD carry, bro. Bro, you're an AD carry. Mene, ja sam problem što ima preveliki goat coach ovde. Kao što vidite, jedina stvar koja drži ovde LYON u gemu je Viego. Tako da, šta da vam kažem, iskreno ne znam zašto LYON plaća coaching staff kad mogu plate mene samo, razumete? Znači, bukvalno, samo ćeš dobiti ono, jednog čoveka koji sve može da radi. Easy life. Mislim, koma da ih koča, izgubit će 3-1 svejedno, ali... Razumete priču, ono. Inspired Viego, pa gledaj ga ruler. Brat moj. Brat moj. Dead Brasho je solo sa Korkijem. A mislim, nemojte to raditi. Nemojte to raditi, ako ste Korki, to nije, ne. Ako ste AD Carry, nemojte Dead Brashovati nikada.
I've cast a Gen.G series here at first, and one of them is Swan.
It's just a great way to describe the situation, you know. Inspired, given those sharp calls you've expected from him, where he's giving all the feedback to the team, saying what they should do. Ruler's like, yep.
Drake taking for Gen.G.
Master Caster, Master Coach, Master sve čoveč. Master i OTP ću da postanem kako sam krenuo. Doduše to je ako ne kvitam LOL za Slay the Spire, to je sad diskutabilno. Sinoć sam igrao igricu, oduševio sam se koliko je dobra. A baš, mislim, kao kad sam je gledao prvi put, bio sam u fazonu kao igra izgleda okej, brate. Ono okej igra. I onda sam ostao budan do fazom pola 4 sinoć igrajući Slay the Spire, iako sam trebao da legam spavam u 2. Tako da sam danas malo manje naspavan, ali igrao sam Slay the Spire, pa je vrt. Mnogo zabavna igrica. A imam još jednu igricu koju sam kupio, koju isto moram da probam. Tako da ima i toga. Uzeo sam neku igru sličnu Mega Bonku, ali kao lepša je grafički i to. Au, jadna kula. Šta ti je kula skrivila? Šta sprdem? A, piši.
I think it comes down to how the fights are structured. If they're kind of more clumped together and you get this flawless Gen.G engage, it's going to feel great for them. Whereas for LYON, I think you want to find it a bit more split out. Someone's like Duro's up to the side, maybe looking for a flank.
Team fights.
Yes, and you start it off with, you know, Duro is trying to find a flank
I
out
know
him, and that immediate momentum starter for the rest
Pite LOL za Crimson da, ne. Crimson je ovaj single player. Single player nije gas. Nikako. Single player nikako nije gas.
Tingling a little bit as Inspired and Saint are waiting. Keen will begin to step up. Doesn't have the flash.
Yeah, I think that's the danger point. He does have backup with Galio.
Vidio sam, baš smo komentarisali, baš smo Mixi komentarisali. Aha, šta smo rekli, Kina ne pikate? Tako. Jednom su ga pikovali zato što Galio nije bio tu da baci ulti, ali... Kin sa W plus je clip shieldom samo radi previše.
And Inspired just wasn't able to do enough on his own. He has Collector as well, remember, so really needs to get him below 5% and just wasn't able to do so. That gold lead that we saw LYON have, with this tower going, I think it's just gone.
It goes from 2.5k to 0 in the space of...
Au, za malo. 650 damage na basic. I guess da crit Kraken prokne. Nisam siguran šta bi drugo moglo da bude. Okej, tamo smo, vamo smo, nismo tu gde smo.
The thing is, Inspired ulted a little early because he wanted to guarantee it, which makes complete sense, but you didn't get as much execute damage on it, and Keen just able to survive. Look how low he is.
Samo što Mixi nemam pojma kad smo pričali o tome, ali da. 10-9 i Gen.G je fine i dalje. Mislim, fore što su Ambessa i Vaj samo prejaki. Ruler i Duro su pali previše behind ove game, pa je zato partija dosta napetija. Ali dalje mislim da ako je even i Gen.G se teamfighta kako treba, Gen.G samo dobija sve jedno. Ono što kažem jako potrebno je da Inspire dođe do shota. On ide LDR, treći item. Iako nema puno armora s druge strane. Ali iskreno mislim da je Shieldbo verovatno bila bolja opcija tu. Jer on mora da preživi, da uzme formu, on ne mora, mislim... Ne bi trebao on da bude taj koji radi sustain damage, to je poenta. A čovi najsrećniji ikada, brat mu igra Galio u 2 AP solo lanera. On ode u solo lane, u fazonu je kogod mi dođe, ja vinam. Ima Mercs, ima Hollow Ingredients, ne zanima ga ništa, bukvalno.
It's a good amount of value, so if they do get that Kentech Soul, it is going to make things tricky for LYON in this game.
Definitely agree with you. Keen still way ahead of Dokla, who is currently matching Chovy on that bottom side. And it looks like they are going to send Saint as the one who needs to deal with Keen, who still has his flash and his ultimate available. Canyon hovering around him, Duo on his way across as well. Good vision control for Gen.G around this barren pit. They could just start to look to play around it themselves. Saint with the teleport could join from the bottom, Dokla with the TP could join from the bottom side. But he's getting forced out pretty handily by Chovy right now.
Yeah, I don't think Dokla has a fun matchup.
Oh, public execution, they're just diving onto Saint. They go in with a follow-up season assist. Saint's gonna spirit rush out. There's the hero's entrance follow-up and Inspired trying to dive.
Opet kažem, samo bolje teamfightuje, to je fora. Duše, ovo je bilo bez MBS, ali da. Što sam stariji, to je više vuku spor igre Slade Spire i Crimson, najbolja priča. Bro, ja sam se toliko oduševio Slade Spireom. Znači, sinoć sam bio u fazonu, igra mi se nešto malo da iskuliram. I ajde, reko, vidim, toliko ljudi igra Slade Spire, reko, da vidimo čemu se radi, znaš, ajde da probam da igram, nemam pojma. Iskreno sam se, toliko oduševio, da nemam reči. Znači, večeras ako budem streamovo, igram malo Lola, prelazim na Slade Spire, verovatno. Ne bez Ambese, bez Aurore sam mislio, my bad. Aurora je bila u bazi, cafet. To je ta bruzerka lista, by the way. To je ta bruzerka lista. I ako budem streamovao Kevine, bit će... Pecu ću malo Lola i onda idem na Slade Spire. To je play.
And I think the concern is you're getting to the point where, like, Chovy has a Seeker's Arm Guard, Keen and Canyon, I think, are going G8.
Oh, big execution onto Berserker, who flashes away. Keen still looking for it, just dashes through them all! They can't touch him! Keen, untouchable from LYON, a double for him. Just dives into three. We saw it yesterday, BLG versus G2. When an Ambessa is this far ahead, there's just nothing you can do.
I think this is one of the big frustrations playing against Gen.G. Oh, looking for a fight here.
Chovy going very deep.
Oni završavaju game. Oni završavaju ovaj game, ovaj kraj gema. Gen.G u fazonu 25 minuta nam je prolazno vreme, sve više od toga je embarrassment. Insane. Ovaj game stvarno se činio kao mislim, LYON imao više uglova da dobije ovaj game nego prošli. Mislim da nakon ove partije padaju u oči, u fazonu su realno nećemo ih dobiti, da ih IRL i šutiramo iz stolica, tako da nadamo se da će loser bracket, nadamo se da će JDG biti slabiji protivnik. U teoriji hoće, ali ne znam da li će biti dovoljno slabiji da mogu da im uzmu seriju. Možda game ćemo posle ove serije. Svakako clean, nema šta, kažem. Najlepši LOL na svetu, Gen.G radi posao. 11 minuta pauzica, idemo sljedeći game, ovo je baš speedrun, što je iskreno očekivano od Gen.G-a. Tu sam za 10.
Some great moments for LYON in that game, and we'll hear more about them on the analyst desk. Take it away.
That ended rather quick. Yeah. This is what happens when you don't pick scaling, Raz. You get a little hyped. I was hyped in the mid game. I was looking. I was killing people.
I thought LYON did a lot better this game. I was a little concerned, specifically at the Viego lock-in, because I was thinking this is just a give me Viego, it's the only shot we have, right? But Saint's Ari was looking really good.
Yes.
For me though, they already said it in cast. It comes down to Keen. He is the best top laner in the world. He really took over this game on Ambessa. As we see from a bunch of highlight reels here, this is him buffering the Nautilus ult, then going in on the public execution, getting a double kill off of that. So yeah, that was pretty insane.
Could have been more if Inspired's not quick with the flash.
I know, right?
Yeah, and that was every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network for that keen dive escape.
True.
But yeah, I think that was the big play to me that was just like, okay, like just incredible individual skill, but also he's gonna take over this game. We saw it yesterday with Bin's Ambessa as well. Just this champion can run over the entire game.
And what's annoying is that they'll see it coming. They'll see it coming. Of course, we already talked about this, the play that came through. For me, the angle of it was the fact that the ward in the middle bush caught Nautilus coming in. And yes, being able to catch the Nautilus in the engage. And then also, I think it was the dot from Dokla that made it so he was turret aggro second. So like those moments really burn. Because I was like, okay, it seems like this is going to be a pretty clean 3v1 dive, even though they see the Nautilus coming. No, he outplays the entire situation.
Yeah, player of the game is Keen.
Yeah.
What a surprise. I'm curious to see whether the fans agree with us. But yeah, we kind of voting blocked it.
I mean, who would it be? Chovy's Galio is really good.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. But it's got to be Keen.
All right, yeah, okay.
That's
the fans
acceptable.
agree with us.
That's
Let's
acceptable.
Go.
The 11.8% for Ruler might even be high. Yeah. Shouldn't have sat on that ward in the bot lane, buddy.
Exactly.
No. We need to really celebrate the excellence of Gen.G, because even if things don't seem like they're together in the mid game, once they get the upper hand, they end so fast. So like Chovy's Galio is something that whenever I see locked in, especially based off last year and how dominant he was, I'm just expecting a Gen.G win. He didn't have to do anything fancy on it, but the game-changing moment was because he was perfectly shadowing the Ambessa the entire time to make it impossible for them to make good side lane plays.
Yeah, that play where they actually get the death onto Inspired was so important, and it was because the Galio was already in a really good position to come into that fight, right?
Yeah.
And when it looked like LYON were being able to claw back, especially with the Inspired double kill down in the bot lane, Chovy Galio came in on top of the Ambessa, and it was just over.
Yeah, and it's the exact same thing that happened top side, but we do have comms from Inspired and the double kill that happened bot side, so let's take a look at it.
Look, don't be scared. Go. I'm flashing in. I don't know where to buy. I cannot go. Go. Yeah, I'm walking so. Nice. I'm taking ulti mid, right? Go top. He has. I'm taking both.
So that's what we had hope.
That was a good moment.
That's when the faith was coming in.
That was the best moment. We actually had a goal lead for a moment.
For a tiny moment. Okay.
Yeah. The AWS post-game breakdown, they pulled it up a little bit.
I'm ready right here.
Emily, you're blocking the goal
blocking the moment.
I'm blocking
the moment.
We did it. No.
Oh, honestly, I actually thought, so this is actually really cool to see. I thought Saint had a pretty good performance. He looks way more comfortable on Ahri than I feel like any other champion he plays. But this is the big thing to me. They did end up focusing objectives a lot more. They got that first Drake. So that was also what allowed it to be, or wait, here, it's this one.
Yeah, the one Drake for LYON. I mean,
getting trolled by side, but
we're kind of grasping at straws, right? Like we know Gen.G is dominating everyone. I need to sit down. This has been too hard of a series.
Fair.
So technically, we're lasting slightly longer than JDG. 2 minutes last game, 1 minute this game. Is that a win, Raz?
That's a win for me.
Is that a win?
That's all I care about.
We have this discussion all the time. Do you pick early game? Do you pick scaling? Neither one has necessarily worked.
Yeah.
Now, I'm down for scaling in game 3, but I want to hear what some other LYON fans have to say. Laura, she caught up with some earlier today to see how they're holding up.
Give us some ideas.
Hey guys, well, it's not looking great for LYON so far, but there's hope. As long as there's fans, there's hope. I'm with these guys. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Carlos.
Carlos, really nice to meet you. So, okay, tell me, what is the hope for LYON here? What do they need to do to beat Gen.G?
Play with a lot of heart. We know it's a very hard team, probably the best League of Legends team in the history, but yeah, we need to play with heart, a lot of courage, and be aggressive. Just try the best, try to surprise them with a little cheesy play, but
all right.
Yeah, we're very happy.
Who's the player who can take them down? Who do you believe in the most? Who's gonna rally the whole team?
I think Berserker is a pretty aggressive player that if he gets a little lead in the game, he can make things happen, and obviously Inspire both of them, I'm sure they can do something.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate the support. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, Forward by 9!
And you are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen.G! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen.G, the EWC winners!
We're from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling till it caught up. You know, I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026, where we are here for Game 3 of this best of 5 between the Lions and the Tigers of Gen.G. The question is, in this zoo, who will come out victorious? So far, we've seen the Tigers take a pretty swift 2-0 victory.
Well, if we think about it, right, Game 1, let's be real, wasn't competitive.
True.
Game 2, much more competitive and Lion with much more of a chance.
Still ended in about the same amount of time.
But it was a lot closer.
That is true.
So Game 3, maybe this is Lion's game.
Is it the Nunu time? That's what worked against Gen.G in the past, or almost worked.
At this point,
yeah,
you bring out the Kiv balls. You know, you just, why not?
I've been practicing a lot of Nunu and ARAM Mayhem, and I just want to say, pretty strong.
Maybe the first 2 games were just getting the normal fearless fodder out the way.
Oh yeah, like Viego.
Yeah, maybe that's what you were worried about. Like, what if I pick Nunu and they go Viego? So, but that's no longer a concern.
That's actually very true, isn't it? Lion have elected to take second pick Gen.G on the blue side, so we have a normal-ish looking draft with Gen.G on the left. Interesting to see second pick as we go through Fearless. You do see teams tend to move towards a, oh, well, we've got rid of all the really OP things. We don't need a first pick OP, we'll take 2.
It's interesting, we had the opposite in the LCK, where teams would they'd always go first pick at the start of the series, then late in the series they'd go...
That's what I just said. I said as we go through the series, we see teams go for second pick.
Oh. Oh, okay, I thought you said the other way around.
I mean, maybe I did, maybe I misspoke. But we're aligned. So early on in the series, teams tend to want a first pick.
Yes.
And then later on, they tend to say, oh, we'll take 2 power picks rather than...
Yes.
As we get into this draft, powered by Omen and HyperX, you see, it is Gen.G, I believe, on the blue side. That is what we were told. But it may be that I have been misinformed. We've already made mistakes around what's happening in this draft anyway. So Rise and Rumble bound away alongside the Bard, Karma, Varus, and Annie taken away by Gen.G.
Yeah, so something to note is that Pantheon, open and available, which I assume is just going to be first picked in this situation.
I would assume so too.
Pantheon's so strong. A lot of picks that he syncs up nicely with, like the Talia still open and available. I just think this pick is not only the strong elite pressure, but the global pressure, and then actually strong in the later stages. But Gen.G actually say no. We'd rather take the Nico, which they did ban in the last draft.
Okay, so the draft isn't wrong. It's just I'm so used to blue side being left side of the screen, and that's not what we're doing here. We're doing where the team is on the stage is where their picks are. So Gen.G are blue side and did have first pick, but are on the right side of your screen.
I get you.
Yeah.
I understand now.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being confused. So yes, Gen.G banning away the Karma, the Varus, and the Annie, going to pick up the Nico as their first pick. Rise, Rumble, and Bard taken away by Lion, and they will pick up Nami, and we'll see what they'll go with alongside that.
I assume it's like Nami, Pantheon, then you save your third pick, which, I mean, you could go Lucian Nami, but hasn't been the highest prio sort of pairing. I mean, Corki Nami has really been good, but Corki's already been taken away. I would be very concerned about giving Nico Pantheon over. But it looks like they might just do that. They're going instead for the Wukong. You know, Wukong a decent pick, a lot of team fighting power. And a pick we've seen obviously played extensively in the meta, but I think Canyon will just...
Evo nas nazad, isto je veliki poz. Gen.G 2-0 za sada, očekivani stomp. S druge strane, ćemo šta će moći da urade, ali iskreno ne piše im se toliko dobro. Mislim, ne znam, uzeli su Nami, mogu da igraju Nami Luciana, znamo da je to kombo koji radi relativno dobro, s druge strane opet... Moraš baš da igraš agresivno i bez greške.
Just a smidge.
Not going to be a fun time in the lane in the 2v2. The sustain for the Nami helps alleviate a little bit, but you are going to be pushed in and have a lot of pressure come into you, but they're still going to commit to it, still going to go for that Lucian.
I will say there's a point in a series like this where sometimes you do just have to pick comfort. You just have to say, this is our game plan going into this game. We know Gen.G can do this. We know they can match us with more range, more pressure in these positions, but we trust ourselves with this team composition. Let's just do it. And it feels a little bit perhaps like that's what Lion's gone for here. Said, we want Wukong, Lucian, Nami. We know Gen.G could do these things. We're just going to go for this.
Yeah, does feel a little bit uncomfortable so far with what they're playing into. Caitlyn didn't get any direct buffs, but like the Hex Optic's so strong, great item for her. And now looking at some of the bans coming through, TF I think a great ban. You've already got enough point and click CC to set up like the Caitlyn. A pick Chovy's had a lot of success on.
Saw Chovy use it on day 2 as well against JDG.
Yeah,
right?
and
The
even after getting
Starfall combo is
even
so
after
nice.
getting solo killed, still just didn't matter.
Yeah. And now we'll see where Gen.G decides to go with their bans. I'll get rid of Akali away from Saint, who did have a really solid mid game in game 2. After struggling a little bit in game 1. We have been informed if we want this to be the fastest best of 5 ever, Gen.G need to win in sub 1922 is what it says on the screen in front.
Nema što, neće nikad uraditi, nema šanse.
It's a 26:07.
Okay. Faster than JDG, 26:07, very doable. Fastest time ever, and Talia's still there. I know Talia did get toned down a little bit, but Talia into the short range Lucian, into the Wukong with the Pantheon. I think feels really good, and it has that double global mid-jungle pressure that you can have for Gen.G. Taking away the Scion as well, one of those bulkier tanks that can be a bit harder to cut through. I think it could be something we see come out.
I wouldn't mind the Talia at all. LYON have first pick of the second phase. Likely going to look towards a mid laner of their own, LeBlanc. The current hover, seen this a couple of times over first stand, hasn't always had the most impact. It's not something we see too often from Saint either. He has played it here at first stand, and then played it once, I believe, in the LCS as well.
Yeah, obviously something that's difficult to deal with if it's playing on the flank angles. And also...
I LeBlanc je fajn, mislim ako, nemam pojma, svako moraju da igraju brze gameove. Ili će da probaju da stompaju, da iznenade ako odu ka late-to-late, izgubit će svako jer loši teamfightov i to je to.
Assume it's for Keen, right? Yeah. Like, mid lane Jace does still exist, it's just quite rare.
I haven't been super convinced by Jace so far. I mean, he got a lot of nerfs when he was in the jungle, he was super dominant, but like his shock blast damage is down. They gave a bit more damage to like his melee form. He is into a pretty short range composition, but there are ways of closing it down.
There's so much poke though from Gen.G. If they lock in this Mel as well, you're just never going to get close to them.
Yeah, this is very much we get control of the game, we stand our ground, and it's so hard to deal with this. And you think, okay, if Saint wants to pressure Chovy, it's going to often start with a chain, well, it's going to get reflected more often than not. Now, seeing what's going to come through in the top lane for Dokla, you know, a player who we've talked about often being left to last pick for LYON, often going for those counter picks, this kind of just feels like a pick to be stable in the lane, maybe set up, but actually...
Go on, Dokes.
For the Aurelia,
yes, big Dokes, come on.
This is something he did play domestically. I believe it was against Team Liquid. He had a series where
Dobro, fajn, realno, šta će?
Playing into the Jace, especially if you get some gang setup, you can really punish. So, you know, Dokla had a rough game last time. Keen was obviously the main character of that game too, but this is a chance for Dokla to get some redemption.
But you do need to get some of that early pressure. Otherwise, if you start to fall behind the Jace, it's ranged into melee. He can just harass you if you jump on top of him.
Ovo je legitimna priča.
It can be really tricky for
Irelia je giga dobra u Jace-a. Mislim da ni Mel ne može da igra u Ireliju. Tako da u teoriji nema ko da igra u nju ako Irelia igra dobro, a Dokla je već igrao to ranije, tako da mislim da je fajn.
International stage, and often the reason we don't see it is because if you fall behind, you begin to really struggle, and CC is not your friend as Aurelia. If you jump in, you get crowd controlled, you don't really have many ways to escape.
I will say it makes that top jungle 2v2 really strong. Both the Wukong and the Aurelia, the fact you're into a AD jungle top, you know, Aurelia's W reduces so much physical damage and Wukong get that free armor. So I think if Canyon wants to show up top,
Ne, ovo je dobro, ovo je dobro, ovo je dobro. Mislim, ovo je možda malo ekstremnije nego taj Viego o kome sam pričao, tako da...
Okay, for a second I thought perhaps we'd have a lane swap coming out. Chovy did head up towards top to match into the Aurelia, but I think he's just placing a ward down there.
Ne, mislim da je isto, mislim da je loše. Jednako je loš matchup. Oba solo lane bi trebala da budu fine za LYON. Sjaj LeBlanc tu i tamo, zavisi kako Mel bude igrala matchup.
avoid your auto attacks.
Yeah. So I think
Da vidi, ako ne dobiju ovaj game, onda neće dobiti nikad nijedan protiv Gen.G. Bar kad pogledamo sam draft, samo pogledamo naravno Chrome i skinove, pa ćemo da se pojavimo na kameri.
Just standard lanes, both the junglers starting on the top side of the map. Yeah, nothing too inventive at the level 1. I was taking a bit of a chunk. Saint going in with the distortion and good damage out of the radio.
Lepo od čovja. Jako lepo od čovja. Da li su treneri imali ozbiljnu karijeru? Misliš samo od ove dvije ekipe ili generalno?
You can. Bunch of other stuff in that battle pass as well, as we saw the chains or something. I think Sigil of Malice getting reflected on Saint as Arula trades into Isles. Man, this is the risk.
If that trap didn't, if it was a little bit earlier, scary stuff.
Mislim, Gen.G-ev head coach je Rio. Rio je imao jako ozbiljnu karijeru. Igrao je nekada davno u stvari u Evropi, ali igrao je baš dugo. I u Rokatu, i u H2K-u, i onda igrao i u Americi, i igrao je u KT Roasteru nekada davno. Tako da Rio je baš imao ozbiljnu karijeru. Head coach LYON-a je Rainover. On isto dosta igrao malo više u Americi, ali on je bukvalno, mislim, došao u Fnatic kad je bio jako mlad i onda igrao u Evropi pa igrao u Americi. Tako da obično bude obično najveći coachevi u svetu LoL-a su imali mnogo dobru karijeru. Jedan od malo izuzetaka je Koma, koji je head coach Tivana, i on, ako se ne varam, nikada nije igrao. Moram da pogledam, ali on je jedan od malo veoma uspešnih head coacheva koji igrao je nešto malkice za start, jer ovo sad gledam. Ali on je najuspešniji coach ikada. Tako da on je bukvalno jedini koji nije... Rio je bio već tako, jeste. Igrao je u Startale-u Koma, znači igrao je u jednoj ekipi 6 mjeseci je igrao i to je to. Rio, da. Ali generalno većina coacheva su jako dobri igrači bili. Koma je baš izuzetak. And Inspired ends up walking back and he's trying to path around it but just walks into a new trap and then the old trap. Da nije došao ovaj heal, rip, jako lepo od rulera. Mislim da je Little Tempo radi posao. Zato se rana Little na Caitlyn.
Gen.G coaching staff feeling great. That's the risk of trying to dive in here when you've been harassed down like that. Chovy landing the radiant volley as well. Keen goes in, flawless duet will get
Dokla. Dokla, pa ne. Jadan Dokla. Čovek izvukuje reliju da countera Jace-a, Jace ga lomi. Ne. Midna, going ok. 34 CS-a u 52, ovo je baš bulijovanje. Mislim, znaš šta je poenta? Gle, poenta je što isto kao što ne postoji licenca ili kurs da budeš dobar igrač, ne postoji ni ta licenca ili kurs koja će te načiniti da si odjednom dobar coach. Jer je e-sport scena jako mlada, Če su upali na već. E-sport scena je i dalje jako mlada i ne postoji coach koji će da nauči nekoga ko nije coach kako da bude dobar coach, razumete? Jer pola coacheva ne znaju šta rade. Tako da, obično što se coacheva tiče, to su igrači koji su razumeli i razumeju igru na jako velikom nivou. I također imaju dovoljno autoriteta da mogu da kažu igraču kao što je Crown napravio si grešku, a on, razumete, neće da počupa kosu. Tako da, obično coachevi samo nastaju od giga dobrih igrača, bar istorijski. Većina coacheva su bili jako dobri igrači. Da li bi se opravo coachio? Pa, coachova sam na nešto trunku, nekoliko ekipa. Imao sam jedan tim iz NA koji sam coachovao. To je to mali bit of lore. Nije to bila nešto turbo ozbiljna ekipa, ali sam ih coachovao, bio je njima fun projekat. Tako da sam coachovao jednu ekipu iz Amerike, to je bio neki collegiate tim. I coachovao sam malo Zvijezdu i bio sam na trajtu da coacham double-ima u Naviju, ako se ne varam. S tim da, jeste je bio to. I coachovao sam puno igrača individualno, jeli. Mislim da bi bio skroz super kao coach, iskreno. Mislim da imam dovoljno knowledge-a, mislim da imam dovoljno autoriteta. Manje više bilo kojim igračem da mislim da tu ne bi imao nikakav problem. Tako da što se tiče coachovanja, misija bi super prošao. Samo što je to nešto što ja ne želim. Ne želim da budem coach. Mislim da je to prvo što, pogotovo na Balkanu, coachovi su plaćeni bukvalno u kikirikiju. A drugo što coachovanje mislim da zahteva, ako ćeš da radiš to na visokom, jako visokom nivou, mislim da zahteva truda jednako kao da budeš dobar igrač. Mislim da zahteva sate i sate replayeva, teori craftovanja, rađenja s igračima i mislim da je to više od full time posla, a plaćeno je kao da deliš letke u Knezu. Tako da samo nije nikakav ugao. Da li bi se našao budemo u lecu? Sigurno. Sigurno. Ne, bukvalno ne sumnjam da bi mogao da coacham bilo koju ekipu. Ali kažem opet. Samo, mislim da to zahteva previše. Kao da coacham kako treba, znači da ono, razumete. Da ne streamujem, da ne kastujem, da samo se posvetim coachovanju. U tom slučaju bi mogao da coachujem bilo koga. Isto kao što bi mogao da budem igrač, opet da dam kolektivan otkaz svugde, ali to ne želim da radim. Nezgodno je to jako. To je baš nezgodno, iskreno. Jer kažem, jako inconsistent. Jedina stvar koja mi pada na pamet potencijalno je da da tipa se dogodi neki projekat sličan tipa Dijamantu u LoLu. To je verovatno jedini ugao gde bi ja možda probao nešto tako for fun. To je jako nerealna situacija, ali kao... Da se tako nešto pojavi i da uleti, razumete, ono, neki veliki investitor i da se napravi projekat koji sigurno traje 2 godine, onda bi se potencijalno posvetio nečemu tome, mislim da bi moglo bude jako fun. Da tipa napravim neki ono, ne Losra, pa kinda Losra Tones fazon, ali ne Losra Tones fazon. Što baš Dijamant? Što je Dijamant imao baš to, imali su ogromnog investitora sa 2 godine garantovanog projekta. To je fora.
second you mentioned the perfect game, once again, LYON managed to get a kill, but last time, I think the general fight when they broke the perfect game, much better.
Tako je, da. Ne znam, nisi šta si očekivao od Patreon voice-a, ali... Kao što je bio Crazy, ma recimo da. Ne znam baš koliko je bilo financija u Crazy-u, ali... Opet, zato kažem, nisam siguran što Crazy, ne znam koliko su imali financija konstantno. Oni su imali, mislim, 1-2 sezone, baš dosta para, mimo toga nije to bilo ništa spec. Jer mislim da me niko pogrešno ne shvati, ali kad bi se komitovao tako nečemu, onda bih hteo budžet. Da mogu da platim igrače koji su na, razumete, ono, visokom nivou. Jer mislim da svaka priča, ono, naših... Ima tu, mislim, u suštini kod nas, pošto nema puno budžeta, uvek je priča, ove godine se fokusiramo na mladi talena, da razvijemo scenu, bla, 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 u prevodu, ono, nemamo pare da damo, ali nećemo damo pare i onda zato nećemo uzemo bolje igrače, to je facts, mislim. Zato ja nisam dobar deo tima, razumete? Zato što ja ne volim taj PR bullshit. Ja sam jako direktna osoba i volim da pričam sve otvoreno i onda mnogo ne volim kad, razumete, čitam tako neke PR gluposti. Što razumem zašto to moraju da pišu, ali... Bra. Sani iz Hrvatske, jeste. Sani je bio jungler jako dugo. Dobar lik, dobar coach. U prevodu Brooks, pa mislim da. To je investiranje u mlade talente, jeli? Ili ti normani, što je fajn, mislim, okej, znaš. Samo što je to malo ono... Ne znam, kažem, zato recimo ne snimam toliko klipova. Što me uvijek pitali što ja nikad nisam snimao IQ 200 ili šta god, zašto moram čitam skripte, ne volim čitam skripte. Ja sam liko ono, kao pusti me da pričam uživo u programu, pričam šta god, okej sam. Ali ako moram da čitam da ono... 10 milk, u kom budžetu, pa nemam pojma, mislim, ne znam koliko se kreću plate na MA nivou, mora bi da malo više uđem u to, ali... Računaj da imaš... 2 čoveka u coaching staffu i 5 igrača i da svaki od njih uzima recimo 2 soma u proseku, to ti je 12k mesečno, 3k po splitu, to jest 3 meseca po splitu, ali ako popisuješ dvogodišnji ugovor, uradiš matematiku, što ti je, šta, 10, 14k mesečno, 16k mesečno, da zaokružiš recimo na 20k mesečno, jer treba ti marketing, treba ti videoprodukcija, treba ti svašta, znači samo bi 14k davao za igrače i za staff, plus 6k da imaš mesečno za marketing, za sva, mislim, kao za to kažem, ozbiljan budžet. To je 20k mesečno. To je, šta, 200... A, pola miliona za 2 godine. Da, 240k... 240k godišnje. I realno da imaš live jedno 10%, da, oko pola miliona za 2 godine. Ruler je malo mrtav. Pola miliona za 2. I toliko bi trebao da traje. I toliko bi trebao da traje projekat. Što opet nije puno. Let's ekipe šta, samo za igrače moraju daju... 25k za tim, 35k, oni toliko daju za godinu dana. Ne, ja sam bio u fazonu ono... Ne, ovo nije lec, ovo je 2k po igraču u proseku. 2k po igraču u proseku, što nije, lec je 5k minimalac. Ovo ti je 2k, to je fair za igrače koji su, kapiram da je fair za koji su dobri. To je point. To je point. Zarada od toga. Mislim da odgovor na to pitanje ti je razlog zašto to niko ne radi. Zašto ti je e-sport bacanje para, razumeš? Tu ne postoji return of investment zašto je preveliki flip i zato se to ne događa ovde jer... Razumeš, ako nemaš ono, konekcije ili načine da spojiš sponzore sa e-sport ekipom, ne možeš dobiti pare nazad. Ako ti imaš, brate, ne znam, ti znaš nekoga ko radi u Mercedesu i Mercedesu leti kao sponzor tog tima, ti ćeš uzeti 2 miliona za 2 godine. Razumeš? To ti je čitava poenta. Jer ti moraš da monetizuješ svoj tim, kroz eventove, sponzore, itd. I tu uvek ima prostora. Ruler će da umre i Duro je fajn. Zar Prex nije dobio sam 3 miliona? Jeste, pa to ti kažem. Tako da pola miliona za takav projekat nije ništa strašno. Treba ti šta, 1 ili 2 iole krštena sponzora za dvogodišnji projekat, pogotovo ako je neka velika kompanija, tipa neka, ono, dao sam primjer, Mercedes ili neki mobilni operater ili šta god, mislim, to nije, jeste to ozbiljan projekat, ali nije nemoguće, samo što, ono, i nije ni pravo vreme za to. I on sportu sem futbala, NBA nema zarade, pa da, mislim, to je, znaš. Onda bi trebao da radiš i shop, trebao bi da radiš i merch, da imaš neku zaradu od toga, da to bude, mislim, to je proces, iskreno. Nije, kažem, nije nemoguće tako nešto napraviti, samo je veoma, veoma teško. Ruler, bilo bi dobro da ne umire od Kalinga po 17. put za redom. Jer Brazilklik run down je na Luci. 1100 golda je dobio. Evo ga, Protobelt Mel. Tako da, tako ti to bude. Mada mislim, realno gledano ti kad pogledaš, brate, i kad imaš, ne znam, ono, teniseri, koliko, samo top fazon 10 tenisera zarađuju fazon, tako neka baš nenormalna brojka. Imaš, tipa u Evropi, znam da je G2 i KC je profitabilan. I kapiram da je Losatone svakako bio profitabilan, jer samo od Kedrilovog reklama na Kedrilovom streamu si ti dobio pare, ono kako hoće. Ali za to mu ne treba Losatones, tako da. SBB e-sport je postojao, jeste, SBB je postojao. U duše kažem opet, to je bilo malo sponzorstvo, nije bilo neko veliko partnerstvo. Mislim, sve to ljudi moji, gledanost i hype i relevantnost, ono, proizvoda. Znači, to je samo tako. Dok je bila korona, ajde još je bilo Gen.G. Sad posle korone i svega toga, znaš, ti sponzoru nema šta ni da prodaš. Ali do duše to je i sad ajde da ne dubimo, mislim što da ne dubimo, realno, jednako Gen.G stompa ovaj game, ali poenta je da to je također godine i godine ljudi koji su uzimali pare ni za šta i onda su kompanije skapirale da je waste da daju pare. To je poenta. Jer mnogo timova i kreatora su uzimali sponzore kada su znali da ne mogu da im deliveruju taj rezultat nazad. I onda su sponzori samo prestali da daju pare. Ja sam imao interesantnu situaciju, skoro sam pričao sa developerima Goal za onog futbala. I pitao sam ih da li imaju kreator program, jer sam teo da uzem one pekove za igrače pa da držim Patreon turnire i da delim pekove. Mislim da je zanimljiva, dobra je igrica, pa što da ne. Ilik je otvorio s tim što mi se izvinio i rekao mi, ja brate, pa mi nemamo para, te platimo. Ja sam bio u fazonu, bro, ali ja kad streamujem Goals imaću 100 gledalca, neću pare za 100 gledalca, kao. Dajte mi kodove, nešto da podelim community-u, to je sve što mi treba. Ali to je samo koliko ono... Kao šar, imam 70k sabova, ali realno gledano ja da streamujem Goals imao bi 100 gledalca. I ja mogu da se pravim ludi, da im prodam, razumete, 70.000 sabova, da budem u fazonu, a to je vredno toliko i toliko nije. I oni će dati 5 puta pare nekome koji će imati malu gledanost na njihovoj igri i onda će 6. put da budu u fazonu, mi više nećemo davati pare i tako se cijel ekosistem raspada. A verujte mi, znam priču mnogo kompanija iz Srbije koje su dali velike pare za naše youtubere, kreatore, šta god i onda su bili u fazonu, više nikad nećemo damo pare jer smo bukvalno pukli ni za šta. Kao toliko smo uložili, a ništa nismo dobili za uzvrat. Tako da, tako to ide.
twice as much afforded over to Berserker there.
Yeah, Berserker only 150 gold behind now. He's actually on this
He has
Lucian.
infinity edge. He actually has damage.
He's in a strong position. LYON are doing a good enough job of stemming as much of the bleeding as possible. The issue is there's a Baron up and there's 2.5 minutes before an Inferno Soul, and you do need to try.
Tako da nezgodna je situacija, ljudi moji.
You're still really going to struggle if it's a 1v1 on the side.
Sada je trenutno ono Mad Max na content sceni. Svako što kaže Mr. Farma kocku od kreatora, ali to je jedina stvar koja ti ole daje pare. Tako da ako hoćeš da ostaneš kreator i da zaradiš, pogotovo na Balkanu, radiš kocku jer drugo ništa nemaš. Ili imaš drugi pristup. Sam ja u fazonu, ono, ok, radim, imam posao i ako ne zaradim ništa od streama, ok, nisam zaradio ništa od streama, bože moj. Streamujem jer volim da streamujem. Jednog dana će možda opet biti nešto, možda neće, ali to mi je hobi, pa mi je hobi. Ruler je samo živ, Perma ima ult, nema ult. Realno, brate, bolje mi sponzoriše palačinkarnica nekako, mene pitate. Taman da krenem da balku. Me Klara, pa imala bi ti palačinke, Klara, ne brini se, ti bi imala sve palačinke. Ti bi sve palačinke dobila.
But a little bit dire for the rest of LYON there. I was pretty focused on the sort of top side of the fight.
Realno ono...
Inspired trying to get onto the back line. Berserker getting the kill.
Jedan Milky Phoenix. Jedan Milky Phoenix esports. Hvala ti. Mislim, kažem opet. Znaš kao, ja sam skroz ok da imam periode da ne zarađujem ništa od streama. To je ok. Radim, brate, imam posao, na kraju dana ako mi treba još para, zaposlit ću se još negde sa strane, radit ću šta god, samo neću radim kocku nikad i to je to. Kao nije vredna ni jednih para. U duše kažem, kakav community imam, kakav community imam, zaista ne brinem se ništa preterano, najiskrenije. Video sam šta se dogodilo na Signatoru, vidim šta se događa svaki mjesec na mom Patreon programu, tako da, kao, znam da ću biti ok, mislim. Uz ovakav community stvarno nemam šta da se brinem. Jeste, Mixi, jeste. Ja sam i otvorio Patreon program i opet sam, trudim se da budem i tu maksimalno fair, jer ljudi dobijaju merch i sve i umjesto dajemo pare YouTubeu i TikToku, sve te pare koje bi otišle na nekoj platformi koja nam ne daje ništa, samo rešavamo stvari. Gde si popo direktore? Ne, Milky Phoenix, ljudi, Milky Phoenix, Milky Phoenix 100%. Milky Phoenix Gaming, brate, Milky Phoenix esports. Stigo si popo na kraj prve serije. Ovdje te pošto ne nisi pućiš taj Patreon program. To ti je u suštini sajt na kojem imaš mesečnu subskripciju i od te subskripcije na kreatoru je da napravi da ti dobiješ nešto uzvrat. Znači ja sam taj koji pravi benefite za uzvrat za mesečnu subskripciju. To je u suštini čitava poenta. Znači van YouTube-a je, van svega je, totalno je odvojen sajt i tu imaš subskripciju i onda je na meni da napravim da za svaku subskripciju, svaki nivo, ti dobiješ nešto za uzvrat. I u mom slučaju to je, igram sa Patreon, imam na Discord serveru Patreon segment, igram off-stream s Patreonima, igram on-stream s Patreonima, puštam bioskop filmove, Patreonima imaju merch, majice, recimo ovo je moja majica, viš Fenikse pozadi, viš, opa. Ovo je isto moj merch, tako da ljudi dobiju svaki mjesec merch, dobiju dukseve majice, svašta nešto bude ludnica, tako da. Imaš, evo, tamo na pauzi, ako hoćeš pogledaš, imaš na chatu pinovano gore Patreon, pa možda vidiš otprilike šta se događa. Mixi, biš ne trogo, pa dopada, mislim. Ja to kažem, ja, za godinu, 2, 3 pojavit će se opet rovo, na godinu, 2, 3, opet će 5-10 godina biti fajn i tako u krug, brati. Sve će to da, it's all gonna work out, brate. To je moj mentalitet za većinu stvari. Moj mentalitet za većinu stvari je it's all gonna work out. Isto ko što je za Gen.G workoutovalo da vineju 3 gema za redom i nisu izgubili ni jednu partiju i samo su tate ove igrice. A sad ćemo da vidimo JDG koji bi trebao, ja mislim da stompa sledeću, tako da 14 minuta pauza. Ovo je iskreno bilo očekivano, ljudi, mislim šta da vam kažem. Ja sam na 10.000 koraka, mislim da je to čak možda i final šeta mi se još, tako da ništa, pauzica, 14 minuta, vraćamo se sa drugom serijom JDG protiv Lauda, i gdje bi iskreno JDG trebao da dobije 3-0, ali vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija, tako da ću da ne stanem, vidimo se za 10-ak, gledamo drugu seriju dana.
JDG lasted 29 minutes in game 3, we lasted 25.
Collectively,
I say we because I think I'm on the team, which is not that, like, I shouldn't be if we just got smashed. I should be distancing myself at this point, but I'm not.
You're loyal.
No.
Yeah.
There's still another series tomorrow, but we have player of the game, and then we'll also show up a player of the series, but player of the game is Keen.
Yeah.
He's had such a great tournament, such a great year, but specifically such a great game.
Yeah, in this game, of course, the Irelia being the counter pick, but he had done so well within the lane in pressuring the Irelia that it just didn't look like it. He was up so much in CS, and you can see from the fans.
People agree with us.
Easy towards Keen. So, yeah, Keen had just dominated throughout this entire series.
I do appreciate the shout out from Duro though, because he had some really fun. He was having a really fun game.
He was.
He was having a good time this game, especially with some of those minion plays with the Nico on top side. It should come as no surprise to you though. It's been double Keen for player of the game. The Oppo player of the series is Keen.
Yes,
it is.
What
I mean,
surprise.
They didn't give Dokla any openings in draft, and they definitely didn't give him openings in game. The Ambessa, I think, was the highlight, as nice as the Jace was into the Irelia. He'd already solo killed to get to this point, and then he gets technically 2 more solo kills there while he's under the turret, and then just kind of ran the series the entire time.
And he didn't need the Pantheon ulti when Irelia was actually looking for like a solo kill topside. He was just so dominant. Even in this fight that was looking kind of decent at the opening for LYON, he just immediately comes in and cleans it up. And so he makes it very clear that he has been the dominant top laner, the best top laner this year in the world. And so I say this year, maybe last year, you might want to play the year before. He has been so amazing to watch. And if you want to improve as a top laner, as a pro player, you look to Keen.
Gen.G, undefeated, 6-0. They're through to the semifinals. They'll be playing again in 2 days. BLG, the other team that is through to the semifinals. We're going to be heading for a quick break, but stick around for the Ryzen post-game interview with Keen after the break.
Woo!
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know 2 things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens, I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my corner till it caught up. You know, I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second series of the day. It is going to be JDG taking on LYON here in an elimination game. As we know, the second series of the day has been rough so far. We'll see what they can do. Loud had an amazing showing last time. We see them here.
Yes,
guys, I was with the fans a couple minutes ago. They are ready. Nice. They are fired up. Given what happened against your team last time, they're actually pretty optimistic here.
They might have a little hope. And I mean, both teams have to recover, let's just say, from their previous matches. JDG in particular, also similar to LYON, as we just saw, got ran by Gen.G. I did want to run through one little glimmer of hope we had in Game 3.
Okay, I'm open.
Right, so here, this is when they're actually going to force Chovy to back early on. This is a Junja Maokai gank. Honkyu is going to hit level 6 at the perfect time to drop Tibbers, force flash out of Chovy here. And the most important thing is that he has to back, right? Which means that when it comes time for this all-important bot-side Scuttle Crab before Drake, Chovy is still coming back to lane where Annie is already set up. So that makes this contest a little bit more difficult. Which then is going to give Chovy that, or not Chovy, oh my gosh, Junja, that all-important level 6 here, right? And what is going to happen after he ends up getting that Scuttle is he's going to head over towards his bot side, drop the Maokai ult to force them off the wave to end up collecting first Drake. As you see here, here's where the Maokai ult is going to go out. And even though they don't get any kills off of this, again, the important thing is that they're forcing Gen.G off and they're forcing them to back, so they're going to be able to collect this Drake. When we talked about JDG in LPL, I did want to stress, despite what you saw against Gen.G, they do have some thoughtful setups to neutral objectives, right? And we saw this in their Game 3. Again, they did end up losing this game. They got the Riot as well.
But still.
But I did want to highlight this because I do expect to see more of this today against Loud. If they're able to get some of these neutral objective setups, they can be quite good at this.
What about Loud then? Because 3-2 lost to LYON, but still, they took them to 5 games, Raz. There's hope here as well.
Exactly. They took them to 5 games, and it was also just really smart level of play. This one I thought was a great adaptation, recognizing that they weren't going to be comfortable playing into this Drake. So they decided, send the dual lane topside, end up pushing and pressuring the Vayne. This was Dokka's Vayne, so you're actually able to save Sign a little bit by putting him down bot. He also cancels the base from the Seraphine, and you can already see jungle comes topside, you can see Ryze come topside, they're completely zoning him off the wave, and this entire time, the Vayne is being denied off of the minion wave. And so you're like, okay, what can we actually do here? If the Seraphine was actually here, maybe you can force a fight. The Ash Arrow comes through, but it's really nothing you can do, especially from the dodge from Aatrox. So like, you're seeing really good level of play from them, denying so many minion waves. Of course, Vayne's not gonna naturally have TP, so she ends up losing the wave's topside, isn't there for the bot lane wave, and so now you get a lot of much needed experience and gold on towards the Scion, and ends up being able to pick up his quest too. So like, all of this was positive, and if it just ended there, you'd be like, this is amazing from Loud. It did not end right there. They recognize that the Cassio does not have flash and is going to be on top side, so they actually stick around a little bit longer. Even though Sane is like recognizing this could be a play, and he plays as well as you possibly can to deny it, here comes the Renata ultimate, and like, overall, now you take a step back, and you're like, so we got a Drake, but at what cost?
Yeah.
You lost everything, and that was a really, I think, smart play from Loud to showcase they're not just a team that can team fight you, but they're a really smart team playing team as well.
They came in ready. And that's what we wanted to see from them, because people kept on not really giving them credits, not having a lot of good expectations for this team, especially at first stand, but they showed up. So I'm just wondering, are they going to be able to do that again today? Because we haven't seen much from JDG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is it's going to be difficult because I do expect JDG to have better neutral objective setups, and I do expect JDG to have better team fighting. I think where you do see the glimmers of hope, like what kind of Raz pointed out against LYON, would be if they can find some of these side lane like map plays like you pointed out. So we'll see.
We'll see. All I know is that ahead of the series, I caught up with CB Lolcaster Tabs and some Loud fans. As I told you guys, they are ready, so let's check it out. Hey everybody, I'm here with Tabs. You know her from the CBLOL broadcast. How are you doing, my dear?
Hi, I'm so happy right now because first stand, like, it's a success here in Brazil. I'm so happy seeing all of you, especially Lori here. So I'm so happy because of this tournament. It's amazing.
So tell me about your team playing today. They played so good against LYON, but it's an elimination match today. So how are we feeling? What is the mood for today for LYON?
Yeah, I think everyone is like, we still have hope on LYON, but we know that will be so hard to win. But one time, in the past, a long time ago, ENTZ, it's a Brazilian team, won against EDG, and EDG on 2016 was one of the best players, best teams. And because of that, we still have hope today, and I think that will be 3-2 for LYON today.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Thank you so much. That's the hope. Obrigada. Have fun on podcast today. They did it ages ago. Can they do it today? They have the INTZ vibe, so the fans are ready as well. Hi guys, you want to say hi? Hi. All right. Do you have any words of encouragement for LYON today?
Let's go LYON.
Jackie loves fighter of Gala. Let's go LYON! Let's go! Let's go LYON! Jackie loves your fighter Gala. Jackie loves your fighter Gala. Let's go LYON! Let's go!
Thank you so much, guys. Obrigada. I love Jackie Love catching strays just like this. But what I really love is
Jackie Love fan.
He is. What I really love is how much it means still for them, still after such a long time, the INTZ upset. They still believe in this today. Do we have those vibes?
I mean, the coolest thing about that, like I remember being at that Worlds, I was really close with that INTZ team. I remember talking to Revolta about how much he respected Clearlove's like jungle pathing. He looked up to him. He'd studied him so much. They were so emotional after that win. I remember interviewing Talkers. He's now the coach of Red, actually. And we saw all of this Chinese media just gathered in a massive unit around Revolta, and he was like, "Is that all for us?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's for you. You guys won." Like, it was insane. It was a really amazing moment to be a part of.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for me, pure sadness.
Actually.
That really echelon like an era of like EDG doing incredibly well domestically, but not being able to translate internationally. And I wonder how this JDG team's going to do. Of course, like jumping back from what was a kind of a devastating loss versus Gen.G. Maybe they'll feel a little bit better watching the first series, being like, "Hey, not just us, right?"
Yeah, it's a Gen.G thing.
Exactly.
It's a Gen.G thing, but I want to give some props. I want to give some encouragement for LYON here because, again, they took LYON to Game 5.
Yes.
We know upsets can happen. They have the crowd behind them.
They really do.
Cheering for them today. I'm just wondering, can they make the miracle happen? Do you guys believe in it? What is your prediction for this one?
Sadly,
no. Okay.
That's crazy. I have some faith.
I'm the buzzkill for both. Yeah, I was like, what? You have some faith. Lore has some faith.
No, I don't have faith.
I'm the buzzkill for both series, I guess. I went 2-3-0s. I think it's just going to be really, really difficult. I think there's a chance for LYON to find some moments, but closing out a game, I think, is going to be pretty hard.
I mean, it's an elimination series. Pressures on JDG here.
Yeah.
But still.
But you have them getting a game.
I have them getting a game, yeah. It's a series.
That's
for me,
true.
if you have nothing to lose, you better come with everything you have, and that's where I expect something to happen here.
That's true. That's true. They do throw in. That's the one thing I love about LYON is that you can never count them out. Throughout the entire run during playoffs in CBLOL, a lot of people like predictions constantly going against them. They still somehow, like Tabs even told me, like there's always that magic behind LYON that regardless of how many people doubt them, they find a way to make it happen.
It is their crowd, their audience, their studio, and their last chance to make it happen today in this elimination series at first stand. JDG taking on LYON. It starts now.
Welcome back to First Stand here. Azael joined by Vedius for the cast. We got JDG versus LYON. Maybe on paper a bit one-sided, but perhaps I got some facts for you.
Hit me with the facts, Azael.
JDG wins at first stand. 0.
That is correct.
LYON wins at first stand. 2.
That's true.
That's all I got.
That's a okay, I was hoping we'd have a couple more facts, but that's all good. Those are some pretty compelling facts.
Brazil,
also,
home studio of LYON.
That is also a fact.
Brazil, not home studio of JDG.
Again, okay, we're running with these facts, Azael. I see where we're going now. Yeah, okay, I get it. Now, of course, with these facts in mind, unfortunately for the Brazilian team, JDG are likely still the favorites coming into today's best of 5 series. We are hoping, we are praying for not another 3-0, Azael, because we have quite the quandary on our hands. So far, I've only cast 3 zeros, and you've only cast 5 games.
Yeah. Which is more powerful?
Which is more powerful? I'm hoping today that it is you, because I would love to see this Loud squad really bring it to this JDG team, because, I mean, historically, it's been a rough one for Brazil when it comes to the matchup against the LPL. We'll get more into that when we get into game, but when we think about the draft, I'm thinking about aggression, I'm thinking about control, I'm thinking about making sure that you can have a solid early game, because Loud, they're not the best early game team. They do often find themselves at that deficit, and so right from the get-go, looking to get those strong laners and being cautious of this bot lane, because JDG do love to get that winning bot side 2 versus 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty tough to deal with. JDG have selected first pick, and Loud have then selected red side, so they will have counter pick. Would be interesting to see if they want to try to play towards Chino, if he's going to be going for counter picks in top lane, you know, if they're going to be able to try to create an advantage there. I do think he played quite well against LYON, even though it was in a loss, obviously a very, very close series. And I know some of the Brazilian fans were unhappy with some of the drafts, felt that had kind of decided the series, but Loud is going to have an opportunity here to really prove themselves, show what they can get done, because CBLOL has been getting better. I think that is, you know, just absolutely a fact. Obviously, they've beaten us a few times now. You know, they've been getting closer and closer to LCS. They went 5 games against G2 at MSI last year, so they're getting closer, at least against, you know, LEC, LCS. The question is, how much has the gap closed between you and the LPL, if at all? And I think this is going to be an exciting opportunity for the Loud players to try to prove that, hey, we can compete with the eastern regions as well.
And it's also a big demonstration of what JDG is really bringing to this tournament, because against Gen.G, they didn't show as much. They really did get rolled over. So let's see what they brought to us as we jump straight into the pick and ban.
Expecting Varus as the last ban. Varus has been kind of living on the ban list thus far.
Karma as well.
Karma
also been
too.
Very high priority. Are they willing to let that one through? It seems the Pantheon. Trade. Yeah, everything's going to be up and available here in this first game. I mean, when I think about these mid laners, Ryze and Orianna are the priority bans, which then naturally increase the value of Ahri, specifically when paired alongside things like the Vi, the Jarvan, and the Pantheon, which of course, a lot of these junglers are banned.
And I kind of am assuming that it is just going to be a Karma for Varus trade. Right now, JDG has to decide which side you want. So, you know, I'm kind of expecting you go Varus, then they're going to take the Karma Ezreal, or, you know, kind of vice versa. That would be my expectation. But instead, it's going to be Vi as the first pick. So
that was kind of my read as well, because if you choose to lock in the Varus, then it makes it very easy to have that lockdown with the Vi. And Loud now seem a little bit annoyed about giving.
Vidimo kakva je situacija i šta nas čeka ovdje. JDG Loud, kažem, očekujemo verovatno samo stomp od JDG-a, ali ko zna. Možda Brazilci budu iznenadili. Sve je moguće.
Too, right? Because I do think if you go Karma Ezreal, you know, if that's going to be your option, that can be pretty viable, but of course it's not going to be the
Ništa bar za jedan game.
Both teams showing dive, Vi there for Gen.G is going to be the option, and we have Nocturne as well as Aurora, so you know, very classic dive setup here for Loud. You hit the Paranoia, you turn off the lights, in comes the Aurora on the flank, and there is the Ezreal Karma.
Yeah, I mean, you called it, right? It's oh, so you're going to pick dive into us? Okay, then we'll just do what we think you should have done, and go for the disengage. Ezreal Karma now a very safe bot side of the rift.
And now I already feel like JDG have kind of won out in the first 3 pretty heavily, because you can answer with Varus here, but Varus isn't safe in the dive. They already have a very heavily pushing bot lane. You know, Varus, if you want to match the 2v2, can be strong, but you are going to be a real target, whereas the Ezreal is so difficult to knock it down. So Sion looking like the option here for Chino. So we were wondering, you know, are there going to be counter picks on the top side? Instead, it is not. But I don't know how you feel. I'm not the biggest fan of blinding your top when you are last pick here as Loud, because now they've blinded both their solo laners.
Yeah, they have.
And you're going to have protection bans on the bot side for JDG's bot lane. And I don't even think with the protection bans coming through, you can get a winning 2v2 for Loud, because you already have Karma Ezreal. So I kind of feel like you got no advantage by being the last pick.
I mean, it seems that their game plan has been very much priority. When we look at their most played champions this year, Sion is Shino's most played. We've got Envy with the most played on the Aurora. Nocturne, it only follows the Kiana Oriana with Jarvan already banned out. So Loud's game plan here in game one seems very much, we want to play stuff that we feel confident on, we know we can play well on, and we'll see how much of an impact it can have. Perhaps comfort over like what seems to be on paper right now a favorable draft for JDG. They're going to remove the Varus anyway just because of how strong of a laner he is. That does make a lot of sense.
Rumbles up.
And the other thing is, in my head, I'm like, maybe you consider Braum into the amount of dive, but Braum into Ezreal Karma is just an absolute miserable time. And so I'm thinking now, what supports can you do? Is it a Aphelios Thresh angle, where with something like the Lantern, maybe you can create some space between you and the Vi, especially Aphelios likes it when the opponents come onto you. Sivir is also a good ban. That Spell Shield going to offer a lot of value, which Loud will not have access to.
And I'm really worried that they left up Rumble, right? So now it's you're thinking about what are the safe AD carries. You know, you do naturally think about Xayah into dive, but they don't. JDG doesn't have to commit to full dive, right? Because they can play a poke style comp if they want. I'm expecting JDG, would go towards the Rumble with that up and available. And the question is, what kind of AD do you want to go for? If you lock something that is, really safe, Seraphine is still available, so it's probably just going to be Seraphine
Looks like it, yeah.
And it looks like that is going to be the answer. And now JDG gets double counter pick in solo lanes, got to blind an incredibly powerful bot lane. And I feel like they're going to be just so happy. I mean, you essentially know whatever the pairing is with Ashe, the comp doesn't change. So you have full information with Rumble up. That was the expected one for me.
Sad ćemo gledati manje više iste pikove, kao sliče kao u prvoj seriji. Oni gledaju da li mogu Serafin da lokaju ovde.
There's a few options for sure.
Što u teoriji je fine. Serafin uvek može samo da ulta kada vaj ulta, pa da proba bar da poklopi metu iza. Da napravi neki vid disengage-a.
Rumble is just such a nice combo.
I mean, it can be. I think that it's just there's too much front line on the side of Loud. It's when you have this much range available to you with Rumble, Ezreal Karma, I feel like it just kind of goes against what it is that you want to do. TF does make a lot of sense to me just because now it's very Gen.G-esque in that like you just play with patience, you play with your range, you keep your opponent at arm's length, you chip away at their HP, and then when you finally find a target that's low enough, you single them out, you burst them down, and then you go on to win with the numbers advantage. Of course, Loud do have a decent amount of dive on their side. As an avid Nocturne enjoyer for the majority of my career, I always like to see things that can follow up with the Nocturne. A pairing alongside Aurora, I think, can be effective, just because when you turn the lights off, it makes it easier to connect things like the Ashe Arrow, like the Seraphine ult, the Aurora burst can come through. But at the same time, I feel like that there's no real Ezreal threat. I feel that Nocturne by himself is not enough to put pressure onto an Ezreal, especially with the Karma by its side. And so I do like the range advantage that JDG just have. If they can play a patient game and they can leverage the space that they can create with this composition, I think that the pressure is going to be on Loud to find those engages and execute better than JDG.
It is definitely really scary, and yes, Sion obviously is a great frontliner. Yes, Nocturne does have Spell Shield, but Gold Guard lands on anyone except Sion, and they can get 100 to 0.
Absolutely.
So I do think that is very, very scary. Honkyu is going to be set up for success, later on in the game. Expected rapid fire usually comes in third, but sometimes people will go at second if they feel like it's just that valuable in a game like this and you don't need any more damage. So it'll be interesting to see what Loud can get done, but I do feel like they gave up a lot of the power of being last pick. When you are blinding everything and you are last pick, you're giving the team that got first pick a super strong bot lane, double counter pick in solo lanes, all the compositional answers they could want. It is hard to think that the underdogs would be in a comfortable spot given that.
But hey, they do have comfort picks for themselves.
I mislim da će ovdje Honky u stvari biti dosta velika napast. Jer Honky je opet jako mladi, on je jedan od tih koji kad zna da je bolji, samo će biti full unleashed, igra TF-a što je giga fan također.
Let's see if they can do that against Loud here today.
Yep, it's going to be a fun one. Loud definitely not a team to go down without a fight. Definitely think it could be in for a pretty scrappy series. I mean, Loud traditionally does play a little bit more slowly, but I think when they are pushed, they are not just going to bleed out. They are going to look for engages. They are going to look for fights. So I think it should be pretty fun if they can hold up, during the laning phase, and that really is, I think, the big question. If you can get past that check, then it becomes much more about how you're playing the map, how you're actually playing the setups, which I think is going to be very difficult compositionally, but it's going to be a pretty big chance.
Yeah, and I mean, all eyes are on JDG and how they're going to be looking in the series, because as we mentioned earlier, against Gen.G, they really did not show us much. They kind of got rolled. It was an incredibly fast series that did not go their way.
And live on patch 26.06.
Iako se zaboravili.
Portion of the skins proceeds will be shared
Naravno, cool je što daju timovima procenat revenue-a. To je iskreno simpatično. Još da vidimo kreator kod i to je to. Što je najsmešnije od svega, mislić u jednom trenutku uneti kreator kod jednom kada budu skapirali da je malo dumt. Ajde, vidit ćemo. O to potom kako sve to funkcioniše, već ne.
Bull and Redbird a little bit. Redbird has already had to use both of his potions, so that's going to hurt a bit. Shino doing a good job on the top side for now. It is not going to be first strike, as some of the top lane rumbles do love to take into tanks. Instead, it is Comet, so playing a little bit more aggressively for the lane. We'll see how Xiaoshu can handle Shino, who has just been such a standout in the CB LOL. You know, came in, used to be an AD carry, was quoted as saying, you know, that there was no good top laners in Brazil. So he's going to go to top. He goes to top, and he's immediately the best top laner in the CB.
I mean, often this this team is often determined by the success of Gen.G. Sometimes he can make horrendous plays that can cost his team the game, but he can also be that miracle maker, that man that can make the magic happen. And while so far this early game hasn't gone his way, he's still by no means out of this game in any way, and his laners are really doing a lot of work to put JDG in a fantastic spot.
God. I mean, they're just hitting every single skill shot against Bull and Redbird here, and Redbird had to use the heal, has to go back to base. And this is a bit of a problem. You're already down 20 CS in that bot lane, 2v2, isolated 2v2. You've already lost one plate. Gala likely to take another here as well. So they're going to have to try to find some way to get some relief. But when you lose all that pressure on bot side, Vampire gets to walk in for free. He wards out Nocturne. That's going to be moving to his blue buff. And getting deep wards really is the key to avoiding these Nocturne plays, because if you don't know what's coming, it's very difficult. But you can see on the top side they have wards, in the bot side they have this ward. It is going to get cleared out, but still, you know where the Nocturne is going to be for the next couple minutes, and the River has 4 pink wards for JDG.
Absolutely it does. And I mean, this Dragon start, I mean, I feel like both teams are eyeing it up. It's a very late Dragon start given the context of what we've seen so far here at first stand. Usually the team that has that bot prio will be wanting to kick this objective off, but because of that small lead that Gen.G was able to build up earlier, they're a little hesitant to start that one off. Level 6 working towards for Redbird. He'd love to get that before any major objective starts, but instead I am quite surprised to see the grubs be the priority here, given how low impact it feels that this objective is in the game right now.
Yeah, I agree, but I guess they just feel like, hey, you know, Hongq isn't that a super strong part of the game. You know, you don't necessarily want to take a fight into the paranoia, into the between worlds, you know, maybe worried about the power of those level 6 ultimates. And Gen.G is over here, has the paranoia ready. They spotted out that this objective was being taken. Gen.G will get 2, still has a smite, so he's going to get all 3 grubs. Despite the TP coming in from Envy, Gen.G didn't want to just flash into the pit and flip it. And Gen.G is able to secure all 3.
Yeah, I don't love that Gen.G was mainly just being a spectator there. There was opportunities to clear out the bot river vision, maybe even threaten a gank onto the bot side of the map. He has his ultimate available to him, and we need to be seeing this Nocturne just using it. I think it's so important for Nocturnes to have some presence on the map, and even if they're just burning flashes or trying their best to make things happen ahead of things like Dragon objectives, like you need to get those flashes out, otherwise it just becomes a lot harder to do your job as you get into the game.
Yeah, he's looking pretty homeless. It's like you're just kind of wandering back and forth. You're warded out everywhere. There's no camps for you to do. He doesn't feel comfortable to start the Dragon. Yep. Everything is on vision. Even when he's not on vision, you're seeing JDG pings on where he's going to be, right? You just saw a ping on top side over by the red buff from JDG. They're saying, yep, this is where he's going now. So Xiaoshu, watch out, as Hongq and Vampire will be pushing forward here to push Envy back. It's been a slow bleed. I mean, it's first blood for Loud, but they're down 1.3k at 10 minutes, and JDG are just creating these incremental advantages. The unstoppable onslaught going to come forward here from Shino is going to be able to get a pretty good amount of damage down onto Xiaoshu, but he has his TP, uses the equalizer to clear out the wave, and no real threat of a kill.
So keeping track of that ping.
Oh, they're going to go in with the paranoia. Xiaoshu could be in a lot of trouble here. The fear tether will surely connect, and that's going to be a kill, but is it going to be a kill back? Young.G barely surviving, needs to get out of range of those minions. Has a couple health to his name, but that's more than one, and that's all you need.
So he does get the ultimate off. He makes a play happen on the top side, and he gets himself another kill. A nice play, but JDG are being proactive on the other side of the map. They secure the dragon. You've got Gen.G stealing away the Grom. They're threatening the bot tower and funneling more plates into Gala as Hongyu just continues to farm in mids. I feel like exactly as you were saying, Azael, Young.G is just kind of roaming around the map, and JDG are punishing his positioning time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been great tracking throughout this game thus far. And the fact that they have all these pushing waves is really helping with the grubs.
We look back at this play, a lot of the early damage done by Shino. The Nocturne clearing his topside camps, has the ultimate available to him, needs to try and make something happen because he knows that the dragon is going down, commits to the dive. And I mean, Xiaoshu, he nearly gets a kill back here. Literally, like, any other form of damage would have been enough to trade one for one. Oh, and Shino dies to that tower.
But it wasn't execute.
It wasn't execute,
yeah. So respect, you know? He ends up getting taken down, but it doesn't matter. There's the Coinbase gold grind. Young.G out to a little bit of a gold lead with those 2 kills for himself. Bull getting pushed back as the Destiny is popped. Redbird and Bull have been taking a bit of a beating, but they've kept the tower alive thus far at least. There's a nice little sidestep there from Redbird on the True Shot Barrage comes through.
Yeah, and the problem with game states like this is...
Alo, što sam otišao, vratio si Loud vodi 2000 golda, ljudi. Ne, nema veze, JDG vodi 2000 golda, istripao sam se. Učini mi se na sekund, rekao, WTF se ovdje događa, ljudi. Ovo treba da bude stomp.
The poke is unrelenting, the advantage that they have gained only continues to grow. And while Loud, like, they don't often generate early game leads, but you just, against a team like JDG, you can't just let them run the rift like this. They find an opportunity in the bot lane, Young.G is nowhere to be seen, and now they, like, we're just barely 30 minutes into the game, and it's a 3.7k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? They were already down a lot of gold even with the kills because the lanes were going so poorly, and obviously the TF passive cheating a little bit there, but still, the laning has just been better, and even though Young.G got a couple kills, look at the CS differential.
4000 gold leada. Hongyu vodi 1200 golda na even CS-u, to je van svake pameti.
And that means that Bull and Redbird are going to be kind of out of it a bit. Gala is nearly going to have his second item, and it was most of the way there, and Bull's still working on that first because he went for the Berserker Greaves early, so he's going to be very far behind, especially when Gala does get that second item and gets the Muramana going.
Yeah, I mean, so Loud is in this really awkward spot now where all of the responsibility falls on Young.G to make things happen. And the reason why is because, as you're seeing, if JDG just get to play the lanes, they win. TF is just passively farming gold just by laning. And Gala and Vampire just win the 2 versus 2. So if there is no action happening, JDG is just winning. Because they are just chipping away at your towers, they have greater vision control, they always have the prio, and it's just Loud is bleeding gold away. So all of this responsibility falls onto Young.G, and you can see that he is fishing, but he's largely just spending his time as an observer, and like they know exactly where he is right now.
I mean, it's so tough. There's 3 wards on his topside jungle, so he started walking down. He's like, oh, maybe I can go for Xiaoshu. But JDG had already been preemptively assist pinging down on the bot side, so they walk up, they hit the vision plant, they spot Young.G. They know he was on this side of the map, and now he's not going to really be able to do anything as JDG has prio in mid and bot. They move to the scuttle. It's going to be a teleport in here from Shino to fight over the scuttle. Seems a little bit much because the dragon's not there for 45.
You can tell that the pressure is really getting to Loud. JDG, again, keeping to this mantra of we don't need to do anything. We can just let them make the decisions and then we just react accordingly. And with the TP committed, what does that mean? Oh, there are camps I can steal. Oh, Xiaoshu. Envy in a lot of trouble here. Xiaoshu is overheated. Envy going to try to trade back with the Between Worlds. Gets a little bit of damage down.
Yeah, I'd be very scared about that. Paranoia going to get popped. They're going to look for a dive here, but Xiaoshu is pretty healthy. Pops a scrap shield, flashes back, trying to survive. They will knock him down, but it's going to cost them one of their own.
Dobro, drži se u, ako ništa, drži se u killovima. Op! Dobro, tako radi igrica.
Yeah, I really thought so too, but he's able to get away. It ends up being a 1-for-1, but that's still a massive win for JDG. Xiaoshu got the whole wave, traded 1-for-1, and now with no jungler, he can just start dragging off no problem. So that's going to be another objective gain for JDG. And you can see how difficult it is for this Nocturne to find plays on the map. He's pretty much only successfully ganked the Rumble, and in both instances, the first time he nearly lost his life, but the second time he did.
This could be dangerous here. They are TPing into the top side, and there is the decimating smash waiting for him. Xiaoshu has no flash, but is he going to need it? The crystal arrow comes from downtown, and it does connect. Another knockup. It's taken him some time. The scrap shield back again. The overheat is there. He's trying to get one back. Can he get Shino? Flashes out to safety. Loud gets another kill, up 4-3, but still down 3.5k gold.
I mean, a nice punish from Loud. A bit of a, I guess, lackadaisical TP, not respecting the potential positioning of Shino. But at the same time, look at bot lane, Azael, look at bot lane, there's Twisted Fate, it's just been given a free lane.
I won't, you can't make me. I'm holding my hand over the minimap and I'm pretending that play won them the game.
Yeah, the cross maps from JDG just continue to come through. Poor Xiaoshu, he really has been the target, but he's doing his best, and JDG are making it work, continuing to gain advantages across the rift.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, despite the fact that he died 3 times, he's down 16 gold. Now he's up a couple. You know, it's completely irrelevant, and you look down in mid and bot, and that is so problematic as Hongq going to be working in towards that. Lichbane, Gala probably has his second item ready to go when he goes back to base as well.
But that mid tower is a great example as well of how JDG are just passively winning. And so
Loudwin?
one of those situations
Loudwin?
He's thinking to himself, well, if Envy's going to top, why would Shino be here? And ultimately, it still works in their favor, because again, look at the minimap. You'll see that the Twisted Fate continues to push, and like the gank is nice, sure, you get a kill, but think about how much time this resources. They got a flash out from Shino, and they got the Ash arrow out as well. And I mean, like, sure, the arrow is going to come back up in time for any major objective that happens, but still, that 3.7k gold lead that JDG has, I guess you could argue the good news is that it hasn't gotten bigger. Yeah, it hasn't changed either.
Yeah, it hasn't gotten better, hasn't gotten worse. They're going to go in on Xiaoshu again. This time the equalizer is there. He's trying to kite back, is going to be feared up and knocked down. Envy goes on a killing spree. But still, even with the 3 kills, he's down so much gold because of all the plate gold, the turret gold, the passive from the TF has just made Hongq ridiculously rich. And it is 2 dragons early.
Mislim, kao vode u killovima, gube 4000 golda.
He got 220 gold for killing Xiaoshu. I mean, hey, it helps, it's something. It gets you closer to that next major item, and if they can get that top tower as well, it's better than nothing. And Loud, at the very least, are trying to make something happen. They know that Xiaoshu is an easy target. So far, they are finding success at repeated ganks towards this Rumble.
Look at all the spam pings. They're just 100 pings over where Young.G is, and Young.G could be in a lot of trouble here. He had the flash, but I don't think he's got anywhere to go. Gala is here, Junja is here. He overstayed his welcome, and it's a kill. Those were furious pings from JDG, about 100 of them getting spammed down on that Nocturne. They're like, this is illegal. He's not allowed to take my blue buff.
And Junja's going to punish it by stealing some camps of his own. Handing that blue buff over to Gala is going to be a lovely treat. They have the Herald for top lane as well. And I mean,
Loud 3-0. Nice try. Nice try. Teška priča, ali nice try.
They're going to get a second charge of this Herald off.
Ooh, little drive-by knock-up just to make him remember you, as Shino should be able to walk back to the tower, no problem. I just love how
Moram malo mu shred armor, radimo ok damage. 3 plate-a gore i JDG opet hvata solidan momentum.
That belongs to Gen.G and Gen.G alone, and he's got a lot of camps that he needs to clear now. With Dragon spawning in a minute 18. Oh, he's actually going to forego his top camps, set his sights on the bot camps, and get ready for that next neutral objective. As Loud are desperately just trying to finish what items they can. The Storm Surge being finished for Envy gives him a decent amount of damage. Maybe it's enough to one-shot Gala. Maybe.
And as long as Vampire is around, though, it's going to be tough with the Mantra Inspires, with the heal available, with the cleanse on Gala. And And Ro is about to tick over to 10 for Hongq. He is so accelerated, working in towards that rapid fire cannon next. When he gets that, the team fights are going to be that much easier for them to play out. Gen.G says, revenge. I'm going to take that blue buff back. Took one off your corpse and now took one out your jungle.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a much better look for JDG. It's not been very kill heavy, but they've played exactly as they needed to. They knew they had winning matchups. They knew that if they just kept playing the game, they would just be winning. And they've done a fantastic job. Gala and Vampire continues to dominate in the 2 versus 2. They've taken bot tower, they've taken mid tower, the Herald taking top. And now, with all this vision control set up, there's only one ward in that tiny brush in Loud spot side jungle.
I kako su oni biju uz ovog Drake-a, meni nije jasno.
JDG suffocating the vision away from Loud, making it impossible for them to approach.
They really are.
Ko je trebao preklada? Iskreno popao. Čekaj, ja sam izvalio da se ne vidim. Slobodno me podsjetite, pošto ja ne gledam svoju kameru. A nije, mislim da je neka 3-4 dana mene držala, ali znam da je, mislim da je Klaru držala mnogo duže. Znam da je prvi ili drugi dan me baš smaralo. Znači ono konstantno nos curi i sve to, ono, mislim klasično. Ali mislim da tipa 3-4 dana me je držalo, nije ništa dugo bilo. Nije ništa dugo bilo. Okej.
A beautiful ultimate from Xiaoshu followed up by an even better ulti from Gala, forced Lao to immediately have to retreat. This is going to be an
Nadam se će brzo te pusti, vrat. A mislim nema šta, ono, odmor, čajevi, znaš priču, vrat. Da se paziš i da se ne forsiraš ništa preterano dok si prehlađen proći. Mene samo znam da me smaralo što mi nos cureo bez prestanka i onda, pošto kao radim u studiju na kameri, samo ono, malo pakijam i curi mi nos.
Additional skill point in for him. The rapid fire is complete. 21 minutes in. He's on 3 items plus upgraded boots plus the dark seal. Ridiculously fed, and now JDG's teamfight just gets that much easier because Hongq just walks forward, gold cards anyone, you land all your poke guaranteed.
No, znam. Kapiram dejstva Viers.
So fed on the other side that happens a couple times to Shino.
Odmori pati 4 dana. Mene tako, oko 4 dana mislim je držalo. Mislim, posle ono markice, posle ta 4 dana, ali kao ništa strašno. Samo, znam da mi je tipa drugi dan, mislim da je bio najgori.
Nice little rocket belt there to dodge the vault breaker, but that's about the best you can say.
Če je spavao sad? Treba, neka ti telo bude u fazonu. Šta to radiš, si normalno, lezi, spavaj.
As they have done all game long. Baron is available, as our observers are showing us, they can see very little on the side of Loud.
They're going to go in. Here comes the paranoia. He's going to try to get out with the Destiny. Times it well enough. TP's out in their face. Hongq, you'll remember the day you almost caught him. But he does stay alive. Perfect 0-0-0 so far on the TF.
That's completely right. He hasn't been able to actually be involved in a single kill so far on the team, but he's got a lot of gold.
And the towers have taken a beating.
Oh, that they have.
They'll remember him.
Level 16 on the TF as well. Means the cooldown on his ultimate should be relatively low at this point in the game. JDG, though, again, like, they realize that the way that they throw this is by overforcing a Baron, doing something unnecessary. Loud still have ways and means of getting into the pit, and a single steal, doesn't matter how far behind you are, that can be a difference maker. So JDG taking their time. I mean, like, it feels like a slow game. We're only 23.5 minutes in, Azel. They're threatening Soul in 2.5 minutes. Yeah. And if a single member of Loud gets picked, that's going to be a guaranteed Baron for JDG.
Absolutely is. I mean, JDG are just taking no risks, right? Like you said, they're just bleeding them out slowly, and eventually Loud is going to have to try to force a fight. But when everything has been spotted, when everything is on vision...
Treba, Solti. Kažem ti, tijelo ti malo, pa ti samo traži, mislim, nema šta. Tako imam i ja jednom u mjesec dana, bukvalno tako se komiram, ono, legnem u 9, 10. Kad god sam kući, samo legnem i ustanem 12 sati kasnije. Ali to je okej, mislim okej. Kao nije, bilo bi idealno da se to nikad ne dogodi, jer onda to znači da ono kao se tempiraš kako treba, ali realno gledano ono, svi smo, da kažeš, relativno mladi, svi grindamo ko ludi i onda kad tad samo tijelo bude u fazonu, ok, skuliraj malo. Tako da ako ništa, ja verujem da baš treba slušati svoje telo i kad kaže da je dosta iskuliraš, jer opet je zdravljen uvijek na prvom mjestu. Ovo ne bi trebalo cancela recall jer je otišlo u Kinetic Shield.
Loud are just overgrouping, trying to find plays, and every single time they're getting punished in the side lane. They're losing more minions.
Interesantno u solo queue da svaki TF ide na Gunblade, a u competitive svaki TF ide na Row. Želi da bude malo više tanky. Ma dobro, u Nocturna Seraphine guess da more, što mu to šotaju. Ovdje bi Gen.G već završio game, ali nema veze. Je JDG Gen.G, lagana priča.
JDG are just making this look so simple, so textbook. Just bleeding them out and really giving Loud no recourse whatsoever. I mean,
za mi dan i noć. To ti je Salty Palworld ovih dana. To ti je Palworld. Veruj mi, ja sam manje spavao sinoć zbog Slay the Spire. Sinoć završio solo queue, nije išao, prešao na Slay the Spire, zarazio se s igricom i bukvalno nisam teo da gasim stream. Na kraju sam trebao sam u 2 trebam da gasim live. Da bi, stigo da zaspem ujutru, završim sve što imam pre first enda. Do fazon 3.15 sam igrao i nisam ni u 3.15 sam teo da nastavim. I bukvalno sam se forsirao da samo ugasim stream jer, ono. Tako da, i mene je malo Slay the Spire zeznuo sinoć jer mi je mnogo zabavno bilo pa nisam teo gasim stream. Ma, Honkyu samo tankuje, izlazite tankuje. Jer Honkyu lete u fight sa Cleanse healom, ili se meni čini. Najbolji tim trenutno Gen.G i to nije ni blizu. Kaj je fora što Sion kad ulti ima šine iza sebe. Da, Palworld još malo izlazi full release. Jo, Pupo, mnogo je zabavna, ali znaš ako, mislim, igrica je... kako ti kažem? Zabavna je, ali je jako chill. Znaš, ono, mnogo je više... kao da igraš neki jako dobar mod PvE Hearthstone-a. Ne znam kako drugačije da objasnim. Znači, baš je ono... mozak mi je na paši bio, bukvalno. Istovremeno nije laka, kao nema difficulty, nego igraš kako igraš. I ono, moraš da razmišljaš, da sabiraš, da vidiš kakav ti je ugao, šta ti je pametno, donosiš odluke non stop. Ali u isto vreme, bukvalno mi je mozak na paši, ne mogu ti opišem koliko mi je prijala igrica. A dugo nisam igrao nešto tako. Jer uvek igram stvari koje su napete. Šta god, i Mega Bonk je napet, ono, preživiš 3. nivo, vrate, ono, samo sve bude teško. Ali ovdje kao, okej, igrao sam, izgubio sam šta god, ali sam bio full ono, mental arrest. Tako da baš mi je bilo chill. Ne znam, Salty, evo najiskrenije nemam pojma. Kažem ti, ne znam šta mi je činiti. Zato sam sinoć upalio Slay the Spire. Danas ću da probam još jednu igricu, ako ne bude, igrat ću ili Slay the Spire ili ću igrati jednu novu igricu koju sam isto kupio. Tipa 12-13 evra košta, baš mi fan izgleda. Čisto malo da ubacim variety-a, jer sam sad izvalio se previše lokov, ono, samo igram LOL i Valorant, a druga stvar s Valorantom je što Valorant igra premalo ljudi. I onda uvek imam situaciju gdje, ono, hoće 10 ljudi da igra Valo, ja ne mogu igram s 10 ljudi i onda se ja osjećam loše. Jer ne mogu sve da ispoštujem, fizički ne mogu vremenski ispoštujem sve. Tako da ću probam neki single player igre malo i onda ću da vidim neku... Kao što je recimo ovaj futbol, to je bila Forer, kako nas ima 10, možemo igramo custom 5 na 5. To je isto chill. Da, jest, mislim, ono, grafika je to kao old school fazon, ali stvarno je baš prija. Sad sam uzeo, kupio sam neku igricu kao Mega Bonk. Isto je kao roguelite, ali kao action game. Ono kao akcija, ulećeš, prelaziš, biješ se. Izgleda jako zabavno. Tako da možda ću i to večeras probati i vidjet ću kako bude išlo. Svako danas, ako JDG dobije još 2 game, završi se po gradu i upali se stream, to bi bilo iskreno fora. Tako da, mislim, očekivano JDG vina, Loud stvarno, mislim, nema šta traži. Brazil, istorijski jedna od najslabijih regija na svetu, protiv druge najjače regije koja postoji. Tako da, napeta priča, šta da vam kažem. Ovo je faktički prvo od 3 svetska takmičenja. Nije najveće svetsko, ali da. Uglavnom, 10 minuta pauze, tako da ćemo da sklonimo traku. Ja mislim sam završio s koracima, ja se nadam sam završio, hodam 4 gema već. Mislim da sam dobar za danas. Tako da, da, tu sam za 10-ak, idemo game broj 2, pa ćemo poslije da imamo večera šta ćemo raditi.
JDG is getting another objective on the other side of the map.
And then, like, yeah, you're right about every lane having prio. They tried to get onto the TF. TF, like, I'm porting out. Like, I don't need to be here. So it was incredibly frustrating from Young-J's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And you said it, Emily, the fact that it is about top lane. It is about putting this Rumble behind. This Rumble who had the biggest damage, by the way, in the end. So it all didn't matter. But yeah, as you said, Gala making things happen in the bot lane while the rest of Loud is focused top lane here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're going to go through this bot lane dive because he's had prio in this lane the entire time. This was kind of the backbreaker in the early game because until this point, Young-J had been trying to find windows, right? And JDG had been making moves around the map to get gold and keep up prio. This is just such a simple dive. Karma Ezreal, you know, they're going to push the wave up. Jinja comes over, and yeah, clean.
And look at that early game. Because specifically from Gala, being able to pick up 35 CSD at 14 and 1,400 gold. Like, yes, you mentioned it, that being the backbreaker, that bot lane dive, but prior to that, the fact that he was constantly getting chipped by the poke damage. That's why a lot of teams on either blue side or red side, they're like, we don't want to deal with the Karma just because we don't want the combination of Karma Ezreal. And if you're confident, if you're balling that we can take that matchup, then you better be able to handle yourself. It didn't happen, and that's probably the most frustrating aspect of it because the moment that bot lane got opened up, then the side lanes got opened up, and then you have to deal with the twisted fade. It is a nightmare scenario.
I mean, that's the thing when you have so many different win conditions within the same draft. And what was the last nail in the Loud coffin here? Because, again, it came down to the setups that you have, but also the team fights.
For me, I mean, there were 2 team fights that came from me. This one was the most interesting one. So, like, even just seeing it from the JDG perspective, the moment TF ulti comes through, you see the split. And that one is the hardest aspect of it because, yes, the Nocturne ends up going on top of the people who are in front of them, the Rumble, the Scion, all that. And nothing ended up turning well for that team. I think the moment they got split, it was incredibly easy for the TF to split them up and kill them.
Yeah, they used this TF so well. They played around vision so well.
Yeah.
Look at that Rumble damage coming out. Xiaoshu, they were trying to get on him, trying to clean up kills. He still does nearly the most damage. You still have an Ezreal in here, but
doesn't matter.
It was insane. There was that other team fight where he came around on the flank when Loud pushed too far forward. He got a perfect equalizer, chunked out all of the Loud damage carries. It was nuts.
And that's the thing, like the angles that they were coming from, it was like, yes, the equalizer on top of the Ezreal ulti. Which person do we get to go on? Like, it was incredibly confusing for Loud in those positions to pick out what the target actually was.
All right, we got the equalizer from the Rumble. We got the Gala damage on the other. Who's the player of the game here? Because I feel like it's between those 2.
It just has to be Gala.
It's Gala.
Gala?
It just has to be Gala.
Okay. What do the fans think, actually?
I'm curious.
What is the poll here?
Yeah, because we said Gala. This is actually a low damage Ezreal game, honestly. Usually I'm used to seeing like the 1K.
Honku?
They gave it to Honku.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I thought his TF was good.
He had a very PvE game, I feel.
Yeah, he was just farming turrets. Yeah, perfect.
That's what he wants. That's what he wants from a very well played Ezreal. We talked about draft improvements maybe on the side of Loud. Anything else? Playing the map a bit more.
I think, because going into the series, we talked about how Loud does play the map well when they're given the opportunities. So I think now they don't have to deal with the Ezreal Karma. They can just chop that up to the draft and like come into this one having prio at least within the bot lane.
Yeah, fearless draft is a blessing, or maybe it helps them a bit. Coming in game 2 so far, it's JDG's domination. Let's see if Loud can come back to the next one.
I think the answer is likely to be yes. He should have to flash here. The flash to follow, barely can't get him, but he does with the Q, knocks him down. This could be dangerous here. They are TPing into the top side, and there is the decimating smash waiting for him. Xiaoshu has no flash, but is he going to need it? The crystal arrow comes from downtown, but Young-J hasn't even joined just yet. Now flying in, trying to save Redbird. Envy is fighting as hard as he can, but all they do is pop the GA.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
As luzes vermelhas me seguem, eu sei, elas só querem meu mal. Que as balas que ferem, poça de sangue, já vira normal. Tranquilo, sigo tranquilo no caos. Digo se é questão de sobrevivência. Vida nas ruas não existe clemência. Quem vem de onde eu venho nem pensa que é possível se sair daqui. Jurei pra mim mesmo, não vou morrer aqui. O ódio quer me possuir, vida em conflito te torna ruim. Amor e lealdade são matérias que eu não vi na escola. Lá onde o sonho de jogar bola foi ofuscado pelo brilho da 99. Sufocado na sacola, menorzinho de 19. Já foi todo no corre. Eu nunca conto com a sorte, eu nunca conto com a sorte. O karma não cobra em parcela, vai pra pista e recupera. Eu nunca conto com a sorte, eu nunca conto com a sorte. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho. Hoje ela cresce na lady, agora ela sabe meu name. Agora ela sabe, eu só penso no paper. Eu jogo pra cima no rain, agora chama de meu bem. Agora ela quer ser meu bem. Será que antes eu não merecia? Será que ela só quer de vente? Ela me puxa pela minha corrente. Me solta que eu não quero mais love. Só que ela descarrega o pente. Essa barra me deixa contente. Esse daqui tem cara de X9. Se eu tiver com a mala cheia, eu sei que ela vai ligar. Nunca corro do problema, mas é melhor evitar. Antes eu não tinha nada, agora eu vou pra New York. Miligramas no meu corpo e substância alivia. Meu mano são running, sempre correndo por money. Deixa esse nego falar se queria ataque no meu lugar. Ele tá de blá blá blá, só isso que ele pode fazer de lá. Meu mano é tipo yeah. O fim é triste, neguinho.
其实，在我们打进去之前，我们想的也是在希望我们可以在15分钟前是取得优势的。然后像第一把和第3把，其实前面其实都做到了。然后，但是Gen.G他们的英雄选择其实很多地方都是因为他们的阵容抓机会能力更强，然后他们也很好的在游戏内就是展现了他们阵容的强势吧。然后也都抓到了我们的机会，所以导致我们在中期之后的，其实我们的游戏变得非常困难。比赛这样就是3比0的输掉，其实多少会有些难过嘛。但是，我们本来也是就是抱着学习的心态来面对这场比赛的，然后确实能在这其中学习到很多。然后
towards bot. He skips a camp. Chovy now getting very low.
Killing Chovy. Chovy has to flash the win, and red card came out. Hongqiu wins it, flashes in.
这场 BO5 打完的话，其实能感受到Gen.G是一支团队配合和资源处理方面是非常出色的一支队。其实赛前的话，其实我们有想过，其实我们是有机会能打得很激烈的吧，没想到其实今天会以3-0的比分输掉。就是赛前我们还是有好好准备的，只是可能没有对方做得好吧。对，然后也有很多值得我们学习的点吧。然后回去我们要好好复盘，然后让我们变得更强。
A lot everyone can learn from Gen.G. I think based on the tournament so far, they have looked so clean, so good. And we'll see if some of those learnings are getting put in today. Game 1 looked like they looked very clean.
Yeah, very patient is what I like to see from JDG. Patience, I think, is one of the hardest skills in leagues, simply because gamers like to right-click. They like to press their buttons. They enjoy outplaying their opponents. But Loud were never given an opportunity, Azel. Nope. We did not really get to see them play the game, and we have to go back to the draft discussion. Because what were we doing, man? What are we doing? Like, when you have those kind of counter picks, you said it best yourself. When you pick your two solo laners, when you're on red side, you get counter picked in both roles. And even if Twisted Fate isn't a direct one-to-one counter pick, like it's just
they got to see your entire composition. They got a winning bot lane, and they got to counter pick both solo lanes, and they got the first pick of the Vi.
Yeah, so they got to do whatever they wanted.
They just
Game broj 2 JDG protiv Lauda. Ja sišu strake, malo sedimo, chillamo. Vidjet ćemo da li opet mogu da ponove ekipa JDG-a sa Hongqiuom i sa Junjiom. Tabeom također izgledaju dosta jako. Mimo protiv Gen.G, ali protiv Gen.G niko ne izgleda jako, ako ćemo iskreno. Mnogo teže prediktovati pikove u first standu, jer svako ima stvari koje voli. Hongqiu, recimo, specifično čovjek je uzeo TF-a. On igra fazon Any Swaina ovdje sljedeća 2 gema, verovatno. Što da je bilo ko drugi, verovatno nema smisla, ali...
If you lean too much into comfort, then it just makes it easy for your opponents to play around that and pick around that. By banning away the Nautilus does suggest that they might be thinking about an early Lulu pick.
And Varus is still up, right? So there is that now. You know, JDG have to decide, okay, are we willing to give this over? You know, if Loud wanted, they would be able to take it, or will they ban that out? You know, Varus obviously was eventually banned in the second phase of bans after it wasn't grabbed in that first 3 from Loud. So JDG just discussing, you know, do we want to ban that Varus? Do we want to leave it up? It has been mostly perma-banned throughout the tournament thus far, and instead it will not be banned. So they've banned the Nami, so that more worried about the Nami Corki, the Nami Lucian, those pairings.
I mean, Bull looking at his champs, like, I don't see a Varus game there, Azel.
Like, I just always believe that everyone has to play Varus.
I mean, yeah, one would think, but there's that Lulu hub that we were talking about. I feel like that they're willing to let the Varus go.
You think it's just going to be Lulu Yunara versus a Varus bot lane on the other side?
That's what I'm thinking. Either Yunara or Aphelios, one of those two, but Yunara is probably the more likely option, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Aphelios is the backup Yunara. You know, but when Yunara isn't available, you have to take the Yunara without a dash.
Absolutely.
So I do think, you know, Xin plus Varus for JDG would be super strong, but they don't necessarily have to go Varus in the first 2 if they don't want to. We are definitely expecting it to be Yunara Lulu. Of course, JDG also have the opportunity to try to pick that away if they are really concerned about that pairing. And so they are going to grab that away, and now we have to see what does Loud want to do. Do they go to the backup Yunara? Do they go to a trusty old Moon Man, Aphelios here?
Backup Yunara, Aphelios, Fearbet?
Moon Man, and I was like, oh! This guy, isn't he like...
Jo, ne, Litality Varusa Lulu je blasphemy. Mora da bude on hit Varus. Bravo. Tako je, slažem se, Kasteri, bravo. Zer je fajn, Zer je šta god.
Somehow all slightly worse than original Yunara. Well, in any case, they're putting responsibility on Bull to be the hyper carry in this game. Does mean that JDG can just draft for a winning bot side match. We're going to blind pick mid. I do feel like they're allowing the jungle pool to get very tight. There we are. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me. Get that Aatrox. We were just talking about how Gen.G on the Aatrox did get that win against LYON, and he looked pretty convincing on it when he was able to find a couple of good ganks towards the bot side of the rift.
And it's always really powerful to have champions like Xin, like Aatrox with enchanters, right? And they have the Lulu.
Absolutely.
So, you know, when you can buff up this Aatrox, especially if Gen.G gets ahead, if he has some success in the early game. I mean, he got first blood last game. If you can get that kind of a start, it is quite strong. Nico looking like a strong choice here for Vampire. Of course, you said it, you know, they pick support and bot first, so you're going to have Prio on that bot side, definitely with the Nico. It's going to be, you know, more Bull and Redbird trying to survive like they were last game. I don't think that this is as extreme as going up against the Karma Ezreal, but I still expect that JDG will have push, and we'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, it's still very winning. I think that Zeri is just like, she's not the strong, she's not a strong laner. In contrast to Yunara, who once she gets those orbs stacked up, can become quite lethal. Especially once you hit the level.
Ja mislim isto, Popo, vidi, ja kad sam meni završio, taj game svi su krenuli da igraju, tako da ne znam, iskreno ne znam. Ima tu neke istine, još Švein da krenu da igraju i, mislim, igrao je Dokla, ali...
They're going to have to blind pick something. So something like Cassante, Renegade is something that they've done before, and it's usually their go-to on the top side. Xiaoshu, very well recognized in the LPL for being such a strong Renegade player.
And that's to me with the Gnar screams. So if I'm loud, I'm now deciding, am I okay with the Renekton or do we ban it? Because I think Gnar is by far the most common answer to the Renekton. With that being banned out, you know you're probably going into the Renekton here. Of course, there's a possibility it's something else, but that is definitely the likely option.
Bolje da nije, da. Opravdan hype, apsolutno je opravdan hype. Predobra igrica. Imam još jednu igricu koju sam našao koju hoću da probam, tako da ne znam šta ću večeras igrati, vidjet ću posle Lola kakva bude situacija, ali... Vidjet ćemo. Ima još jedna igrica koja mi baš cool izgleda.
It's the answering ban for the LeBlanc because of the chain's interaction with the Shroud is considered very good. So I think they're saying, oh, you banned LeBlanc because you want to play Akali, so we're going to ban the Akali, so you can't actually pick that. So it feels like they're just kind of reading into what the bans are meaning on the other side. And now, yeah, just wondering, is Loud going to ban the Renekton, or are they totally fine giving that over?
Personally, I would ban it.
I would
having
too.
seen Xiaoshu's, that's pretty much it. Renekton, very good. So let's see if they go in the direction. I mean, it seems like Loud is very much banning mid lane champions with the anticipation of getting something comfortable for themselves.
What do you think the Annie ban signifies? Because it's kind of interesting. I mean,
they did hover the Victor earlier.
Yeah, but Victor is really good into Annie, so there's no way you're doing that protection ban for it, unless you're just that worried about the later game, like the composition. Because Victor heavily outranges Annie. I think that is a terrible 1v1. But Renekton, the obvious pick once
Šta ti radiš, čovječe? Spamaš Demacia Rising koji glava.
Against melee champions, things like, you know, if you want to play
Xante u Renekton na mislim. Namerno su sebi weak side-ovali top lane, tako da... Ne znam šta im je play.
Yeah, I was thinking Syndra, but then I'm again like...
Syndra's great into Annie.
Yeah, I was thinking about...
Da li, ovo možda bude Svin ili Galio. Možda bude i Azir. Da, apsolutno. Mislim da je Blind Syndra malo diskutabilno ovdje, ne?
I think that not going Fizz makes a lot of sense, but Ahri I don't love. I do think one of Ahri's worst matchups is Syndra, so quite a confidence play coming through from Hongq to actually bring this matchup in, just because a good Syndra player could make life really miserable for the Ahri.
And they don't have great setup. I mean, neither side has great engage, let's be honest. And when you're looking over at Loud side, what's your engage? A Scatter of the Weak. And when you're looking over at JDG, it's basically just Vampire or then, you know, a Flash Charm or, you know, Flanking Renekton, whatever. They have some more options as far as that goes. But so maybe the Annie was just, hey, we're more worried about this compositionally. We just don't want you to have more go buttons. And the potential there for Envy to deny that engage always has to be something we keep in mind. You know, as Vampire's going forward, you can hit the scatter onto the Nico, push him back, deny that potential pop blossom. So we'll see how that 1v1 goes and if they're going to be able to mark Vampire.
In my mind, all I think of is like, Syndra hates stuff that basically wants to flank you. She ideally wants to play front to back. She waits for like the damage to be done where she can find that execute and excuse me. She against Nico, I think she really struggles. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off. Again, like I don't love the draft from Loud. I don't love it. I think that JDG just have more options, and in the context of comfort, like, Xiaoshu's Renegade is really good, dude. Like, it's really good. And I'm expecting him to have a high impact in this game. So let's see how things pan out as we jump into game 2.
Yeah, we'll see how Shino can do in that top side 1v1. Of course, if you can survive the early game as the Cassante, it can become a pretty comfortable matchup, and you can have a lot of value on that Cassante, being the only true frontliner that really is in this game. So we'll see if Shino can have success there up on the top side. Did pretty well against Xiaoshu in game number 1. Of course, a lot of that was Young-Jae constantly ganking as well. But I really think that Loud's bot lane has to hold up better than they did in the first time for them to have a real shot here.
So if I'm Loud, my comms are, all right, Envy, we are perma-ganking mid. I think that Syndra's EQ combo is super effective against Ahri, and I think that you have really easy gank setup, and so I think that they should be looking to put as much pressure.
Mislim da ovako, Žauho bi trebao da stompa top, Jun.G bi trebao, a verovatno da odgankuje malo Young.J rano. S tim da Xin malo više skill based mora da pogodi W, ali ako pogodi W ima veći range za engage. Ahri bi trebalo da bude ok u Syndru u najgorem slučaju. Osim ako baš pre 6. ne primiš previše spelova, ali mimo toga mislim da je fajn. I botlane 2 na 2, dosta skill matchup, 2 range supporta. Samo palimo kameru. Ali... Epo igra Honky.
Syndra just outranges you, and it's really easy for you to just permanently bully the Ahri, but that's not quite how this lane is currently going, as
I ovo nije baš što pričaju, da, mislim, Syndra outrange Ahri, da, ali Ahri ima alata da igra u Syndru. W Mousepad ti pomaže da dodžuješ stvari, ovo je mogao da bude solo kill. Da je bacio flash basic na taj Q, dobio bi kill. Mora se pazi ovdje. Honkyu baca W flash basic i ubija ga.
Envy will have to TP back, unfortunately not going to have a great buy with only the 13 CS, and Honkyu will be able to reset this wave, and he can either match TPs or just...
Mislim da Honkyu ovdje ne cancela recall, ovdje ostavlja do kraja, nema dovoljno mane za sljedeći wave da puša.
So not the end of the world here, as he'll get most of that is down just the 4 CS.
Overall, though, nicely played by Honkyu, playing the matchup really, really well. Getting favorable trades out against the Syndra early is really good to see. For the Ahri, going to TP back into lane with the Dark Seal. Both mid laners actually similar in atomization. The only advantage he'd gained is the 74 gold lead that he has, which is a control ward.
Yep, and it's great that Envy actually did fake the base, Redbird getting low here, because if Envy hadn't been able to do that extra wave, he wouldn't be able to get the refillable, and if you come back with no sustain, it can be tough. Gen.G in the area though, Redbird is low, he does have the heal, they're already getting zoned off the wave at 3 minutes into the game, so it does not bode well for that bot side.
Mora da radi spec flasha I to je to. I mislim ima slice.
Does get that traded flash out from Xiaoshu, but that is going to be all he gets, and Gala gets to deny a full
Not flash za flash. Mislim da je wave u stvari loš za Renekton, ovo je u stvari dobar game kod Aatroxa.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a consistent pattern in this series, which is that JDG, they're drafting strong bot lane 2 vs 2. This is something that they did a lot domestically. They like having pressure on the bot side of the map, and it's mainly because of that bot crab. Like, once you have the push, contesting that as the enemy jungler becomes insanely difficult. The only way you can really do it is if you have push over mid wave, and there aren't even that many...
Dobrodošao, papa, bolje ne snaša što bi se rekli. Vidi, veruj mi, isto znam isto ljudi govore za automatike, ono, jednom kad pređeš na automatik, neće se vratiti na manuelci, ja mislim jednom kad kreneš džipove da voziš, samo ne prestaješ da ih voziš. Tako da, veruj mi, ono, pitaćeš se kako si mogao da voziš nizak auto jednom kada se navikneš na džipa. Tako kad vozim neke drugare koji imaju niske automobile, onda oni vide ležeći, oni svi ispaniče, kao staneš, ja rekao, bro, u trećoj samo. Lagana priča. Stvarno je nebo i zemlja, vidi. Naravno, zavisi gdje voziš i sve, ali kao i za duže puteve 50 puta udobnije, a i generalno ovako po gradu gdje su rupe i svašta nešto ti je... Nemaš toliko ono glavobolje da li ima neke rupe, da li ima neke šahte, šta god, znaš. Malo je Malo je više opuštajući. Tako da to je preporuka, ali opet. Manuelac, pa to i moje isto. I moje isto manuelac, mislim. Ja sam isto uzeo manuelca. Manuelac, dizel, klasična balkanska priča, što bi se rekla, ali to je okej. Nije ni automatici, ako nije hibrid, ako je samo automatik, dalje troši dosta više goriva. Sam baš nešto razmišljao, ja sljedeći auto kad budem uzimao, ako ne budem imao da uzmem hibrida, neću uzimati automatika običnog, nego ću čekati da skupim. Jer kao moj auto koji troši 6,5 litara, u automatik benzin verziji troši 10,5 litara. Znaš, to je stvarno velika razlika. Zarad nemenjanja brzina. Što nije vredno, brate. Bukvalno nije vredno. Imam prenizak auto, menjao sam prednji branik 3 puta, a to ti kažem, mislim. Ne kažem ja, jeste to, ima i... Imam jednog drugara koji isto voli stare Honde. On vozi starog Civica, 80-ih ili šta god, on ne može se parkira na ivičnjak, bre. Ali mislim, razumem zašto mu je gas, jeste gas. Samo za praktičnost i kao da mi bude daily car, je gas. Hibrid, pa ne, samo je hibrid skuplji. Mislim, to je jedina stvar. Hibridi su skuplji dosta, u startu. Ali da, ja kao vozim Jeep dizela koji troši 6,5 litara, Trošim isto ko mi trošio BMW, Cats. Što je baš, to je fora. Mercedes automatik troši 6 litara, to je baš malo. To je baš malo, iskreno. Ne znam koji je to menjač i koji je to Mercedes, ali ako nije hibrid, a troši 6 litara, to je baš insane. Ili tipa neka A klasa s nekim 1.5, nemam pojma. Ili B, znam da li B klasa baš ima automatike, one. Ja ne mogu se parkirati više, to ti kažem, to je nizak auto, mislim jeste gas, stvarno jeste gas. Ali opet kažem, znaš, imaš taj deo praktičnosti. Ja sam vozio hatchbacke ceo život, ja sam vozio Juga, pa sam vozio Astru H i onda BMW Keca. Svi klasi zove Skaravel. To je baš malo, WTF, brate. What the? His mid laner is recalling, but he's got the push out in mid. The vision coverage once again is out. It's just nothing but dominant from the side of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely tracking Young.G. It's honestly so hard to play as a jungler when you have all your lanes that are losing.
To je baš malo, to je 3-0 motor. Tu stvari insane potrošnje. To je good stuff, brat, iskreno, good stuff. Salty jeste. Pa dobro, malo padne mrak, nije strašno. Ne volim ja puno sunce da gledam očima, tako da to je ok. Imam svetlo oči, pa mi smeta sunce. Kaže Krstevski? Krstevski. Ne znam, počitam ime. Ti mi generalno izgledaš jako srećno zadovoljno poslom životom, nisi pravo dušu đavolu u streamerskom poslu, bravo. Hvala ti puno. Pa chill sam. Vidi. Nemam ja bog zna koje apetite, a i plus streamovanje mi je hobi, radim na sport klubu. Objašnjavao sam i ranije sve to što ne uzimam kocke i sve te gluposti, jer vozio bi malo brži auto i živio bi malo veći u kutiji, razumeš, isto je sve to. Tako da mislim da nije vredno. Tako da ja generalno se trudim da budem zahvalan na svemu što imam. Sve to relativno lep način da živi život. Volvo XC40 jeste. Jedino, znaš što je meni kod Volva? Samo interijer meni lično se ne sviđa nešto puno. Naravno, to liče ali kao jedino taj interijer Volva, taj kockasti dizajn, ona centralna tabla i to u sredini, meni lično, mislim, gle, ja volim SUV coupe, ali prvo što je skupo, drugo što je jako nepraktično. Ali tipa Renault Rafale ili X4 ili taj neki ono Jeep Coupe dizajn, ali kažem, haos je nepraktično. Jer niti imaš mesta pozadi, niti imaš veliki gepek, niti imaš ništa. Ono, kao nije praktično da imaš taj oblik auta. Ali baš izgleda fora. Tako da ono, Renault Rafale mi je mnogo lepo. To je... A okej, dobro, da je. Ako je 220, to je malo sviđa. Gledam, brate, 320.000 kubika, bez 3.0 motor je baš... Cijena troši toliko malo. Mada dobro, i zavisi kuda vozi, znaš, mislim, jer kapiram da je njemu mnogo više na otvorenom putu. Kapiram da on mnogo više vozi na otvorenom putu, jer koliko ja znam tamo, Hrvatska se baš dosta vozi na autoputu. Meni je 6,5 kombinovan, ja većinom vozim po gradu. A u Beogradu ono, kreni stani non stop. Moj tas vozi auto, taj Renault lep auto, jeste, Rafale je baš lep auto. Taj auto je baš bombona, mnogo lep auto. Ali kažem opet, mislim, nije to haos. Čak i ovi novi Peugeot mi se mnogo sviđaju, tipa ova 3008 nova, mnogo lepo liniju ima. Ne bi sve moguće, pa da, mislim da bi bilo baš ono... Knap. To je meni malo problem, što ja bi iskreno čak, ono, verovatno bi vozio i veći auto da imam gdje da ga parkiram. Ja sam sad postao toliko ono veliki auto i džojer da ne mogu da vam objasnim. Ono, sad baš gotivim da vozimo veliki auto. Ali, kažem, opet nema da se parkira. Realno priča bi ga lakše voziti nego u Novom Sadu. Pa nisam toliko puno vozio po Novom. Mislim, bio sam malo po Novom Sadu, ali to obično je bilo ono u... po kao ivicama grada, nisam nešto se puno sad moto po centru Novog Sada. Tako da nemam pojma. Horva, uvijek ima malo, ali znaš, to je samo malo, nije ništa strašno. Juče igram malo Solokija, Slay the Spire, danas ću igrati Solokija pa Slay the Spire ili ću igrati onu drugu novu igricu koju sam kupio. Pustim još neku igru, čisto da testiram. Bar jedno 2 sata da izdvojim za tu igru. Spavanje, malo Doom, da li nema veze, mislim ova nedelja cijela je... Volvo je giga lepa auto. Samo kaže, meni centralna tabla, njihova dizajn mi se ne sviđa lično, ali sve ostalo je prelepo. Više sam vozio Novom Sadu nego Bega, slično je to. Pa ja kažem, meni sam nešto puno, ali ono, meni je... Koliko sam bio u Novom Sadu, meni je manje više, čak i lepši Novi Sad. Bar koliko sam bio. Pančev naprijed Beograd previše sad, i je, Pančev je baš gužo. Skoro sam nešto prolazio. Nije baš skoro, ali... Što oni živ. To ti kažem, Korva, da? To ti kažem. Anime Megabong se zove Kage. Ali tu nisam dobio pristup još, to hoću isto da igram, ali nisam dobio pristup. Ne znam, ja sve što znam o Novom Sadu je da ima dobra hrana. Ljudi znaju ćeš biti bezobrazan, u Novom Sadu nećete pustiti nigde. Meni je to generalno dojam u Srbiji i vožnje. Tako da mi je uvek jako čudno kad vozim i kad iđem iz Srbije, puštaju i svi su ono kao sve lagano, polako, znaš. A ovdje sam u fazonu, ako se ne zaletim i ne uletim negde, nikad neću ući. Tako da baš je ne znam, meni je generalno sva vožnja u Srbiji ista i osjećam kao da baš moram da vozim ono turbo bezobrazno da bi stigao gde trebam da stignem, što je loše jako. Ali kao, ako voziš po propisima sve kako treba, ono normalno sve, mnogo je... onda ti ne voziš kako treba u suštini. On je živ i dalje, da. Mada, dobija shield. Mislim da Honkyu neće griduje ovdje, što zna da ima shield. Sad problemovi. Pogodi charm, ali ne može da mu cancela kukas, to je problem. Džunđa, vidite backup Džunđa. Karaburma, da. KNG testo, to je ozbiljan auto. Skaraburme, da. Ne znam, meni je u Zagrebu baš lagana vožnja, iskreno. Duše većinom po Zagrebu kad se vozim se po autoputu svugdje, jer tamo je sve povezano autoput. Ovdje meni treba 20 minuta da vidim autoput. Što je malo laki infrastruktura, light. Sad prave metro, će naprave metro. Već iskopaju neku nuklearku, brat, iz Prvog svjetskog rata, da eksplodiramo svi. Ali dobro. Sve je to sve je to deo života, ne? To jeste, da, jeste, Popo. Van ono, na manjim mestima, između manjih mesta je baš lagana priča. Otvoren put i chill. I što je najjače, opet pogledajte killove, bude relativno even, JDG vodi 4.500 golda. Gala je 0-0, ima 3.000 gold leada. Koliko samo dobro igraju mapu. Ovo bi trebalo bude opet 3-0, iskreno. Trebalo bude 3-0 opet. Verujem u metro, jednog dana. Kao je više kamiona nego normalnih auto. Dobro, da, to jeste malo. Malo unluckster. Pogotovo ako su ono, po jedna traka ne možeš da pretičeš i to, pa to bude malo nezgodno. Kad se zaglaviš iza kamiona. To jeste malo shit, to si u pravu. Džundžija ili spare džundžija? Spare džundžija? Dvije džundžije? Dobije skatl, će da umre za to. Neće da umre za to. Fajni. Hoće Zagreb napravi metru. To nisam znao, Horva, to nisam znao. Ne znam, meni je sve to ono... jako upitno. Chevy Silverado, jel to postoji u Srbiji? Čekaj, moram da vidim. Da. Ne znam sam to video u životu, brate. Mislim, video sam na filmovima, ne znam. Što, Sindra naki? Fucking hell. Joj, bože, Sindra ulta, AD carry, izgubi 40% healtha. Ma jo, Honky ima resete. Samo treba da ode na bula prvo i da ističe dugmiće sve na njega i to je to. Ujoj, pa je charm, dobro, nema veze. Ma ovo nije ni blizu. Ne, fora je Horva što ako mene pitaš, mislim da je infrastruktura Zagreba toliko bolja zbog autoputa, jer je autoput povezan sa svakim dijelom grada. Znaš, ti gdje god hoćeš dođeš u Zagrebu, s koje god strane grada hoćeš da priđeš, ti možeš ti ideš autoputem. I kao pošto imaš toliko opcija, naravno mislim tu bude i gužve i sve to, ali opet je mnogo bolje nego kod nas. Autoput kroz Beograd je jedna ulica koja prolazi kroz centar grada i to je to. Čak i nije kroz centar. I kao to je to. Kao imaš jednu ulicu. Kraj. Sad kao polako neke ono isključenja, uključenja, ali opet oko grada. Kroz sredinu, kroz sam grad prolazi samo jedan. Jedan put. I taj put više nije autoput, nego je normalan put sa ograničenjem od 80. I onda kad krene, onda ljudi se vraćaju kući koji rade recimo u Beogradu iz Novog Sada kolima, brate. Stanu tamo kod Gazele i ne pomere se 6 sati.
JDG 2 minutes from Seoul, up 8,000 gold here at 20. And Chino gonna be sent.
Isto film za njega treba male ste. Pa to, pa vidio sam da je baš ogroman. Moj komšija isto je neki, ali ne znam ni šta je ono njegovo, brate, neki GMC ili šta je bilo, brate, presmešno. Znači on nema ono kao sedište za vozača, nego bukvalno ima klupu ono u parku što ispod drveta stoji i na tome sedi dok vozi, neverovatno mi je. Znači na onoj klupi možeš spavaš bukvalno koliki je da kažeš, to je pick-up faktički, ne? Meni to presmešno, a bukvalno ima klup. To prvi put sam u životu vidio u kolima. Sedište za vozača, ne, vrati, klupa. Dobro je da nije drvena, ima ono kao paddinga malo. Ali jeste fora, samo što nemaš nigde parkirati, mislim to je, jeli. Si u Beogradu... Znam, ovo je što najče veće od Raptora, ali da, jeste, znam za Raptora. Raptor ima, njih i viđam po gradu što je najče, ajde. Raptor još i vidiš u Srbiji. Chevy je malo manje zastupljen, pogotovo pick-upi njihovi. Ford imaš onaj Ford 350, F350 ili šta god. Doduše to je, mislim da je samo za američko tržište, ne znam da li ima kod nas tih. Ne znam da li je 350 ili je najveći 550. Ford... Ne znam koji je sad. Ne, aha, okej, ima F750, okej. Nice. Ford F750. Fucking hell, brat. To je bukvalno kamion. To je legitimno kamion u stvari, da. 650 je pick-up, Ford F650. Da, Ford F650, taj pogledajte na netu. To je radio onaj lik što reviewuje kola na YouTube-u, to sam kod njega video, smeo sam se, vrate. Više on kao velik čovek, ali vrate, izgleda ko djete pored toga auta. Zato što to ne može Srbije voziš, to je tamo u Americi, ono, po autoputima i to je to. O, honk you. Clean charm. Samo treba da follow-upuje ult od niko. Ima damage, okej. I to je samo win za JDG opet. Ovo je clean ace mod, da. 23. minut 11.3 JDG stomp. Danas je očekivano će ovako da bude, ljudi. Samo da se razumemo, danas apsolutno niko nije iznenađen. Znači, ovo smo znali da će se dogoditi. Znači, JDG ovdje samo gazi, brate, to nije ni blizu. Sutra su nam... Ma što je način, sutra će biti stompovi, vrać. Znate vi to. Sutra igra G2 BFX. A mada G2 možda uzme neki game. I onda igra LYON i JDG. Ja mislim da JDG tu stompa LYON. Sutra možda bude 3-1, 3-1. I onda prekostra će biti Gen.G, JDG opet. Ili Gen.G, možda će biti Kina, Koreja, da bi bilo Kina, finale. Svako Gen.G, BLG finale, Gen.G vina. Jer ovo baš nije, mislim, ovo nije ni blizu. Ovo je baš ono... Ovo je baš iživljavanje. Znaš kao gledaš game, a znaš ko dobija. Well, if it continues this way, it's going to be JDG, who has looked very, very dominant here today. Definitely a bot lane masterclass, it has to be said. Gala and Vampire feeling like the biggest gap by far across these two games. The top side has held up all right. Young.G has been able to find some action, but you know, generally past the early minutes, he is just everywhere. Their vision game has been so good and they have been... Možda Horva, ako u ovome u fudbalu napravimo da se nečija ekipa zove G2 i da to bude finale, taj šomeč koji ćemo igrati. Ja mislim da je to legitimna priča skroz.
Envy flashes back. The scatter going to be able to land on the
Nice. Clean.
but it doesn't matter because he is knocked down over the wall. Shino running for the hills here, but Xiaoshu is hungry. He's chasing him down, popping the dominus, looking to get even more while the rest of his team just pushes the base.
I mean, Shino, he's not going to be given a chance to defend his base.
I ovdje samo endaju. Imamo 11 minuta do sljedeće, odmah ću napisati zašto je samo kraj game, ovo nije ni blizu, legitimno. 25 minuta. Strašno.
It's going to be match point here for JDG. One more, and they will move on and send Loud home.
Šta da kažemo ljudi?
You can already start voting for your player of the game. Spam the name of the player that you think stood out as we hear now from the analyst desk to break down another dominant victory.
Ubiš ih. Ajmo čujemo šta pametno analitičari imaju da kažu. Ali da, imamo 10 minuta. Vidio sam Horvin komentar, taman odo po mleko.
I thought we were going to escape this with Fearless, but no, it literally was the exact same storyline that happened in the previous game.
Yeah, same but different, but still the same, and it starts again with a butt dive in our HyperX reflex replay.
Yeah, and just take a look at it, because they knew that topside Aatrox was there and made the gank happen on Xiaoshu, so they took Dragon and they looked towards bot lane. And credit to Vampire, he's the one that starts to dive off, and he just chills, sits here while all the damage is coming through, and so he's ends up taking away the turret aggro, and they find a quick double. So like same storyline completely. Chip down bot lane. Hey, you recognize the enemy jungler's top side of the map. Then great, perfect. Not only we get the dragon itself, but it's an easy double kill, and then from that point forward, it just accelerates to some nasty things bot lane.
Yeah, so I promise you're not seeing the same segment from previous. And my proof is that I'm actually going to walk to this, and we're going to go through another play where they're going, JDG are going to clean up after this loud dive. So Young J sees this angle. We're going to play through for a little bit. They're going to get the kill onto Hongyu, which, okay, right? Young J's been looking for kills here. It worked against LYON, where he was able to get ahead off of these side map lane plays onto Aatrox. But pause right here. We're going to zoom the mini-map, because this is what's actually happening. First of all, Gen.G and Vampire were already in a really good position to actually contest this anyway. But guess where Gala is, who, by the way, is already fed off of that bot lane dive. Thank you for that. He's going to be hammering away. He's going to eventually get this turret. Xiaoshu is going to be able to escort this wave all the way up and start doing damage onto bot tier 2 as we play through. That's the big thing, right? So, yes, they get the kill, but they pull TP for this as well, just to see if they can potentially get something with Redbird coming up. This allows JDG to take so much more off the map from the positions that they're in.
And the fact that the early game advantage from Gala only exploded more and then just snowballed even more, and it was just even more denial. Loud cannot play the game.
Wait, are those the same stats?
It's even bigger! It's even bigger!
Okay, so since we're doing
I'm like looking at it, I'm like, wait, he's 0-2-2 again?
I'm taking crazy pills here, honestly. Well, since we're on the same track as we were last game, what happened next? Because it feels like it's only desperation plays from now on, except that you have a Yunara, and the more the game goes, the harder it's gonna get.
You're just looking for any opportunities at that point. You're like, we have to find something. So the double TP does come through from their solo lanes, except, you know, taking different routes. Cassante was guessing wrong on that front. But then the beautiful part from JDG is that they do collapse as a team. And then Renekton was that star.
Should Loud try this, though? Is this the right play?
You have to.
I mean, I feel like at this point in the game, I want to say they were down like 10K or something like that. Like maybe like between 8 and 10K. So like you have to try something. The big difficulty for them is also the neutral objective control at this point is just way out of control. So thinking, okay, if we find kills, if we manage to take out Gala, maybe we have a chance at something. It doesn't work out because the collapse from JDG, like you said, Raz, was beautiful. As we take a look,
Cassante is a champion, guys.
Damage.
Cassante is a champion.
That is a champion.
I just want to call back to the guy who was saying yesterday that this champion should be buffed. I don't think it should. But it doesn't matter anyway. It's a Cassante.
He can't lose that. He can't lose that.
And his cosplays are sick, so, you know.
Any takes on Honkyu, actually, because I want to follow up on this guy's story. He's been one of our main characters at internationals last year, if you remember correctly, with CFO. Him joining the LPL was a huge move, especially in a legacy team like JDG. I feel like, Emily, he hasn't been doing too hot in the LPL. He's popping off.
Yeah,
here.
I think the big thing for Honkyu and Jinja is they had some like very low lows throughout the regular season where they really came online and you started to see a lot more of the mid jungle and like why they would have wanted to take them from CFO and join this JDG roster. You got to see that a lot more in playoffs.
Yes.
And now Honkyu had an absolutely stellar RE game here.
When I really started to see it as well was literally that Weibo series
Yeah.
where he Xiaohu down. And you're like, okay, now we're starting to see what we were promised in the LPL. And so I do like this as a bounce back because this bounce back, as you can see, he got player of the game. And I wanted to see what the actual fans thought from this
for
one.
me, it was between
Gala.
him and Jinja.
Yeah.
I like the vampire shadow too. I was telling Raz my hot take, which was that vampire from LPL playoffs is actually the best performing LPL support coming into this. Which
Yep.
Aragon might be happy to hear that too if he's listening.
Oh, he's loving that maybe a little bit too much. He's breaking out the jersey. But yes.
I don't know if that's a hot take or not, actually.
I don't think it's a hot
agreed
take.
With me.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And I do think that this is a great bounce back from JDG from the Gen.G series. They just need to find themselves that level of consistency that the next time, when they do go up against them again, that it's a stronger version of them.
Hopefully. For now, it's absolute domination against Loud. 2-0, taking us to match point. Let's see what happens next.
I go top dive, just okay. No AORUS. Yeah, I go top dive, I flash, no AORUS, okay?
Nico moving to top side now.
Renegade
Nico here.
be okay?
Nico moving top side, okay?
Alright, just please.
They're gonna get mid tower.
Fine, I get top.
And in comes the teleport now in the back line. Don't look. It's a crocodile. Lulu is down. Vedius, you asked for more kills, and now they got him. Unfortunate for Loud, it did not go their way. Goes in, he connects on the char. Bull cleanses it out, but he comes Vampire. It's a massive pop blossom. Bull is gone already. It's all the kills going to JDG, 5-0, and they're looking to end this.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
To spread my wings.
I contracted friends while you press record. If you really about to strengthen, you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, golden medal, got you fighting lords. Gotta cut the cord to your fit, ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand. How I'm stacking these wins, watch the hate reappear. While you waiting in life, look at the bar for some beer. We the bar to the distillery, this is manual fame. Papa's clutch, how you think I know the name of the game? Old man was the greatest, legacy before lambs. And if you talking real strange, I'ma go insane. Like, no offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's dependent on where the party at. Power, how we trending. Play the game, make a school. I take your plate and your food. This is champion mood, and I ain't trying to be rude. Get the cross stepping weapon on my right hand, shooter on my left, catch your breath. Got it done their hands like it's so hot when I run it back. Moldy keep a stack, that's a rap to a better man. If you need to learn a couple moves, I help you understand. And if you need a groove, you gotta prove that you can read the sand. I'm talking hourglass, moving, baby, choosing while we moving this fast. Got you losing our perspective through the looking glass. This some Alice kind of malice, you gon' need the past, present, future, so go where you got to learn. No offense, this a young king feeling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's the feeling. On where the party at, power, how we trending. No offense, put my crown on the ceiling. Fresh paint, got both rims spinning. No sense on your mind, that's the feeling. On where the party at, power, how we trending.
브라질이랑 리그가 이렇게 적대감이 있는 걸 이번에 처음 와서 알았고, 딱히 뭐 적대감 같은 거보다는 그냥 단순히 상대가 LCS 팀이라 이기고 싶었던 마음이 제일 컸던 것 같아요. 브라질에서 인스파이어드 선수만큼 잘하는 선수가 없어서 굉장히 오늘 일을 토대로 성장을 좀 할 것 같고, 확실히 브라질 정글러들을 상대하다가 이제 인스파이어드 선수 같은 잘하는 정글러들을 만나다 보니까 느낌도 다르고 확실히 잘하는 것 같아요. 이겨서 다음번엔 준비를 더 잘해야겠다는 생각이 들고요.
I don't think they realize that he is there, and now he's going to reveal himself. Young.G goes in onto him immediately. Nice Aegis Assault there to block some damage to buy some time. Berserker pushing Shino back. Young.G's going to go in. The Pop Blossom on the side only catches Isles, and he has the Mikhails, and Berserker has the damage. They're focusing down the soul. Going to be able to claim it surely here as Envy on the side.
픽을 할 때 제가 이걸 하고 싶다 했는데 상대가 딱딱 이런 걸 밴을 굉장히 잘 활용하는 것 같아서 그냥 픽을 좀 더 활용하면 좋을 것 같다라는 생각인 것 같아. 그 생각은 안 하고요. 당연히 브라질 홈 경기장에서 응원해 주시니까 더 힘도 나고, 그래서 그만 보답하기 위해서 꼭 이기고 싶었는데 그냥 못 이겨서 조금 죄송스러운 마음뿐인 것 같아요.
Welcome back to First Stand 2026 here. Loud now facing elimination. One more game for JDG would slot them into an advancement match against LYON. And Loud have to reverse sweep now if they want to try to have that luxury.
Yeah, it was cool to hear those words and talk about how much that matchup ended up meaning for Loud and how close they really did come. And I want to see more from them. I feel like that they can demonstrate more. I feel like that it is possible. But we need to see a big shift in that draft. We heard the discussions around the draft. Like the Vex pick in Game 5. Like I was big question marks for me around that in their series versus LYON, and I feel like that the priority just needs to shift to getting a stronger bot lane 2 versus 2.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You clearly, bot has been just a massive problem, right? It just has in the first 2 games. But you also gave JDG a winning 2v2 when they are just players that are going to create an advantage anyway.
Absolutely.
So, you know, I do think Loud need to draft for a winning 2v2. Let's see if they can make that happen here in what could be their final game at First Stand.
All right, Loud, what have you got prepared for us? Similar bans to what we saw in the previous game with the Jarvan and the Pantheon taken off the board. Orianna and Ryze going to be similarly removed. I mean, we're now getting a little bit deeper into the pool of what's actually available, because now the question of will we get to see Young.G's Kiana finally come out, one of his most played of the year. The Varus now going to be banned away. They realize how powerful it is, and they do not want to give it to Gala anymore.
And they don't want to give it to themselves. It's their first pick.
I mean, at this point, I'm confident Bull doesn't play Varus.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think he plays it.
That's such a problem in draft, though, when the most highly prized AD carry can't be played by your team.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So,
Evo me back. Ej, alo, šta se događa u chatu? Čekaj, stani, moram počitam chat prvo, pa ćemo da imamo šta se događa s programom. Odlično. Kevine, porazgovarat ćemo posle streama. Samo ću to da kažem. Ne brini se, Popo, rešit ću ti ja. Otićemo tamo gde sam našao ovog Kevina, naćemo tebi Kevina jedno.
We did just talk about it, and they have immediately locked it in.
So you want a winning 2v2. How about if instead you have a losing 2v2 again?
Well, here we go. This is the type of stuff that we wanted to see, right? Kalista plus Renata.
At the very least,
it's a bot lane that...
Jer ovo ono što želimo da vidimo, kolege kasteri, pošto nisam baš najsigurniji. Mada dobro, u stvari, realno gledano, Kalista Renata je u stvari poprično decent.
A single misplay from JDG's bot lane can offer opportunities for the Kalista Renata.
Yeah.
But the only problem I have, Azel, is that I'm still kind of jaded by MSI when we were in Vancouver and Kalista Renata 1-0 games.
Yep.
So that still lingers in my mind. That's still very ever present for me, the burden of execution that is required to have a successful Kalista Renata lane.
And my problem with early picking Kalista Renata is always that Renata is so effective into heavy dive comps, but when you early pick it, they've only showed their bot lane. They just don't have to play dive.
That's
you can
true.
just pick a control mage in the mid lane and control space and have some sort of frontliney jungler and just play slow. And then even if you manage to win the 2v2, which I don't think they can do in this matchup, honestly, Kalista Renata get really limited value against long-range comps. Hostile takeover is so slow-moving, it's very difficult to find angles for it. And we'll see if they can make a liar out of me, but I just think this is a losing 2v2 once again, because you're not playing into any sort of engage. And Renata really struggles into champions like Nami, who can just play slow, play for sustain. Corki doesn't need to take an all-in. You can just poke with Foss bombs and push the wave.
Ovo će biti baš interesantno, iskreno.
I recognize your skepticism, Azel.
Jacksu, Ambesu bi također trebao da bude fajn, ali uvek mogu da flexuju Ambesu u džunglu i da poštuju Malphite na top ili nešto.
I practice frequently as an LEC commentator, but the jungle pool is getting pinched more, and it seems JDG is incredibly confident that this is not a flex pick. You did mention that we haven't seen...
Rešit ćemo Kevina, nije nikakav problem.
And it is Shino's second most played. So JDG feels very confident in their prep that this Ambess is going top. That's largely why they went for the Jax early rotation. Now, do they want range themselves? Do they want to go more for poke? Are they thinking about something like a Jace mid, perhaps, or...
Even just any control mage, legit, I feel like.
Victor could also just work if they want something relatively safe blind in the middle lane as well.
I think you can play Azir, you can play a lot of stuff. I mean, Azir is pretty nerfed, but so it hasn't been that popular. Poppy jungle would be really nice here. Into Ambessa and Kalista.
Yeah, because I was also thinking about, like, maybe he could go Lee Sin or something, or Zehen, and then I'm like, oh, Poppy into Lee Sin.
Well, if you didn't like the draft before, I got some bad news for you, buddy.
Poppy's really good. That's it. It's a great adaptation there from JDG with the Poppy
pick good things.
Yeah, well, okay, Loud, come on. Show us what you got. Viego, okay. I mean, it is definitely a skirmish-heavy jungler that can somewhat circumvent the Poppy interaction.
Yeah, you can't block them all. That's the strategy that we're going for here. You might be able to stop any of us, but you can't stop all of us.
Wait, what happens with Kalista's ult? Does that also bounce off? It must, right?
I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure if it's unstoppable or not. I've never seen it get rejected by an Alistar headbutt or something like that, so I think you're probably just unstoppable. I don't think you would get stunned by that.
Interesting.
I mean, I could Google it.
Poppy
but
W definitely stops Alistar headbutt, no?
It absolutely does. I'm saying I haven't seen like Renata get thrown in by a Kalista and get like pulverized out of the air.
Šta?
You know what I mean?
Šta je counter Zeni? Vladimir? Nije.
Honky, don't bring out the Veigar again. I
Svim?
love it into... I mean, I guess considering how slow the games have been, it's fine. Oh, these champions are swapping and...
Wait, another good one. Yeah, so this is the problem. They're just playing disengage, right? You've kind of like already forecasted when you early pick this what you're going to be playing and what you're hoping your opponents are going to be playing. They just say, nope, we're playing Poppy. We can just Keeper's Verdict knock you away. We're playing Hui that controls space, and we're going to just split push with Jax, who's going to outscale in the side lane. So it's really tough. I mean, this is one of these comps where it is synergistic for Loud. You go in with the flash tibbers, you stun someone up, public execution comes in, The hostile takeover goes over the top. Viego gets a quick kill, gets a reset. That's just the thought process.
You know, like you can get some quick kills, absolutely, and you can swing a team fight, but
Samo sekund.
we agree that JDG's drafting has been good in this series, and they have actually punished Loud at every opportunity.
And even worse than their good drafting is their good play, which you hate. They play towards their win comps. You know, they're like, oh, we're a poke comp. Let's not just run in and kill ourselves. I don't know why, but for some reason, we're a split push comp. Let's just play slow and play the side lanes. I don't know why they would do that, but...
Ok, evo vidimo na što ovo liči.
You were the one that said to me it felt like game 1 and game 2 were mirrors of each other.
They were.
And we're on tracks to have a third mirror installed here in Sao Paulo.
So it's a fun house at that point.
It does seem to be, and it does feel like the Loud is getting lost as they wander around the fun house.
That's tough. We'll see if they can make something happen. It is definitely a snowballing comp. I mean, if Loud can get some early kills, if you get that first reset, you never know what can happen, but compositionally feels very, very, very difficult, I think, for Loud. JDG has been so...
Mislim, Loud je baš hrabro otvorio, iskreno, to je fajn. Samo nemam pojma, mislim, sviđa mi se da su bolji, mislim kao da su bolji od JDG-a, draft im je super. Onaj problem koji imaju da nisu bolji. I onda džabe.
You hate to see it happen. Let's put it at that.
To start off your elimination final match.
You know what?
Dying for first blood is
Poppy has to start with E. Think about how bad Gen.G's jungle clear is going to be. You know?
That's yourself a lot.
Yeah, that's my glass half full.
That's all right.
Yeah, you're like, all right, Young J, get a jungle gap.
Look how slow this is.
He's still in his first camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now he's not, but he was. He was in his first camp.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is a situation.
Jer mislim, ideja je super, ovo što je LYON faktički trebao da radi. Da... Ok, Battle Pass, da, patch 20.06, šta god.
And Shout taking a trade here with Shino on the top side, and we'll continue theory crafting. You know, how is this a positive?
How is this a positive?
Jungle no flash, end started E.
Čekaj, upalim kameru samo. 92. Mator čovek. Ko bi rekao? Valjda, nemam pojma. JDG je samo uzeo mnogo bolji trade ovdje. Mislim, stabilniji im je draft i Loud mora da pravi pleve, ali uzit ću obzir da gube 2-0 u seriji i svakako ima smisla su oni ti koji moraju prave pleve. Gala je boga mi lepo čankovan.
Yep, Gala is level 3 right now. Bull and Redbird goes in and on it as they clear out that wave. We'll be able to get there themselves, and we'll see if they can find any sort of an all-in play. Of course, Gala and Vampire did use their barrier and heal. That was traded.
Gen.G, šta radi on?
Here we are. This is the cascading effect. So thanks to Gen.G having a slow start to his clear, he now doesn't get to contest the bot crab. Which means that for the first time in this series, it will be Young J that actually has control over the bottom side.
O ne, Gen.G neće uzeti 2 krabe po prvi put u ovoj seriji.
And maybe now Gen.G doesn't get a double kill on the bot side.
Absolutely, because now the map has been split. Now Shino, you do know that this means that jungle is going to be on your side of the map, so you've got to be cautious of that.
He does have to be cautious of that, unfortunately.
Mislim, Pop ima kill zarad tempa. Mislim da je to fine trade. Mislim da je to okej. Da. Tako je, žurio sam, tako je. Mator čovjek. Stan je prošao. Nice. Kad Partizan igra sljedeći BL split, pošto su ispali s ovog MMA Mastera na našu veliku žalost.
You spotted it out in the fight.
Ali da, Unluckster.
Ginger's steadfast presence there to actually save his top laner so that he could actually get that kill onto Shino was very well played by Ginger, but still ends up being a 1-for-1 thanks to the turret. The junglers are going to be
1 for 2. They got the cannon.
Yes, they did. There's a 30 gold difference between the top laners right now, and that cannon has to have contributed pretty meaningfully, I would say.
It did. Unfortunately, Bull not going to be going back to base as he would have liked. As Gala has come back, doesn't have any sustain in the kit, but here it is one more time. I mean, Shino...
Hvala, žurio sam, da, trudim se da izgleda nezgodno mlađe.
So he can't really stick in the trade. That's the steadfast presence we were talking
Lep.
about. Good use to interrupt Young.G to try and keep Shashu alive. And then
Mislim, Poppy Jacks su baš teški izigrati protiv. Jer Jax ima skok i hard CC, a Poppy ima način ti cancela dešave. AMB se preživljava s dešavima, tako da to je baš nezgodno. Partizan ispao od UL-a, Unicorns of Love. Što je interesantno da je UL Sexy Edition, a to je jedini UL koji postoji. Sad nemaš normalan UL. Sljedeće nedelje je nastavak ME, mislim da neće biti prenosa toga do duše na Fortuni. Ne, u grupama su ispali. I Witchcraft je ispao od G2 Akademije. Witchcraft, zato se zbunio Kevine, Witchcraft je ispao od G2 Akademije, tako da su izbacili Velju.
It's a bit of a tense moment here in the bottom lane. Envy can't really get involved, even though he does have the level 6. If they could get Annie down towards these skirmishes... Oh, Bull forced to use the barrier.
I mean, Young.G positioning like wants to fight for the scuttle. You cannot fight for the scuttle. Your bot lane is completely low on health.
He can and he will.
I don't think he should. Envy is moving down, so they're going to just try to take this away. And you can look at mid lane. Hongq has just pushed this in. They're still trying to force, but on the top side, Xiaoshu...
Svi rade watch party, interesant.
He does hit him with the public execution. Kites back to the tower. Envy dropped a wave to try to get down there and force a play. They couldn't actually find it as JDG just take the scuttle and back off. I feel like Young.G just had to accept the loss and keep farming because that just puts Envy further behind, and JDG were well aware of the move from mid.
Yeah, sometimes we see this though, where teams, they tunnel too hard on what they think is important and they end up just being spectators rather than just trying to cross-map. And again, it's something that we see consistently, just both LPL and LCK teams do very well. Oh, you want to kill my top laner? That's fine. I'm going to push mid, push bot, take your camps, take our camps. Like, they're constantly trying to be as efficient as possible. And in this situation, Young.G, he very much just, he wasted time because now Ginger's been able to go back to base. He's going to start clearing through his top side. A little bit surprised considering that his bot camps...
Kako misliš kakva? Ne znam što točno misliš. Mislim, to ti je e-sport produkcija, ako to pitaš.
Against Shino especially. Yep, and they can see that Young.G is on that ward over by the Raptors here as Hongq was winning on those trades and did get the kill on Tivers to boot, which is an extra 50 gold, always feels nice. Young.G here to try to protect his mid laner, make sure he can at least get this wave.
Pa mislim, opet ne znam, nemam pojma. Što najveće, ja uvijek u ovakvim partijama razmišljam kao da sam deo Lauda, šta bi mogao da uradim. I stvarno ne vidim odgovor ovde. 8 minuta, 2-1 kilima ništa spec, već gubiš 1000 golda. Hongq vodi 2 CS-a na midu, Poppy ima 2 kila, ovo ima 1. I to je Soma gold diffa. Baš je... Ne znam, nezgodna situacija. Ne vidim, isto kao i prethodnu seriju LYON-a, ne vidim šta mogu da urade. Krenut će Drake-a, gledamo kontest. Gen.G-a ima ulti, onako ulta Young.G-a samo će smajtovati. Ovo Poppy ulti. I na kraju džabe, opet misliš smajt. Kalista ne može se pomeri jer je groundovana zbog Pop... Ne, bukvalno im je ne igrio. Stvarno, evo, gledam, ja ne vidim kako on igra ovu igricu.
snipes out Redbird to end the fight. 3 for 0, end the dragon. And they're going to go to Grubs and get that too.
In games 1 and game 2, Gen.G found his double kill by diving bot lane. This time he found his double kill on the bot lane once again, but he secures a dragon to boot.
Nope.
He's going to try his best to get something back.
Kuda, da brate, ne znam, ono, primaju manje damage-a. Eni je otvorila full combo na Hveja, nije mu skinula 40% health-a, Hvej ima 0 MR-a. Neverovatno. Šta ti radiš ovdje? I ovo je, šta mislim, samo su bolji mikroplayevima. Eni nije imala prije ljudi. Jack zna da je ovdje Viego.
Will they be able to find a kill here? Young J looking. Nice public execution does come in, but the counter strike is timed well.
Što je način izglifovo je ovdje. Ne znam zašto Limi testuje za džabe kad je znao da je Viego. Mislim, oni kao prave grešku, ono, humansu. Kao prave greške, vidi se da prave greške, ali... Nekako samo izgleda bukvalno ko ja kad streamujem i onda mi odluta mozak i napravim grešku i onda kad lock-inujem samo opet igram 6 puta bolje. Poredim se sa JDG-em, sve je lagano. Ali baš je, nemam pojma, stvarno je neverovatno. Ništa ne bi bilo real. Ništa ne bi bilo real. Trebam sad od ponedjeljka da vidim neki meetup da napravimo za ljude koji mogu doći u BG, pa tamo da podelimo merch za februar. I Bull je mrtav. Da. Ma ne, i Bubble pogađa na vije, ma kakvi. Ovo je hashtag, idem da završim nešto po gradu ugao ako mene pitate, neverovatno. Ne, legitimno neverovatno.
You identified it. A really nice flank comes in from both junglers. One to protect, one to attack. And the attacker, I mean, he did some serious work. Flash, knock-up combo. Exquisitely done. JDG once again with a firm control over this game.
And Gen.G even finding Redbird back and live, who will survive. You can see the frustration there on their face. As watching on, feeling pretty happy. Very different experiences being on either side of the rift here, as you can tell. As Gala now feeling super confident with that Triforce completed, and we can see in the Coinbase gold grind. Vampire, a good 600 gold ahead. Does have his first item completed, while Redbird's still working towards one on the other side, but that's really the least of their concerns as you look at the itemization between mid, jungle, and bot.
I mean, this mid tower is just slowly falling, I guess. Like, so far in this series, what we've been seeing is bot lane just take that tower, and then once they've taken it, they start moving out to other lanes. But this time, Honkyu's done such a good job as the ulti committed top.
Public execution, and there's no counter-strike available for Xiaoshu, so this should be a pretty easy kill. Shino tanks it up, Young J going in, but the tower is on him, the red buff turns it around, the counter-strike is back, he's stunned up, and in comes Gen.G to get one more. Xiaoshu looked like it was a guaranteed death, and it was at the end of the day as he gives one over for free to Shino. But the play still goes bad. It looked like they had juggled the aggro well, but I think it had to be the red buff on
Koliko je unplayable, vrati. Važi, pa dogovaramo se čim ja pokupim merch. Čim ja pokupim merch, dogovaramo se. Sad ćemo da vidimo i šta ćemo raditi, gde ćemo biti. I, mislim, u suštini prvo odredimo dan pa vidimo koliko nas je, pa onda gledamo koju aktivnost radimo. To je otprilike ugao. Tako da, ako bude ugo, ili će biti neki sport, neki fudbal košarka, ili će biti neka arkada, ono, kuglanje, pikado, bilijar, šta god, nešto na taj fazon. Ili samo zabodemo nekom kafiću, nemam pojma, vidjet ćemo. Vidjet ćemo kakav će ugao biti. Ko igra, pa nema još, nije još polufinale. Još moraju da završe. Sad, znači, treba da igra G2 protiv BFX-a i JDG protiv LYON-a. I pobednici ta dva meča idu u polufinale. Očigledno iz suprotne grupe. Znači, lupam, ako sad G2 pobedi, on će ići na Gen.G. Dajem primjer. Se neće dogoditi, ali da. Tako da nije još, ima još 2 dana do polufinala. Tek sutra treba meča se odigrati, onda tek sutra ćemo znati ko igra polufinala.
JDG trying to make this one a little bit more of an even fight as Xiaoshu is just buying time. Gala, Vampire, Gen.G all coming in. Xiaoshu gonna get stunned up, has the counter-strike, flashes back, still surviving. Now you're between 2 towers and this does not look like a fun...
O, možda? Ma ne, ja kao možda važi. Bete, Gala ima flash. Gala je fine. Gala je beyond fine. Hoće Galo dubi, ali Gala zna. I on pada i Renata pada, ma kakvi 0 bodova ljudi, 0 bodova, ne, nije ni blizu. Vode 9000 golda za 15 minuta, ovo baš nije fair. Baš nije fair.
JDG did not want to let their top laner fall once more. And even though he did end up dying, they got 4 kills in exchange. So his goal here is to buy time. The commitment of the TP. Loud feel like they have to get something, but they are so deep at this point. Xiaoshu overstays though. He thinks that I need to buy time for my team to arrive, but he's forced to flash away. Now with the positioning of Gala, nice flash engage from Envy, but look at the damage he gets back off. That Q picking apart Loud, doing so much initial damage.
Nevjerovatno koliko su bolji.
And even though Tibbers gets enraged, he is not angry enough to turn this fight in their favor.
Pa jeste, znaš šta je fora, gle. Fora je što Kina i Koreja su samo bolesno bolji od Zapada. To je fora. I kao, šta da radiš?
Almost 10,000 gold ahead now at 17 minutes in.
We didn't talk about it. Hongju took tier 2 belt tower.
What if we agree, Vedius? What is the rule for this series?
My bad.
Where did that happen, Vedius? Where did it happen?
You have it in the bot lane.
Yeah, okay,
we don't go there. You're right. My bad. Hongju now has 2 completed items. If he thought that his orbital strikes weren't doing enough, well, he's just upgraded.
No one thought that. They were doing too much already.
No, there was that one guy.
There's that one guy? Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, wait, he's not looking very good.
Što je legitimno šta radiš, oni kao su oko dobrim.
Well, hopefully this can change his mind.
All right, Spectrum coming in, gonna be flashed away there by Vampires. Oh my god! Gala hurts a lot, and here comes Xiaoshu. It's revenge of the top laner. Who's ganking who now? Gen.G gonna tackle him to the wall. Hostile takeover comes out, buys a little bit of time. 2-man knockup. The Fate's Call will pull back Redbird. He can peel for Bull, but Bull is burning, and Hongyu is gonna look. There's one orbital laser, not enough to take down Redbird. As JDG pushing on the base, they're gonna crack the inhibitor at about 18 minutes in.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I've seen something similar to like this
dancing
before.
Shelly?
They're gonna go for the bot tower. No, they're gonna try and end the game.
They're gonna try to end the game
here. We've seen this before.
Oh my god, they're looking for the fastest game of the tournament. The first Nexus tower is already gone at 18 minutes. The respawns are in from Loud. Let's see if they can hold on. JDG says, wait a second, we're just kidding. We're not gonna end, we will back up.
Okay, apparently they've decided that they're not T1 at MSI.
Ne, nevjerovatno, kažem, nije ni... A mislim da je... Znaš šta je fora, gle, fora je generalno što istok što se tiče LoL imaju mnogo bolju radnu kulturu. Znaš, oni, vrate, ovo shvataju mnogo ozbiljnije nego mi. I zato su toliko dobri. Njihova struktura, njihova kultura, njihovo, znači, sve što oni žive e-sport. Znaš, Evropa, ono, pola naših pro igrača koji igraju profesionalno League of Legends smatraju LoL za hobi. Znaš, jednostavno ne tretiraju to kao da moraju da budu najbolji, već samo da trebaju da budu dovoljno dobri. I to je mnogo, mnogo velika razlika između istoka i zapada. I zato ceo taj meme, ono, paycheck stealeri i to iz prostog razloga što znaš, njima je ono, ako nisi najbolji, nisi ništa. Kod nas je, ako si dovoljno dobar da zadržiš ugovor, good enough, znaš. Drugačiji je mentalitet skroz ljudi ovdje i tamo što se tiče competitive LoL-a. Sjećam se priču Monte Crista još pre nekih 10 godina, kad je priča vezano za, kao, lupam ne znam, oni imaju ono, žive u gaming house-u i sad zajedno zna se kad se ustaje, kad je doručak, kad su skrimovi, kad je ručak, kad je solo queue, kad je skrimovi, kad je večera i fazon imaš slobodno od 10 do 11. I kaže Monte Cristo, ako u 11:01 uđeš u gaming house, ti si izbačen iz tima. Što je zaista neverovatno. Kao minut zakasniš, vidi, ima 17 drugih igrača koji će te samo zameniti i kao jači su workeri od tebe. Pa mislim, pazi, fore što ti na velikom nivou, tipa u Evropi, ne zarađuju toliko loše kompetitiv igrači. Mislim, čisti minimalac je 5000, ali to je za najgoreg igrača u lecu uzima 5000 mesečno, što su ogromne pare. To je najgori. 20 minuta, 45 sekundi završavaju game, čoveče. Bukvalno neverovatno. Što je tako samo, pa ne znam. Iskreno nemam pojma. Možda i samo ono njihov PC kafe kultura, šta se više igra tamo, možda se Counter igra manje, možda, mislim, nemam pojma. Iskreno nemam ideje. Nemam ideje, ali tako to bude. Koliko treba doći do mnogo, da, mislim, to stoji. Ali vidi, kod njih je isto tamo tako. Ni kod njih ti nemaš, osim ako nisi u LCK-u, ti nemaš ništa. Mislim, što je kao, njihove akademije su malo razvijenije, pa znaš, ako si u akademiji, postoji šansa dobiješ mesto u glavnoj ekipi, ali postoji šansa ne dobiješ, znaš. I kod njih je slična situacija, znaš. Nema tu... Kao, top tier igrači zarađuju, ali... Nemaš ih baš toliko. Svakako, ljudi moji, pošto danas očigledno ima dosta vremena se reši nešto brzo po gradu, ide se reši nešto brzo po gradu, kasnije ću biti tu, kapiram malo solo queue-a i onda ćemo da vidimo posle kakva je situacija, šta ćemo igrati. I da li će biti Slay the Spire, da li će biti ovaj Etreal, da li će biti nešto treće, nemam pojma, tako da svakako gigabrz program danas, 2 best of 5, 3-0, 3-0, odo iskuliram, proštam se, odradim stvari i tu sam kasnije, tako da ide nešto lagano po gradu, ljudi, vidimo se malo kasnije.
Unfortunately for Loud, I didn't really think that JDG was going to have much trouble with them, and it was kind of reflected in these games.
And a word for Loud that for this tournament, I